Ying Xiaoxiao, with a suddenly frosty face, spoke up and then looked up at Li Hao, the iciness in her eyes dissipating, and said, "If you can help my clan's ancestor by then, I can plead with the ancestor on your behalf. The extreme Dao power after that battle can all be transferred to you for absorption. In doing so, you will also have the opportunity to reach the extreme divine realm." Saying this, her eyes intently gazed at Li Hao. Li Hao's eyebrows slightly furrowed, not wanting to get involved in such a battle among all heavens. Up till now, he merely wanted to resolve the issues with the Green Lamp Buddha and Void Saint and then continue living his unadorned and peaceful saintly life. Seeing Li Hao's hesitation, Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes briefly showed a trace of disappointment and loss, but it quickly disappeared as she calmly spoke. "Our clan transforms murderous slaughter, yet faces unfounded accusations. Our ancestor, though cultivating the extreme Tao, is the most benevolent person in the world. If conflicts arise again, I hope you will not get involved." Li Hao understood her meaning. If he wasn't willing to help the divine clan, then he shouldn't help others either. To this, Li Hao naturally agreed, but recalling Feng and Lai Sky Saint, he couldn't help but ask, "Among the saints who provoked your divine clan at the beginning, were Thief Saint and Lai Sky Saint involved?" Ying Xiaoxiao slightly shook her head. "No, back then, both of them were still but children under some supreme saint." Li Hao was taken aback, not expecting that Feng and Lai Sky Saint actually came from the same master. It said they were expelled for making mistakes, and only afterwards did they cultivate into saints. Before they became saints, our ancestor had already. At this point, Ying Xiaoxiao seemed to recall something and said, "But the Green Lamp Buddha and the master of that Void Saint are both enemies of my clan." Upon hearing this, Li Hao remembered Feng's words and immediately said, "If that's the case, then I can offer help." Ying Xiaoxiao paused, then chuckled and said, "You're quite straightforward." "Even if it's without compensation." Li Hao smiled, adding that sentence. At that, Ying Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, her limbs trembling with mirth. When her laughter subsided, she deeply looked at Li Hao and said, "I'll explain this to our ancestor. You might not know, but cultivating to the God realm is extremely difficult. It requires at least half of the incense fire from the land of all saints or the resentful spirits of slaughter to possibly condense to the level of the God realm. Simply absorbing normally might take 100,000 years." Li Hao was slightly startled, his eyes narrowing a bit. This was a bit exaggerated. Seeing Li Hao's reaction, Ying Xiaoxiao laughed and said, "The source ancestor, as the oldest saint, accumulated countless years before reaching the God realm, and other supreme saints can only slowly accumulate." Li Hao's expression flickered. If so, perhaps the other party wasn't exaggerating. And this is just one kind of God realm. Only when 3 God realms combine does one reach the Saint Extreme realm. This Saint Extreme realm is indeed difficult to cultivate. "Here is my holy talisman, take it, and if there's anything in the future, you can communicate with me through this talisman anytime." Ying Xiaoxiao's white palm turned over and handed a golden divine talisman intermingled with Saint Dao power to Li Hao. Then, she picked up the golden bell in her hand, shook it towards Li Hao with a smiling wave, and bade farewell. Li Hao watched as she disappeared in front of him, realizing she had already traveled tens of thousands of miles, quickly vanishing from his perception. He held the holy talisman, which seemed to still carry a trace of warmth from gentle hands. Li Hao's eyes flickered, and he put away the holy talisman. After pausing briefly to ponder at this place, Li Hao then traversed through the gaps of heaven and earth, going to another place, continuing his search for extreme Dao power. Soon, Li Hao found another purgatory-like place, filled with murderous resentments, like wailing ghosts and howling wolves. Li Hao immediately raised his hand to absorb it. As he wandered from place to place, Li Hao continuously absorbed the remaining extreme Dao power in these minor worlds, witnessing some of the human race and demons engaged in slaughter and conflict, rescuing them with a casual hand. Although there were local rules, and beings had their own destinies, he also had his standpoint, the standpoint of the human race. It wasn't long before the extreme Dao power was fully absorbed. Li Hao did not immediately refine it. Instead, he found a place filled with malignant miasma and desolation. He delved into the deep crevices of the earth in this land, set up a barrier, and then began to refine the extreme Dao power within the divine blood. As the extreme Dao power was continuously absorbed and refined, this power gradually fused into his body. The aura around Li Hao climbed higher and higher. Now, cultivating extreme Dao along with incense fire, he no longer needed to perform grand gestures like Fei Shen Shangdi. His body had already transformed, becoming a heaven and earth in itself, even in its normal state. At this moment, inside his physical body, energies surged, three powers intertwined, forming a triangle, coiling around each other. As the extreme Tao power reached perfection, a vast aura of Saint Tao enveloped him. At the same time, Li Hao seemed to touch the breath of heavenly Tao again, as if the heavens, looking into this deep valley, glanced inside his body. Following that, a majestic might fell from the heavenly Tao, allowing his extreme Tao to achieve becoming a saint. Within that field of extreme Tao power, Saint Tao power was born. Three streams of Saint Tao power intertwined with each other. As it is the power of heaven and earth, it is one entity. Li Hao's inner Tao thoughts emanated, resonating like the Grand Hong bell, and inside his body, the three streams of Saint Tao power, each enclosed by a thin membrane-like barrier, but at that moment, this barrier gradually disappeared, revealing an aura reminiscent of the opening of heaven and earth, enveloping and merging the three powers. In that instant, the willpower of all beings, the deep-seated desires of extreme destruction, and his own physical body Tao thoughts, fused together. Boom, inside Li Hao's body, as if an unknown gate was being slowly unveiled. An indescribably powerful aura emanated and flowed out, causing all his pores to seem to open up. Subsequently, that aura contracted, congealing into a ball of brilliant light, which contained a terrifying aura of the Saint Tao. Outside the body, the Tao currents wandering in the heaven and earth, as if attracted, crazily surged into Li Hao's expanded pores, encompassing his whole body with the aura of the Tao. All these Tao currents gathered around the Saint Tao brilliance, surrounding it, like stars holding the moon aloft. This scene deeply moved Li Hao. He felt these three powers condensing, seemingly giving birth to something extremely formidable. This entity contained terrifying power, and moreover, it seemed to possess a life consciousness. The hazy wool of Tao thoughts, congealed from that power, ethereal yet filled with terrible majesty. That solemn, ancient, and supreme oppressive force gave Li Hao a feeling of déjà vu. When he came to recognize the source of this power, Li Hao's pupils couldn't help but contract slightly, a trace of shock arising in his heart. Is this the heavenly Tao? But compared to the heavenly Tao will that Li Hao had touched upon during his transform to a mortal phase, it was somewhat different, like a miniature, many times shrunken version of the heavenly Tao embryo, or perhaps a seed. However, even so, it still left Li Hao feeling shocked and incredulous, for this was the supreme power of all heavens. Although the heavenly Tao seed within him could not compare with the external heavenly Tao, Li Hao could feel that a mere flicker of movement could evoke anomalies and surges, capable of easily suppressing a three calamities saint. If he were to encounter a supreme saint, Li Hao felt that he also had the power to fight. Feng had said before that a supreme saint is one who has perfected the saint path and peered into the heavenly Tao, able to borrow strength from it. And now, he'd nurtured a heavenly Tao seed within himself. According to Ying Xiaoxiao, he was currently at the level of Saint Small Extreme Realm, not yet a true Saint Extreme Realm. Only when the three types of Saint Tao power accumulate to their zenith in the God Realm and fuse with each other, can one reach the true Saint Extreme Realm. At that time, what kind of change will this seed undergo? Light burst forth from Li Hao's eyes, filled with surprise and excitement. Could it be that he might eventually nurture a true heavenly Tao? If that were true, Li Hao dared not imagine what sort of existence that would be. However, to accumulate three types of power to the level of God Realm is unimaginably difficult. The source ancestor has been cultivating since the ancient times and became a saint, and only his incense fire has reached the God Realm. And while cultivating the extreme Tao is relatively easier, it also requires half of the all heavens sacred land to be embroiled in war and death to achieve it. It is equivalent to annihilating half of the all heavens to condense into the extreme divine realm. As for the sacrificial Tao, it's likely the hardest to accumulate. Ying Xiaoxiao did not say, but Li Hao had a rough idea. It probably requires cultivating many great Taos to the saint path, and through sacrificial Tao, to achieve it. To know that even cultivating a single sacrificial Tao to becoming a saint is an extremely rare event, let alone accumulating many sacrificial Tao ascensions, the difficulty is unimaginable. Even though Li Hao has a panel that can speed up his cultivation, when he slightly projects into the future, he can't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp, as this could be an extremely lengthy process. As the divine ancestor is about to revive, likely leading to a great war in all heavens, even if I assist, the extreme Tao power that can be shared is probably extremely limited, unless I actively plunder and kill. Li Hao's eyes flickered slightly, but in the end, he dismissed these thoughts. In the mortal world, one general success is built on the bones of thousands, but to reach the extreme divine realm, it involves sacrificing half of all heavens just for one person to ascend to divinity. Such a massive cost still made it difficult for Li Hao to harden his heart. However, achieving the extreme divine realm alone is not enough. Cultivating the sacrificial Tao and incense fire is even harder. By the time I gain insight into the sacrificial Tao up to the God realm, it's estimated it will take a long time, and by then, the natural death and destruction fostering the extreme Tao power will likely be sufficient to ascend to the God realm. Li Hao's eyes sparkled, then he ceased to think further about the extreme Tao. His thoughts returned to the heavenly Tao seed within him, and with a thought, a breath of ancient and boundless aura within him separated the heavenly Tao seed once more. Gathering forms the heavenly Tao seed, dispersing then is the three saints' power encompassing. Li Hao exhaled lightly, the great Tao condensed around him, and as he breathed out, two incarnations were reflected beside him. Within these two incarnations, each contained a type of Saint Tao power. Sacrificial Tao, incense fire, extreme Tao. Apart from his original body practicing the sacrificial Tao, the two incarnations also possessed the power of the Saint realm. They actually also have Saint Tao three calamities chains. Li Hao suddenly felt that within these incarnations, there too were Saint Tao chains, and three of them. Whereas within his own body, there were only two, because he had already traversed the human disaster before. Three saints cultivating together, do I have to endure 9 calamities? Li Hao was momentarily stunned, then soon felt relieved. Incense fire and the extreme Tao. These two powers had not yet experienced the tribulation transformation of disasters. Li Hao absorbed the incarnations, the two powers returning to his flesh, with the three kinds of powers intertwining within him, and within the origin of his Saint Tao power, the three calamities chains still wrapped around. Now, Li Hao could freely switch between any Saint Tao power, even revealing them simultaneously. However, for Li Hao, the strongest tactic was still to gather the three types of power, forming the heavenly Tao seed, which might enable him to contend with a supreme saint. Li Hao retracted his aura, and the anomalies around him dissipated, as he stepped forward and walked out from the deep chasm in the ground, then went on his way. Meanwhile, deep within a certain small world, near the mantle's magma, a group of figures stood, where the temperature was extremely high, to the point that even 4 Stan's realm powerhouses couldn't stay long, only able to barely resist the scorching heat with their Tao domains. Yet in this place, magnificent palaces and buildings had been erected. Many figures resided within the buildings, and outside the buildings, divine formations enveloped them, blocking out the intense heat. Even though we call ourselves the Divine Clan, we live in such cramped quarters, like cockroaches, earthworms, and bugs under the earth, truly damned. Stop talking, we've endured for so many years, just endure a little longer. The ancestor will be back soon, and then our clan will see the light again, making all heavens realize that we are the Divine Clan, not the demon race. I was used to the hopelessness before, didn't feel much hardship, but now, I can hardly bear it anymore. When the ancestor returns, I must be the first to charge forward, to kill at the forefront. Indeed, let the blood of all heavens flow into rivers. By the fire pool, several figures gathered, all whispering about something, their words seething with intense hatred and intent to kill. This was the humiliation and suffering endured by generations, already etched into their bones, that same pent-up frustration also simmering in every clan member's heart. In the past, there wasn't such an overwhelming aura of malice and murderous intent, but now, with the resurrection of the ancestor imminent, this energy became increasingly uncontrollable. Amidst the discussion, some were already imagining how to make all heavens bleed in regret. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the void, shrouded in a hazy green light, slipping through the unique prohibitions of this area and appearing silently. Greetings, goddess. Someone noticed the woman in aquamarine attire, paused for a moment in astonishment, and promptly kneeled with reverence. Some semi-saints standing by the molten lava fire pool also bowed deeply upon seeing her. Beyond revering her saint realm, they did so because she was the goddess, the direct descendant of the ancestor, embodying the purest ancestral power. Grandmother, I wish to see the ancestor. Ying Xiaoxiao returned and went straight to the divine hall at the highest level, where a dignified old lady in a deep red robe sat enthroned. She immediately restrained her aura, bowed her head submissively, and spoke. Xiaoxiao, now that you are a saint, You should put away your playful heart and remember the mission you carry on behalf of our clan, the dignified old lady said with a hint of tenderness on her face. Ying Xiaoxiao spoke softly. I have gone to the ancient fog realm to absorb the extreme Tao power from there. Purified many spirits tainted with hatred from slaughter, allowing them to be free from torment in Mo River. Additionally, I bring back good news. Your heart is kind, it's just unfortunate that even as our clan ferries all living beings, we are labeled as the demon race. All saints are unjust, disregarding fairness. A hint of hatred emerged in the eyes of the dignified old lady, but as her gaze turned back to Ying Xiaoxiao, it softened again, saying, what good news that merits disturbing the ancestor. The holy thought of the ancestor has just awakened and needs to rest for recovery. I have found an ally, with strength comparable to the three calamities saint. When the ancestor leads our clan for revenge, he can provide us with support to fend off both the green lamp Buddha of the Buddhists and that void ancestor. Ying Xiaoxiao quickly said. Oh, surprise flashed across the eyes of the dignified old lady, who inquired, is that so? After that great catastrophe, all saints have kept their distance from our clan. We also dare not approach those saints rashly, revealing our traces. How can you be sure that this saint is willing to help? Because he bears grudges against them, too, Ying Xiaoxiao stated. The dignified old lady became interested and asked, which saint is it? Grandmother, you'll recognize him once I mention, it's that one who recently came first in the Supreme Genius battle. Ying Xiaoxiao replied with a smile to the dignified old lady, her eyes gleaming brightly. Him? The dignified old lady had clearly heard the legend of Haoshan Venerate, who participated in the supreme battle without relying on incense fire, achieved saint ascension through the ritual path, and became a saint who decisively defeated the forces of Buddhism and void Holy Land soon after, an unparalleled accomplishment throughout the ages. How did you come to know him? The dignified old lady examined her great-granddaughter, noticing the smile in her eyes that held a slight motion. Met him in the mortal world, with Uncle Mo at the time, Ying Xiaoxiao said, her gaze slightly dimming, the light in her eyes quickly fading into despondency. The dignified old lady immediately perceived her thoughts, her expression changing slightly as she sighed softly. Your Uncle Mo volunteered himself. For the ancestor to be resurrected is a supreme honor. You need not grieve for him. Ying Xiaoxiao remained silent, not responding. The dignified old lady continued, I was planning to send someone to win over that new saint too. Other saints either knew about that great catastrophe or feared the supreme saints and didn't want to get involved. Some even wished to be pawns, keen to deliver our clan's news to the source ancestor to curry favor. As she spoke, her face revealed a hint of coldness. Only these new saints are bold, retaining the arrogance of their heavenly pride without as many cowardly intentions. I didn't expect you could actually connect with him. Indeed, that is good news. You go talk to the ancestor yourself. Praised by her grandmother, Ying Xiaoxiao showed a faint smile again and nodded her head. Afterward, she made her way deeper into the divine hall. There, a colossal fire crystal floated, and within the crystal, an immensely strong saint path aura fluctuated, even in its restrained state. It was as if an ancient colossal beast lay within, exuding an enormous pressure. Ying Xiaoxiao's gaze shifted, and she bowed in respect. What is it? A dispassionate thought emerged from the saint path aura. For the ancestor, I have found a saint assistant who can contribute to the grand plan, Ying Xiaoxiao said as she relayed the matter of Li Hao willing to provide support. After she spoke at length, the saint path aura within the fire crystal moved slightly, leaking out a trace suffused with the destructive and murderous intent of the extreme Tao. There is no need to take the risk of contacting other saints. I do not require the assistance of others. If the news leaks, it might ruin the grand scheme, said the voice, which did not carry the happiness Ying Xiaoxiao had expected but instead a touch of irritation. Ying Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, realizing the ancestor's concerns had merit. She quickly said, he is different from the others. Even if he is unwilling to help, he won't leak this news. The voice apparently didn't expect Ying Xiaoxiao to contradict it. After a brief pause, the voice turned icy and authoritative. Do you trust me, or an outsider? You carry the mission of our clan, being the goddess, yet so naive. Do you want a single mistake of yours to cause our entire clan, including myself, to endure another catastrophe inflicted by all saints? Ying Xiaoxiao turned pale and promptly knelt, saying, Ancestor, I just thought. You needn't do anything redundant, I will be returning soon. During this period, just keep a low profile. The more stormy it gets, the quieter you should remain. The voice stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiaoxiao bit her lip and lowered her head. She was aware that the divine clan was currently struggling, hiding in the land of all saints and treading wearily. Hence they were even more hopeful for assistance to alleviate the casualties and sacrifices of her people during the impending great battle. I don't know how Qingshui has been raising you. As a goddess, you should prioritize the bigger picture. Qingshui was a dignified elderly lady, who also happened to be Ying Xiaoxiao's grandmother. As the voice spoke with dissatisfaction, it paused briefly at this point and didn't continue further, but soon added. The person you mentioned, Qingshui, has told me about him. However, he's nothing but trouble and too conspicuous. Before he can offer us any help, he'd likely have succumbed to his own perils. By the time I return, he'd probably already become food for the chaos. Ying Xiaoxiao was stunned. Her face slightly changed as she looked up and asked, Ancestor, what do you mean by that? You don't need to concern yourself with these matters. During this period, do not show yourself around anymore. The source ancestor is cunning and secretive. If he detects anything, he might even make arrangements ahead of time. Everything else can wait until I have returned to life. The voice said, and then the light on the fire crystal converged. Ying Xiaoxiao's face shifted expressions, glanced at the ancestor, and finally, she gritted her teeth and lowered her head as she left the grand hall. Time passed. The Saints' Tao conference was drawing near. Li Hao continued to wander through all heavens, refining the all-heaven star's veins while absorbing the laws to forge his saint body Tao bones. His previously shattered Tao bones, now being reshaped, drew numerous laws at the 9th stage of controlling Tao into his body, making Li Hao's physical form increasingly fearsome and gradually reaching the pinnacle of the Tao comprehension realm. While wandering across the mortal world, Li Hao also improved many of his artistic skills. Among them, the greatest improvement was in the poetry and books Tao. In his leisure, as Li Hao chanted from the Taoist scripture with inspiration, every word and phrase brought enormous experience to his poetry and books Tao, surpassing all the poetry he had recited before. Moreover, the bottleneck from the 6th stage to the 7th stage in the poetry and books Tao was effortlessly surpassed in the presence of the Taoist scripture. Li Hao could feel that this scripture seemed to reach directly to the root of the Tao and was even narrating the heavenly Tao. If he could fully comprehend it, his mindset would rise to the supreme level of the heavenly Tao, looking down upon everything in the mortal world. Perhaps, the existence who wrote this timeless masterpiece, riding away on the green bull without being tainted by worldly fame and fortune, did so because to him, all vanity and joy, all honors and disgraces seemed utterly meaningless. Not bowing down to kings, transcending worldly orders and disputes among saints, his mindset was aligned with the Tao, untainted by worldly dust. Li Hao accessed his attribute panel. Physical body Tao 10 stages, control Tao 9 stages, sword Tao 9 stages, movement technique 6 stages, fist skill 6 stages. In terms of artistic skills, artistic path 10 stages, cooking 9 stages, chess Tao 8 stages, poetry and books 8 stages, musical rhythm 6 stages, carving 5 stages, fishing 6 stages. Skill points remaining. 12 points. The experience in poetry and books, from the original 6th stage, crossed the 7th stage threshold with the experience brought by the Taoist scripture, and directly reached the 8th stage. Li Hao originally planned to break through to the 7th stage via musical rhythm and fishing, which would have allowed him to enhance his movement technique. Now with the surge in poetry and books, Li Hao directly integrated the 7th stage heart realm of poetry and books into the body path. He then began adding points. Soon, his movement technique also reached the 8th stage, just below the Tao entrance level of movement technique. This level of movement technique, compared to many saints, was only a step away, and even some saints not proficient in movement technique were only at the 8th stage level. With the aid of the eternal Tao domain and swordsmanship, Li Hao felt that he was already barely able to keep up with some of the 3 calamities saints. If he could elevate his movement technique to the 9th stage, entering the Tao in movement technique, he would be considered above middle rank among saints. As to how exactly, it would depend on the divine skills of movement technique he mastered. In the evening world, inside a cool pavilion on a holy mountain in a holy land. With a snap, a black chess piece landed, sealing the escape route of the white pieces. Li Hao, dressed elegantly like a graceful young master, displayed a smile on his face. Thank you for the game, ye ancestor. He roamed the mortal world, casually strolling through all heavens, also stopping by to meet these acquaintances from the Flower Travel Association. Since becoming a saint, others seldom called him actively, probably fearing they might offend. Li Hao took the initiative to meet them and reminisce on his way. Previously, they had traveled thousands of miles to cheer for him, and Li Hao kept this kindness in his heart. I didn't expect you to actually play chess. Yi Ancestor stared at the chessboard with a complicated expression, and finally, he could only let out a wry smile. Previously, that youngster Qingju also claimed he enjoyed playing chess, resulting in several abysmal games when they played against each other. He thought Li Hao would be the same, merely showing interest, especially upon learning at the Supreme Genius battle that Li Hao was only 28 years old. He held no hope at all. Starting confidently but being spectacularly defeated by Li Hao was unexpected. Your level in chess Dao is among the highest I have encountered, Li Hao said with a light smile. Yi Ancestor's chess skills were even slightly superior to Hong Yu's. Yi Ancestor chuckled bitterly, you're so young yet achieved such a level of cultivation, surpassing old fellows like us. When the Flower Travel Association approached you, perhaps it delayed you a bit. Given more time, you will undoubtedly become a supreme saint. As he said this, his eyes gleamed when looking at Li Hao. The status of a supreme saint, the highest in all heavens, unbound and unfettered, would be hard to perish unless one sought death or provoked all other supreme saints. Otherwise, waiting for his natural lifespan to end would take an immensely long time. Cultivation can be pursued at any moment, but pleasures once missed can never be reclaimed, even by a supreme saint incapable of reversing time. Li Hao said with a smile. Yi Ancestor was momentarily stunned, observing the carefree expression on the young man's face, his gaze flickering. He suddenly fell silent, speaking in a low voice. You seem different from us, you truly can let go. Although the members of the Flower Travel Association prioritize enjoyment, deep down, they all hold cultivation dear to their hearts. It's just that with no hope for advancement, they have grown somewhat negligent. However, given the chance, they would surely seize it with both hands. Yi Ancestor was well aware of this, but he could sense that the youth before him was different. He truly could let go. Perhaps, this state of mind is the biggest difference between him and them. Upon hearing Yi Ancestor's words, Li Hao neither agreed nor disagreed. To reach the immortal transformation extreme realm, one requires not only the comprehension of heaven and earth but also that ability to let go. The Tao seed of the all-heaven supreme saints remains unclaimed, also restricted by their own saint paths. Even if they were to be reborn and cultivate anew, they would still be entangled in worldly affairs and continue on the crowded road of cultivation, striving against the current. By doing so, they would be embarking on the same path, only diverging at a different branch from their previous life. This feeling he had, aside from his inherent nature, also stemmed from a lack of grand ambitions within him. His disposition has always been one of going with the flow. The debate conference will soon convene, you must be careful. Yi Ancestor, as if realizing something, cautioned Li Hao. Li Hao was aware of his concerns and chuckled, saying, you all will be there too, right? Let's gather then. Yi Ancestor, seeing Li Hao without a worry, sighed with a smile. The Buddhist sect and the Void Holy Land won't miss such an opportunity. They will surely trouble you at the conference. They won't. Li Hao shook his head, and seeing Yi Ancestor's stunned look, he then laughed. Before they come for me, I will go to them first. Yi Ancestor was left speechless, smiling bitterly, but the debate conference is about the saint path. Although your strength surpasses theirs, the foundations of your saint path are still shallow. The high and low will be known once the debate begins. Li Hao said, smiling without elaborating further on the matter. Yi Ancestor, seeing such confidence in Li Hao, no longer tried to persuade him. Afterward, the two played several games of chess before Li Hao left this realm. Before his departure, the Netherworld Saint of the Netherworld Sacred Land came to see him off, exchanging a few courteous words with Li Hao. As a saint, Li Hao warranted a greeting upon visiting. With Yi Ancestor acting as an intermediary, the Netherworld Saint bore no hostility towards Li Hao. They had no previous acquaintance, and the Netherworld Saint did not take this opportunity to forge a closer relationship either. The debate conference was imminent, and Li Hao's feuds with the Buddhist sect and the Void Holy Land were well known throughout all heavens. Only after Li Hao weathers this storm will he truly stand firm. Upon leaving this realm, Li Hao began wandering once again, seeking opponents for chess, painting, casual hunting, cooking. At every destination, Li Hao would visit the best places to sample the local cuisine, reaping great rewards. Although he had yet to find anyone whose cooking skills matched his, every chef's cooking, like a swordsman's style, was unique, eliciting many reflections from Li Hao. Feng, it's been a while since we went fishing. With a month's time, shall we roam around and fish in the wild? Li Hao, back at the thievery sacred land, invited Feng. His fishing dao had been mastered long ago, but with his mind preoccupied elsewhere, it had been halted at the 6th stage. Li Hao planned to take this opportunity to break through to the 7th stage bottleneck. Doing so would enable him to elevate his fist skill to the 7th stage as well. Feng Boping, aware that Li Hao had been roaming freely these days, meeting old friends, and sampling cuisine everywhere, had long understood Li Hao's character and felt somewhat helpless but said nothing. In the mortal world, Li Hao had always been this way, yet it never prevented him from becoming one of the most extraordinary monsters. All right, I haven't felt such a whim for a long time, haha. Feng Boping laughed and agreed, not worrying about the upcoming debate conference. Having seen Li Hao refine his saint path, he felt that even if Li Hao were to debate with the Buddhist sect, he would not lose. On the contrary, he might even win. Feng, do you know of any good fishing spots? Li Hao inquired. Feng Boping laughed, within all heavens, everywhere is suitable for fishing. I do know of a nice place, I'll take you there. Upon hearing this, an image of the sword master flashed in Li Hao's mind. He asked, would you mind if we invite one more fishing companion? Feng Boping, surprised but knowing that Li Hao seemed to know some semi-saints, smiled and said, of course not. If they are a fellow practitioner, let's invite them along. Then wait for me, I'll see if he's available, Li Hao said and left the thievery's sacred land for the Kanglin realm. Arriving at the Kanglin realm again, Li Hao's eyes flickered, but instead of heading to the Buddhist sect, he went straight to the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Li Hao's arrival alarmed the Sword Saint, who materialized from within a courtyard and stepped into the high sky, where he saw the visiting Li Hao. Haoshan Venerate, the Sword Saint's eyes shifted as he saw Li Hao, hinting at a realization, and he quietly said, are you here for her? Li Hao was puzzled. How did he know that he was looking for the Sword Master? I apologize for the unexpected visit, I'm looking for the Sword Master, is he available? Li Hao greeted with a cupped fist salute. As a saint, visiting another's holy land required an initial greeting to avoid giving offense. The Sword Saint paused, not expecting Li Hao's inquiry about the Sword Master. Recalling the Sword Master speaking on Li Hao's behalf, and even defending him during the Supreme Genius battle, his expression flickered and he thought to himself. After so many years, brother, your vision was indeed acute. While his thoughts ran deep, his demeanor remained calm as he responded, he's here, but are you simply here to see him? Upon hearing this, Li Hao immediately thought of Lin Qingyue and said, I'd like to see some other friends as well, if that's convenient. The Sword Saint thought Li Hao was referring to Bian Rushui, as he knew she was Li Hao's fiancée copyrightee, and their relationship was far closer than just friends. If you're hoping to see Cher, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, she has already been reincarnated. The Sword Saint spoke, while paying attention to Li Hao's expression, thinking if he still harbored feelings for Bian Rushui, they could use this connection to get closer to Li Hao. Li Hao was stunned for a moment before he realized who the Sword Saint was talking about. Oh, Li Hao nodded, somewhat surprised that she chose to be reincarnated. It was clearly a voluntary choice given that she had the Sword Saint as her master. And since she hadn't reached the Dharma aspect extreme realm of the heaven and earth law manifestation, nor the Saint realm, reincarnation was the inevitable path. Seeing Li Hao's indifferent reaction, the Sword Saint's gaze shifted slightly, barely perceptible, and he calmly said, Cher pursued the ultimate sword that she saw in your hands. Her Tao heart seemed to face issues, and thus in this reincarnation, she didn't go to the land of all saints, but chose the mortal world instead. Therefore, I'm unable to look after her, and will only be able to sense her presence if one day she appears again in the land of all saints. The ultimate sword. Li Hao's gaze flickered, recalling the scene of the girl under the setting sun, her face full of hope and admiration, telling him about her pursuit. Thinking back to the girl's earnest expression by the bonfire in the wilderness. He shook his head and chuckled slightly. The ultimate sword, in his hands. It's nothing extraordinary, that could hardly be considered ultimate. After all, his swordsmanship hadn't reached the 10th stage, how dare he claim his sword to be the ultimate swordsmanship? Reincarnated in the mortal world, may she be at peace. Li Hao said, harboring no ill will towards the girl, nor did he pine for her. The tail end of their correspondence from their youth had long since been cut off. The Sword Saint fell silent for a moment and said, I've heard that she was your fiancée copyrightee, and you were not yet married. Have you let go? Li Hao glanced at him and noted that this Sword Saint was quite well informed. He shook his head with a smile, replying, that engagement wasn't wished for by either of us, and moreover, it was only for this lifetime. Now that she has reincarnated, matters of the next life are for the next life. Besides, the one betrothed to her was Li Hao. What does that have to do with me, Haoshan? The sword saint was stunned, measuring up Li Hao, not understanding the meaning behind his last statement. However, he understood the previous part of the conversation, and suddenly recalled the girl's resolute eyes before her reincarnation. She wanted to reincarnate to seek a genuine Tao heart, to verify whether this life was indeed in error. Yet he could see that despite her resolve to reincarnate, a tinge of reluctance remained in her eyes. It seemed she hoped to grasp at something through reincarnation. Regrettably, after her reincarnation, the last strand of connection through their engagement also became null and void. For a moment, the sword saint stood in silence, not speaking again. It was only after a good while that he spoke. She eagerly sought her Tao heart, being young and naive. Even if she is now a stranger to you, I hope you won't blame her. Li Hao knew he was concerned about resentment in his heart, but clearly, that was an unnecessary worry. Remembering the girl's face, he couldn't help but sigh lightly. How times change, how the years toy with us. A broken mirror can't be made whole again, and the carefree days of youth can't be revisited. Life is like an inn against the flow. I, too, am a traveler. May our first meeting not disappoint the sincere heart. Li Hao said softly. The sword saint looked at Li Hao, knowing that his heart had let go, and he internally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this was the best outcome for both of them. He said, the sword master probably wants to see you, please go ahead. Li Hao nodded, bade him farewell with a bow, and then proceeded to the sword tower. What were you and the sword saint talking about for so long? At the sword cliff, the sword master saw Li Hao approaching, didn't turn around, but merely chuckled. And beside him, the two sword attendants wearing copper masks were surprisedly examining Li Hao, hurrying to pay their respects. The last time Li Hao was here, they had led him to hang a painting in the sword tower. Now, in just a short time, he was sitting on par with their master, having become a saint. Li Hao's feats had spread throughout all heavens, and of course, these young sword attendants had heard of the terrifying and monstrous prowess of this youth. Li Hao smiled and gestured for them not to make a fuss, then he approached the sword master, seeing that he was meditating and not fishing, he said, just casual chat. Are you free? Shall we go fishing together? The sword master raised an eyebrow and unhappily replied, the Saint Path Symposium is in a month, aren't you going to attend? The Buddhist faction in the Void Holy Land will surely take this opportunity to kill you. No worries, I'm waiting for them, Li Hao said with a light chuckle. The sword master was taken aback, sizing up Li Hao once more. Although he had seen Li Hao's capabilities before, the Saint Path had just been through the human tribulation, and its foundation was still too weak compared to the Buddhist faction in the Void Holy Land. Aside from them, they might also invite their old friends to fight alongside them, you need to consider it carefully. The sword master, concerned for Li Hao, seriously advised. Li Hao smiled and nodded, reassuring him not to worry. If they wanted to have others join the discussion, Li Hao would be delighted. He could use the opportunity to face his extreme Tao and incense fire human tribulations. As long as the three powers cycled, not manifesting at the same time, others would not realize he could cultivate the three saints simultaneously. They would only assume he was using the source ancestors' prohibitions to isolate the saint path, being able to manifest only one at a time and merely taking turns. However, taking turns and manifesting simultaneously are starkly different. Seeing Li Hao so relaxed, the sword master said no more. He quickly gave instructions to his two disciples and then asked Li Hao about the location for wild fishing. Noticing his interest, Li Hao smiled, asking him to wait a moment. He then dispersed his perception, detected Lin Qingyu's presence, and instantly teleported to her. Lin Qingyu, who was practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard, was startled by the sudden appearance of Li Hao, but once she recognized him, she relaxed and couldn't help but reveal a hint of pleasant surprise in her eyes. How did you get here? As Lin Qingyu spoke, there was a trace of excitement in her eyes, but her disposition was naturally cold and quiet. Even though she was happy, she still appeared very gentle and calm. Li Hao smiled and said, I came to see you. Has your master been released? Lin Qingyu's face lit up with a smile as she replied, he has been released. At this moment, a presence quickly teleported from not too far away. It was a beautiful, mature, and gentle-looking woman in a moon-white robe who said to Li Hao, So this must be Hoshin Venerate. Yunyu pays her respects to Hoshin Venerate. She was a semi-saint, and though she was senior to Li Hao in age, status in the martial arts world is determined by cultivation level. No need to be polite. Li Hao greeted her with a smile and immediately turned to Lin Qingyu. Are you free? Want to see me fish? I'll take you out for some fun. Without a second thought, Lin Qingyu enthusiastically responded, I'm free. Yunyu stood to the side, her mouth slightly open but she said nothing, merely smiling without a word. Seeing that Lin Qingyu agreed, Li Hao smiled, then found Lin Shanhai, said a quick hello to the old man, and took Lin Qingyu away with him. The sword master, upon seeing Lin Qingyu, nodded at her. Lin Qingyu hastily bowed in return, her cheeks slightly flushed. Where to? The sword master inquired. Just follow me. Li Hao teasingly said. He then released his Saint Dao power, enveloped Lin Qingyu, and took her across the rifts of heaven and earth, back to the void holy land. The sword master followed them all the way to the little thousand world, his demeanor unchanged, without any concerns, and followed Li Hao into the void holy land. Feng Boping was taken aback when he saw the sword master whom Li Hao had brought back, but then he remembered how the latter had spoken up for Li Hao during the Supreme Genius battle and he nodded at him with a smile. The Lai Sky Saint is here too. Li Hao was somewhat surprised to see the Lai Sky Saint beside Feng. However, the Lai Sky Saint gave Li Hao a deadpan look and said, I heard you were going to go fishing for fun, and I happen to be free as well. If we're talking about fishing, you've found the wrong guy, it should be me. Amongst all heavens, my fishing skills are second to none, and no one dares to claim they are first. As she spoke, she glanced at Feng Boping and added, as a matter of fact, I was the one who taught him. Upon hearing this, Feng Boping's face darkened, and he said grumpily, can you keep it to yourself? Others would have to believe it for that to count. The Lai Sky Saint huffed and said, we will see who's right soon enough. Li Hao was taken aback for a moment, then remembered the Lai Sky Saint's capabilities, which if applied to fishing would indeed fit quite well. Her words were probably not an exaggeration. He couldn't help but laugh and said, the more the merrier. Shall we set off, Elder Feng? Sure thing. Is this young lady coming along as well? You sure have quite a few beauties around you. Feng Boping teased Li Hao as he glanced at Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She could feel that Li Hao was always protecting her with his Saint Dao aura, so even amidst several saints, she barely felt any saintly pressure. At this moment, she also noticed that these saints, whom she used to revere, had another side to them, much like ordinary people. Feng Boping didn't say much more and promptly started leading the way. Li Hao released Xian, who was curious about everything. Hongyu had her stay in the Holy Land since following along would only bring her hardship. She had no interest in fishing, a pursuit which was downright tedious and uncomfortable for the uninitiated. The place we are heading to is the Heavenly River in the Ku River realm, an excellent fishing spot. Feng Boping said. Upon hearing this, the sword master's eyes lit up, and he nodded, indeed, it's a fine spot. I have fished there a few times before. Shall we see who can catch the most? The Lai Sky Saint said with interest. Feng Boping cleared his throat softly, not taking up the challenge. As the group tore through the sky, time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Many eyes were secretly searching for Li Hao and the others' whereabouts, but Li Hao didn't deliberately conceal his movements, and news of his whereabouts quickly reached those who were interested. Upon learning that Li Hao was gallivanting around, even inviting the sword master and thief saint for fishing at the Heavenly River, both the Buddhist sect and the Void Holy Land fell silent. With the Tao conference approaching, Li Hao seemed to be completely indifferent and leisurely enjoying himself, which was tantamount to intentionally not planning to participate. That fellow must have sensed the danger. If he doesn't come, missing this opportunity, it will become very difficult to kill him in the future. In the secret hall of the Buddha, both the Green Lamp Buddha and the Buddha Venerate had furrowed brows. It was a matter concerning the future of their sect. Such a potential enemy, yet they couldn't eliminate him quickly, making it hard for them to cultivate in peace. His weapon, I have observed it before, is a fragment of a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. He definitely lacks heaven and earth treasures to nurture that weapon. Going to the Heavenly River for fishing is likely for those divine water Tao fish, creatures nurtured by heaven and earth, which can feed a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. The Buddha Venerate said in a deep voice, since he perceives our intentions and is unwilling to come here, then we must use another method. Invite those few old friends to offer up heaven and earth treasures as rewards for the Tao conference. Green Lamp Buddha was silent for a moment before saying, "The Source Ancestor will preach the Tao." On such an occasion, he might not miss it. People thought he approached the Source Ancestor only to inquire about the three saints' cultivation method, but perhaps during that conversation, he sought the Source Ancestor's protection, waiting only for the final preaching to just listen and not participate in the debate. In that case, we need to entice him even more. 5 heaven and earth treasures should be enticing enough, right? The Buddha Venerate took a deep breath and said solemnly. Green Lamp Buddha glanced at him and said, "Notify the void Holy Land, see what their plans are." The Buddha Venerate nodded. As time went on, changes occurred within all heavens, and many saints from various holy lands began to leave after arranging their affairs. Many semi-saints within the holy lands also made prior arrangements for their duties, and numerous disciples within the holy lands knew a grand event in the land of all saints was about to take place. Hu River Realm, beside the heavenly river. Several figures sat like boulders, utterly tranquil, each fishing on their own, with lines made of their respective saint path energies, inconspicuous and possessed of unique Taoist charm powers. At the other end of the line, stretching into the snow-white heavenly river, the water roared with many shadowy figures of demons within, each emanating a terrifying presence. Suddenly, the line in the young man's hand seemed to tremble. His eyes brightened dramatically, showing a look of surprise as he quickly pulled up. At the same time, on the other end of the line, the fish hook extended swiftly, impaling the prey, rooting itself in its viscera and grasping its lifeline. The fish is hooked. Li Hao beamed with joy as he vigorously tugged, and although the prey struggled fiercely, it was no match for his final realm strength and was dragged out of the heavenly river amidst waves hundreds of feet high. What a big fish! Li Hao saw the scales churning on the water's surface, reflecting colors of the rainbow. His eyes gleamed even brighter with surprise. Another divine water Tao fish. This was a special spirit formed in the heavenly river absorbing Tao power, a type of spiritual object, which could be used as nourishment for Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons. This was the second divine water Tao fish Li Hao had caught here. Hearing Li Hao's words, the other three couldn't help but glance over, envy and amusement flickering in their eyes. Lai Sky Saint said with admiration, "Not bad, almost catching up with me, I've only caught 4. Hearing her boast, the corners of Feng Boping's mouth twitched slightly. He had only caught 1. The sword master, hearing Lai Sky Saint's words, unconsciously gripped the line tighter in his fingers. Like Feng Boping, he too had only caught Onia. Lai Sky Saint was not wrong. Despite being a woman, her fishing skills were truly the best under all heavens. Li Hao also deeply admired Lai Sky Saint's fishing skills, feeling they were at least at the 9th stage. Soon, Li Hao pulled up the divine water Tao fish and smiled at the desperately struggling Tao fish. "Little guy, stop flailing. Once you fuse with the Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, I'll leave you a trace of Tao thoughts, so you won't completely perish." Hearing Li Hao's words, the divine water Tao fish, only a few meters in size and covered with colorful patterns, its fish eyes began to roll, and then it truly stopped struggling. It had sensed that Li Hao was a saint and understood that struggling was futile before a saint, better to choose to trust. Li Hao unhooked it and immediately sent it to the heaven and earth space for temporary storage. Haoshan's fishing skills are far superior to you too. If your cultivation isn't up to Haoshan's level, how come your fishing skills are also inferior to his? Lai Sky Saint remarked casually, looking at Feng Boping. Previously, when she caught the divine water Tao fish, she couldn't help but sigh a few times in front of Feng Boping. It's just bad luck this time, next time might not be the same. Feng Boping immediately retorted in irritation. He was the first to acknowledge Li Hao's talent in cultivation, but to say that Li Hao's fishing skills surpassed his, that he absolutely would not admit. The sword master's face also darkened as he said, "After the Tao conference concludes, let's have another competition. I wasn't prepared this time." Lai Sky Saint, seeing their stubbornness, chuckled and said, "They say women lie, but from what I see, you men were born capable of lying your way to becoming a saint." Feng Boping couldn't be bothered to argue with her about this. Sensing that the water demons had been scared off by Li Hao's recent activity, he simply reeled in his line, saying, "The Tao conference is just a day or two away, we should also start getting ready." The sword master quickly reeled in his line too, agreeing with Feng Boping's assessment, and said to Li Hao, "I'll go back to the Sword Ancestor Holy Land first, bring a few of my good-for-nothing disciples to join the fun, and meet up in the universe." Lai Sky Saint scoffed but didn't expose the two men, also reeling in her line, and said to Li Hao, I've detected news in my transformed state. This Tao conference, besides the usual rewards, even has 8 heaven and earth treasures on offer. Tisk, such a grand gesture, who do you think might be providing them? She looked toward Feng Boping and the sword master. The two men's expressions tightened at her words, simultaneously turning their gaze to Li Hao. Li Hao seemed still immersed in the joy of catching the divine water Tao fish, casually reeling in his line while speaking. Who cares who it is, in any case, my fish is already hooked. Seeing Li Hao respond thus, the two men's eyes flickered, and they didn't pursue the topic further, but they had a general notion in their hearts. Subsequently, the group packed up and returned to the Little Thousand World. The sword master said farewell to Li Hao and others like the Thief Saint. Initially, the sword master and the Thief Saint, along with Lai Sky Saint, were strangers, but now through Li Hao's connections, after a month of fishing, they had become acquainted and friends on the Saint Path. This Tao conference is held in the universe, we should also be setting off. Back in the Holy Land, Feng Boping gathered the semi-saints of his sect, selected a few to accompany him, and instructed the others to guard the Holy Land. Incidentally, he also took along Lin Baichuan and Chu Hanwei, his 2 direct disciples. Although the 2 had not reached semi-saint, they both had a nascent seed of the saint path and were barely touching the threshold of semi-saint. Neither was a reborn saint, such talents were considered top-notch. This Tao conference, members of the Divine Dynasty royal family and ancient families from the Thousand Realms would find it challenging to attend, except for those with heaven-reaching backgrounds, who could expend great efforts to obtain a live place to listen to the Tao. But saints could bring their direct disciples, and semi-saints were all permitted to attend. Li Hao nodded at Feng's suggestion to call his disciples, and after some brief preparations, he asked Lin Qingyu if she wanted to follow. At Li Hao's inquiry, Lin Qingyu quickly nodded, giving him a deep look and whispered, "Wherever you go, I'll go." Having said that, his gaze swept elsewhere, but the corner of his eye was stealthily sizing up Li Hao once more. Li Hao, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback. It seemed he thought for a moment before saying, "All right, as long as you want to go, I can take you to any place in all heavens." Upon hearing Li Hao's response, Lin Qingyu's lips slightly curved up in a smile, her eyes that swept elsewhere failed to hide her mirth, but it quickly faded as she nodded and said, "I will decipher the rudiments of the saint path as soon as possible and then accumulate more incense fire." She also yearned to become a saint. Only by truly becoming a saint could she stand side by side with Li Hao, rather than trail behind him like a little tail. Li Hao, upon hearing this, shook his head and said, "Don't be impatient, your cultivation is of the nothing Tao, where nothing really means nothing. The more impatient you are in your cultivation, the slower it will be. You mustn't focus on becoming. Nothing is natural, everything returns to nothing." Hearing Li Hao's words, Lin Qingyu's eyes shimmered slightly, and among all the things he said, what she heard most clearly was the last sentence. Everything returns to nothing. If I cultivate my nothing Tao to completion, will you return to me? She gazed at Li Hao, not uttering a word, only nodding gently. Once Feng had gathered everyone, he called for Li Hao to set off. "The Lai Sky Saint isn't coming?" Li Hao inquired. Feng Boping glanced at Li Hao and said, "Last time I asked her to come, it was to escort you. This time, there's no need for that, as I'm not too familiar with her." "Not too familiar?" Li Hao chuckled lightly and, uninterested in further questioning, said, "All right then, we'll meet in the universe realm." Saying so, he took Lin Qingyu and Xian along and followed Feng on their journey. As for Hongyu, her cultivation was too low, there was no point for her to go there. Not having reached the Tao comprehension realm, listening to the Tao would be meaningless. On the road, Lin Baichuan, Chu Hanwei, and others watched Li Hao's departing figure with complex emotions. Previously, during their travels together, Li Hao was the pinnacle among his peers, like a mountain that people could only look up to. Now, however, he had transformed from that mountain into divine yang, hanging high in the sky, virtually untouchable, and the gap was ever widening. However, their mentor had told them to never compare themselves to Li Hao, otherwise they would spend their lives trapped in his shadow, unable to break free. Moreover, this journey to listen to the Tao is a rare opportunity for them, allowing them a chance for a breakthrough. With this in mind, their eyes, like other semi-saints from the Thief sect, were filled with anticipation and hope. The universe realm, one of the upper 3 realms. The venue for the conference on Tao alternates among the upper 3 realms, and this session falls on the universe realm. As the date approached, saints from all heavens began arriving in the universe realm. Many reclusive saints also emerged one after another. In a city of the divine dynasty, an old beggar suddenly began calculating with his fingers, then abruptly smiled, looking at the noble girl in front of him who had just dropped a silver coin into his bowl. He chuckled lightly and said, "Kindness begets good fortune. I shall grant you a stroke of fate as well." With that, he pointed a finger, and a stream of Taoist charm and laws surged into the girl's forehead. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the girl were tempered, her aura grew even more intense, and a whiff of Taoist charm was secretly harbored within her, which could aid her in reaching the Tao comprehension realm in the future. In the supreme genius battle, those at the Tao comprehension realm are no more than lackeys and not even qualified to stand on stage. Yet, among the many realms of all heavens, those in the Tao comprehension realm could be the ancestors of families, able to preside over millennia-old households, becoming figures the divine dynasty royal family would want to court, holding immensely high status. The girl was bewildered, and while she was still dazed, the old beggar had disappeared from sight, everything seeming like a dream. In a certain deep mountain and great marsh, a disheveled figure stepped out of a cave mansion, his tattered clothes suddenly radiating divine light, which was subsequently replaced by a brand new set of magic robe, surrounded by the great laws. Instantly, the deep mountain and great marsh had its noxious air cleared, blossoming as if it was spring bringing life, transforming into a serene haven. "This time, can I achieve complete perfection in my enlightenment?" he mumbled to himself, then his figure stepped forth and disappeared from there. And the deep mountain and great marsh were left bursting with fragrant flowers, transforming from a hazardous land teeming with venomous creatures into a picturesque paradise hidden from the world. "We've just received news that they have set off." In the Buddha realm, the Buddha venerate's brow suddenly flashed with Buddha light, as if receiving a message, a trace of a smile appearing in his eyes. "Eventually, they are 8 heaven and earth treasures, enough to partially sat the Tao Tribulation Emperor's weapon, and might even trigger its transformation." Green Lamp Buddha calmly stated. These 8 heaven and earth treasures were a heavy price even for the Buddha realm and the Void Holy Land to pay. Such a great temptation was enough to stir their own hearts, let alone Li Hao's. Moreover, with their sharp sight, they had perceived that the pitch-black sword Li Hao had previously taken out was a fragment of the Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. While it was unclear where he had found it, such a monster, enveloped by fortune having its own opportunities was normal. Having a fragment, he would surely wish to attempt to repair it, thus his yearning for the Tao Tribulation Emperor's weapon would naturally draw him to participate. Some Tao Tribulation Emperor's weapons possess power comparable to a 3 Calamities Saint, and even non-combat types have some inconceivable extraordinary functions. "Let's also prepare to set out," the two-faced Buddha child quietly said, murder intent impatiently flickering in his eyes. Now, in the Buddha realm, he is no longer referred to as the two-faced Buddha child but the two-faced Buddha. His demeanor seems calm, but in reality, one side somber and the other benevolent. Such disparity made many disciples within the Buddha sect apprehensive of him. As the Buddha realm made its move, more and more saints gathered in the universe realm. "Although I'm not a supreme saint, my way must be the strongest. Once I am complete, I shall demonstrate the might of my path to all heavens, gaining their recognition." A saint arrived in the universe realm, exuding the aura of the great Tao and filled with majesty. In the universe, there are 3 great sacred lands, namely Medical Saint Land, Mixed Heaven Sacred Land, and Dragon Ancestor Sacred Land. Among these 3 great sacred lands, Mixed Heaven Sacred Land is the leader, subtly considered the number 1 holy land in the universe. Disciples continuously seek to study there, and Mixed Heaven Sacred Land does not limit its disciples by race. Be it the human race or demons, or other crawling creatures and strange beasts, all can seek mentorship at Mixed Heaven Sacred Land. This is also the reason why Mixed Heaven Sacred Land is highly praised, like mountains and rivers that embrace all streams. Whereas Dragon Ancestor Sacred Land is mainly for the scaly and worm clans. Only Medical Saint Land is the first choice in the many hearts of the human race within the divine dynasties. This place only accepts the human race. Li Hao had just arrived in the universe with Feng and was about to see someone waiting in the void. Upon seeing them, they approached and introduced themselves as coming from Medical Saint Land. What surprised both Li Hao and Feng was that the person was a saint, who actually waited for them in person here. "My lord, the saint, has sent me especially to seek Haoshan Venerable, and once you arrive, please allow my lord to extend the hospitality of a host." This saint said with a smile, his eyes appraising Li Hao. He did not attend the previous Supreme Genius battle, and his disciple had already lost in the qualifying battles, so he had no worries left, but he had heard of the deeds of Hoshin Venerable afterward. Upon meeting him in person now, he couldn't help but take a few more attentive glances. When he sensed the power faintly contained in Li Hao's body, which seemed to have a connection with the heavens and earth, letting even a simple gesture influence the operation of heaven and earth energy around him, he couldn't help feeling a sense of awe in his heart. Li Hao exchanged a look with Feng, and Feng said to Li Hao, "In that case, let's first pay a visit to the medical saint." Both of them could tell that the medical saint's gesture, if meant to win them over, seemed too eager. The figure was a supreme saint, and even though Li Hao's talent was monstrous, it was not to the extent that one would go to such lengths, so there must be some other reason. Lin Baichuan, Chu Hanwei, and others were shocked, as they hadn't expected Li Hao's status to be so high, commanding a saint from medical saint land to personally extend an invitation, giving full respect and recognition to his status. Soon, under the guidance of this saint, everyone arrived at the center of medical saint land. As soon as they arrived, Li Hao could smell the pervasive scent of medicinal herbs within the Holy Land, with many aromas he was familiar with. They were the scents of medicinal materials that Li Hao had come across previously while assisting Lin Shanhai the alchemist. Medicine and alchemy seem similar in effect, but there are medical saints, not pill masters of the same standing. Li Hao knew that alchemy was only a branch of the medical Tao. "Please," this saint said with a smile, gesturing to Li Hao. His eyes did not fall upon Feng Boping and the others. Feng Boping immediately stopped and gave Li Hao a look, then led the others to stop and wait for Li Hao to proceed. They followed the saint's invitation to the place prepared for receiving guests. Despite his curiosity, Li Hao arrived at the imposing grand hall at the peak of medical saint land. Within the hall, a faint scent of medicinal herbs lingered. Li Hao saw the medical saint, her figure unrivaled, dressed in an emerald vestment robe, her whole body exuding a hazy breath of life. He could see countless threads of incense fire converging towards the medical saint, the speed matching that of his own absorption following the end of the Supreme Genius battle. To know, his notoriety had peaked due to the Supreme Genius battle, garnering such a flow of incense fire, whereas she achieved such worship even during ordinary times. This was the influence of a Supreme Saint. "We meet again, and it seems you've made some progress," said the medical saint as she saw Li Hao, a smile on her lips as clear as a spring river, her entire being radiating sanctity, untouched by worldly dust. Li Hao looked into her crystal-clear eyes, devoid of any impurity, and found it hard to imagine someone of such standing could have such a pure gazea, so pure that it was almost dazzling, and he felt almost unable to directly look at her. "I have to thank the medical saint for speaking up for me during the previous Supreme Genius battle," Li Hao said with clasped hands. The Mixed Heaven Supreme Saint had caused trouble previously, and she had spoken a few words for him. Still, nobody came to his defense until the Buddha Venerate swore an oath with his Buddha heart. But it didn't make much difference. "It was still up to you to reverse the slander," the medical saint said with a light laugh, not letting Li Hao owe her a debt of gratitude. Nevertheless, intentions remain intentions. Li Hao did not look at the consequences, but valued the process more. Therefore, he would remember the sentiment behind the medical saint's few words and keep it in his heart. He did not dwell further on the issue and asked, "May I know why the medical saint has summoned me here?" With a smile, the medical saint replied, "You are a clever man. You must have expected that both the Buddhist sect and the Void Holy Land would take this opportunity to trouble you. You likely came here prepared, and I hope it's not just for those 8 heaven and earth treasures." Li Hao nodded, without further explanation. He of course wanted those 8 heaven and earth treasures, and besides them, after suppressing the Buddha Venerate and the Void Saint, he planned to flatten their holy lands and thoroughly loot them. "I've called you here for a different matter," said the medical saint, her eyes narrowing slightly as she spoke in a low voice. "Your body refinement has reached sainthood, which is an extremely difficult path. Only the Mixed Heaven Saint and his disciples have gone down this path, but both his disciples later perished." At this, she looked at Li Hao and said, "If you wish to continue refining your body, do you know how you would proceed?" Li Hao's eyes flickered with understanding, as he caught the hint she was giving him. His previous practice of body refinement to the final realm involved absorbing the essence blood of other demons, continuously condensing his own body, as relying solely on body refining skill would mean extremely slow progress after reaching the extreme realm. Now, his body having achieved sainthood, if he wished to progress further, he must continue to temper his body and comprehend the true principles of the flesh. But besides that, One could also continue to use the old method to enhance strength by consuming top-notch heaven and earth treasures, or humanoid grand tonic pills. Li Hao's eyes slightly narrowed as he said to the medical saint, "Understood, thanks for the tip, medical saint." Seeing Li Hao say this, the medical saint smiled and said, "If there's any matter in the future, feel free to seek me out. Compassion is the doctor's duty, and if I can help you, I will do my best." Li Hao nodded, glancing at the medical saint and faintly guessing in his heart that the other party's unrequested help could hardly be solely due to the kindness inherent in being a doctor. Otherwise, there would be countless numbers of suffering and sick individuals across all heavens. In this universe, the three great sacred lands formed a strategic triangle, and most likely the other party did not want to see the mixed heaven saint consume itself, becoming more formidable and ultimately ruling the entire universe completely. Regardless, the medical saint had given him a hint, and Li Hao accepted this kindness. As Li Hao was about to leave, the medical saint said, "If the Buddhist sect in Void Holy Land cause you trouble and you can't handle it, come and find me. Discussing the Tao can harm one's foundations, do not overexert yourself." "All right," Li Hao nodded, thanked the medical saint, and then left the grand hall. The medical saint watched Li Hao's departing figure, with her eyes slightly flickering and whispering, "He really resembles him." Her eyes seemed to reflect a hint of reminiscence, somewhat lost in thought. After leaving the grand hall, Li Hao sought out Elder Feng. Feng Boping indicated with his eyes and transmitted a message, "Is it about the Buddhist sect?" "Yes." Li Hao nodded and didn't mention the issue with the mixed heaven saint to Elder Feng to avoid worrying him. This matter he must resolve himself as it concerned the Supreme Saint. If the adversary truly intends to target him, they would have already made a move, and the fact that they had not implied they were waiting for something. Li Hao speculated that they were probably waiting for him to pass through the heavenly tribulation, and for his physical body Tao to reach perfection. At that time, he would truly be delicious. With 2 days before the Tao discussion conference, more and more people were arriving at the universe. Li Hao and Elder Feng, among others, were temporarily staying at the medical saint land. Apart from them, other Holy Land saints, who had relations with the medical saint land, were also invited here. When they saw Li Hao and Feng Boping, they couldn't help but be surprised, not expecting this recent figure of importance to be here as well. However, as saints, they had seen much in the world. Each achieved their saint status amidst a 60 years turmoil, some even lasting for centuries, so after a brief surprise, they went about their own businesses. Li Hao possessed great combat strength, but the Tao discussion conference was a competition of pure saint path. Actual combat strength is influenced by numerous factors, while the saint path is like the spine, a singular entity. But precisely this spine is the core of a saint. Without the saint path, one is no longer a saint. Similarly, if one could destroy another's saint path, it would be akin to breaking their spine, leaving them unable to stand, no longer a saint. For the outside world, when saints discuss the Tao, those fortunate enough to hear could gain great insights. But for the saints themselves, it is a dangerous contest. It's like exposing the most vulnerable and core part wrapped under heavy armor to collide. If successful, this fragile part becomes more resilient. If failed, it becomes more fragile, and if utterly defeated, it is obliterated. Thus, saints are extremely cautious in discussing the Tao, strategically and carefully, exhibiting only the fringes of their saint path core for demonstration. Even if defeated, the damage is bearable and is not a strike to the vitals, instantly fatal. The next day, Li Hao saw the sword master and alongside him was the sword saint, coming here to discuss the Tao. Apart from them, there was the literary saint and his disciples, including Lin Shuai and his personally taught granddaughter, Li Qingyi. When the literary saint saw Li Hao, he nodded slightly with a smile. Li Qingyi's gaze towards Li Hao was complex, clearly not anticipating that someone with whom she had competed not long ago had now suddenly become a saint. Such a contrast was difficult to adjust to. Li Hao saw Zan Tan and nodded towards her. Zan Tan, embodying the elegant demeanor of an imperial princess, slightly bowed to Li Hao with a reflective look in her eyes. But standing beside a saint, she remained composed and unfettered. As more saints arrived at the universe, a rich aura of Tao enveloped it, making the universe's heaven and earth energy several dozens of times denser than before, and the Taoist charm became evident, greatly facilitating sudden insights. Some lucky princes of the divine dynasty were taken as direct disciples by the presenting saints discussing the Tao. The entire universe was abuzz, with many factions seizing this opportunity to intensively cultivate, and martial arts contests erupted everywhere, hoping to gain the favor of the saints. This Dao discussion conference significantly impacted the combat power enhancement of minor worlds. The location of the Dao discussion was the Heaven and Earth Dojo in the universe. This dojo was situated in the sky above the universe, located at the central region where the three great sacred lands confronted each other, also the center of the universe that harbored the energy veins of the land, enhancing the fate of minor worlds. You all listen from beneath the dojo, how much you comprehend depends on your own perception and fortune, Elder Feng instructed Lin Baichuan and others. Only a semi-saint had the qualification to stand on the Heaven and Earth Dojo, and even then, they could only stand on the outermost edges with no chance to ascend the dojo. Understood. Lin Baichuan and others nodded. Aside from them, Li Hao saw that sword saints' accompaniments like Hao Yu Saint Sun and other stellar talents from the sword ancestor Holy Land were also kept below the dojo. Li Hao glanced at Lin Qingyu, and Lin Qingyu said to Li Hao, "Go ahead, I'll wait here for you." Good. Li Hao nodded, then soared into the sky dome alongside Feng. The sky seemed azure, but in fact, it was enveloped by a barrier. Crossing through it, one found themselves in an enormous Heaven and Earth Dojo. Outside the dojo, many semi-saint figures were revealed, far outnumbering those seen at the Supreme Genius battle. If back then semi-saints were as common as stray dogs, now they truly roamed everywhere. At the edges of the dojo, saints were seen sitting upright. Many saints had arrived early, sitting on their cushions, not concealing their auras, with Tao revolving around them like the center of the universe. Li Hao looked over, and around each saint, Tao wrapped around like galaxies, dazzling and bright. The Li Sky Saint had already arrived, sitting a distance away and casting a glance at Li Hao and Feng. Feng Boping took Li Hao and casually chose a spot to sit down, after which Feng Boping's gaze swept around and soon paused on a spot, whispering, "They're indeed here." Li Hao followed his gaze and saw the figure of Buddha Venerate. Besides him were the twin Buddha child and the green lamp Buddha. The green lamp Buddha's body radiated green light, like a lantern, bathing the area in a translucent green glow. The transformation of the twin Buddha child was extremely noticeable, but his eyes were gloomy. The moment he noticed Li Hao also observed him. It seemed as soon as he arrived here, he was searching for Li Hao's figure. Upon their eyes meeting, a cold sneer and murderous intent flashed through the twin Buddha child's eyes, unhidden. At this point, they were already mortal enemies. Li Hao's gaze was indifferent, not lingering any further before shifting his eyes away. After all, there was no need to harbor any emotions towards a man who was as good as dead. As more saints arrived, standing tall outside the dojo like immense divine Yang suns, just the presence of these numerous saints alone made the many semi-saints sitting on cushions outside, preparing to receive the Tao, feel nervous and solemn. Subsequently, the Supreme Saints also arrived one after another. The Medical Saint, Mixed Heaven Saint, and Dragon Saint were the three chiefs of this Tao debate conference. In addition, the Holy Master of Law, named Saint, Yin Yang Supreme Saint, and other Supreme Saints gradually made their appearances as well. As the Source Ancestor arrived, the scene stirred into a slight commotion. One should know that outside this Heaven and Earth Dojo, even the weakest were semi-saints, not prone to panic like ordinary people. When other Supreme Saints appeared, it simply drew attention, but the appearance of the Source Ancestor, as the first saint between heaven and earth in ancient times, ignited curiosity and a profound respect from the many semi-saints, far surpassing other Supreme Saints. Seeing the Source Ancestor, Li Hao's mind inevitably remembered Ying Xiaoxiao's words. The opponent was from the incense fire divine realm. This time, the Source Ancestor still sat in the central seat, with a clear distinction between the primary and secondary. Whether it was the Holy Master of Law or the named saint, their philosophies emphasized hierarchy as seniority or strength could be revered, but regardless of the standard, the Source Ancestor met both. It was beside him where the three Supreme Saints of the universe were located. Li Hao noticed that there were far more saints gathered outside the grounds than those who had come to the previous Supreme Genius battle, at least 1 to 2 times more. Saints, grasp the Tao of heaven and earth, extract the essence of all things, speak on behalf of heaven and earth, and open a new chapter for all beings. When the time arrived, the Source Ancestor spoke. His words also laid the foundation for the origin of saints' titles. Inside and outside the dojo, all was extremely quiet, everyone listened in silence. This was unlike the constant cheering and clamor during the previous Supreme Genius battle. All saints have their own paths to enlightenment. Who truly embodies the supreme Tao of heaven and earth? This debate has been endless since ancient times. Hence, this Tao debate. The source ancestor, with his usual calm and composed look, scanned over all saints and said, "Now, each of you may step up to the stage and choose your debate opponent." As his words fell, a figure rose. It was the Holy Master of Law. With a composed and indifferent expression, he moved to the dojo and then turned to Dragon Saint, saying, "Dragon Saint, would you mind if we open this session?" The Dragon Saint, like an emperor clad in an imperial robe, exuded utmost majesty. His gaze indifferent, aware that the Holy Master of Law wished to continue their previous debate. Without evasion, he stood up and drifted to the center of the dojo, saying, "Since the Holy Master of Law is still preoccupied with our previous discussion, then I shall accompany you for another round of proofs." The Holy Master of Law radiated a silvery white glow, creating a stark contrast to Dragon Saint's golden light. In a calm manner, he said, "Law is uncompromising and tolerates not the slightest impurity. Dragon Saint, born in the barbaric wilds, lacks in manners and does not understand the law, only believing in the survival of the fittest. I am curious to know if there are any decrees in your dragon ancestor sacred land. Within my dragon ancestor sacred land, one speaks through their strength and cultivation, the weak heed the commands of the strong. This is not law, this is Tao." Dragon Saint retorted coldly. As he spoke, the saint path behind him shone, his words imbued with the power of the saint path. Outside, many semi-saints were somewhat surprised, not expecting two supreme saints to begin debating right away. The commotion seemed a bit too grand. Li Hao watched as the two had started their debate, clashing in Tao thoughts with every spoken word, each revealing their respective saint paths. Should one lose, their saint path would suffer damage. If victorious, the improvement would be extremely significant, surpassing a millennium of contemplation and arduous cultivation. Moreover, all saints were extremely confident in their own saint paths. The premise of forging a saint path was the belief that their own saint path was the first under all heavens, the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Only then could it be condensed and manifested. If one doubted oneself, considered one's saint path as a minor Tao, not the truth, then even with incense fire, it would be difficult to forge a saint path. Law is Tao. Without law, nothing can stand. Without law, order would be upturned. Without law, disasters would be rampant, and slaughter would ensue. Without law, all heavens would be filled with the tragedy of living beings. The Holy Master of Law's expression grew stern, and his saint path, like a silvery white pillar, shone brightly as he spoke, pressing close to Dragon Saint, revealing the law of families, equality, within the holy Tao laws. Yet the saint path of the Dragon Saint burst forth with golden light, and he declared loudly, "Before you were born, heaven and earth were free, and the law was nothing but a shackle imposed upon them." His saint path, like a coiling little golden dragon, confronted the saint path of the Holy Master of Law. Without law, there would be barbaric wilds, chaos among all heavens, and endless cycles of reincarnation. Said the Holy Master of Law. What difference does it make now, other than hiding the blatant slaughter right before our eyes in the shadows? If the law is a rope, then someone must be pulling it. You establish the law, and your human race scrambles to claim kingship and emperorship, just to grasp the ropes of law, to drive and enslave the world. Such laws only serve to cater to imperial power, which then nourishes you with incense fire in return. Retorted the Dragon Saint angrily. The emperor commits the same crimes as the commoners. What you speak of is human greed, not a calamity of the legalists. Responded the Holy Master of Law. Without strength, how can there be law, and without power, how can there be a path? Said the Dragon Saint, his voice resonating through the cosmos, his saint path brilliant, causing many semi-saints to feel as if their ears might burst from the sound. Li Hao listened quietly, never expecting the debate of saints to be so intense. Their saint paths constantly collided, the weaker one would be defeated and take damage. Moreover, this was merely their probing, it wasn't the core debate. Otherwise, if the core were to be damaged, it would greatly injure their vitality and they might even lose their strength as saints. As the two supreme saints debated, many semi-saints were influenced, their minds swayed, while many saints also gained some insights. Li Hao's eyes flickered. He gained nothing, but instead felt that the saint paths of these two supreme saints seemed too narrow. The conference was about debating the Tao, and in Li Hao's view, the Tao of these two supreme saints was just a part of the universe and also just a part of the Tao. After a long while, the debate between the Holy Master of Law and the Dragon Saint came to an end, with neither side victorious. Their saint paths clashed and both were somewhat worn, yet also seemed to have made progress, repairing a minor flaw within their own saint path. As they left the debating arena, other saints swiftly took their place on stage. Li Hao noticed that from both the Buddha realm and the Void Holy Land, there were always eyes watching him. Besides these two holy lands, there were also some saints looking at him with a chill in their eyes. After the second round of the saints' debate ended, a saint stepped onto the arena and immediately turned to look at Li Hao, saying, "The Imperial Tao Holy Land wishes to debate a point or two with Haoshan Venerate." The other party was exuding a noble aura, looking extremely resplendent with 9 barbaric dragons coiling around him, appearing quite extraordinary. Li Hao had heard that this was one of the holy lands in the central 9 realms. It was said that most of the disciples who left there established divine dynasties and imperial powers in the world. The origin of their Tao thoughts was imperial power, and the essence of imperial power was not the centralization of authority, but the centralization of resources. Centralizing resources, to be distributed by one person, that person is the emperor. Such was the philosophy of the Imperial Tao Holy Land. Therefore, they once advocated for the Source Ancestor to take control of all heavens single-handedly, but before all heavens could agree or not, the proposal was promptly rejected by the Source Ancestor himself. This Emperor Tianji is an old friend of Buddha Venerate, Feng Boping suddenly communicated to Li Hao. Li Hao's eyes were slightly cold, and he replied indifferently, "Imperial Tao, such a petty path, is not worth debating." Hearing his words, Emperor Tianji on the debating arena was momentarily stunned, then a cold light appeared in his eyes, saying, "You came to the conference to debate, but you do not dare to climb onto the arena to prove your point. What is this if not disrupting the rules?" Li Hao sneered, then said, "I enjoy fishing." His remark was so abrupt that everyone turned to look at him, not understanding what he meant. Feng Boping, Lai Sky Saint, Sword Master, and others were also startled, looking at Li Hao with confusion. Li Hao continued, "The saints here may not be fond of it, but surely they understand this skill. Generally speaking, if you want to catch a big fish, you cast your line into the deep water, avoiding the small fish in the shallows that nibble at the bait. An experienced angler can distinguish between big and small fish by the movement of the float. If a small fish touches the line, pulling the hook then would be a wasted effort, and it might even scare away the big fish." He spoke slowly to this point, and seeing the increasingly cold expressions on their faces, he said indifferently, "Willing to debate the Tao with me? Fine, but you are not enough." He stood up, glanced over the audience, especially sweeping over the saints who had looked at him repeatedly before, and said, "Those who wish to debate the Tao with me, Haoshan, may come up together, I will challenge you all at once." At this point, he also looked towards the Buddha Venerate and Void Holy Land, saying, "Additionally, Buddha Venerate and Void Holy Land, you must also be impatient to start, I presume. I want to debate the Tao with you, do you dare to accept?" Hearing Li Hao's words, all the saints present were stunned, looking at this new saint with amazement. Has he gone mad? Such a statement, it was simply insane. They knew Li Hao was powerful in combat, but the saint path and combat strength are two different things. Some extreme one disaster saints had already achieved perfection in their saint path, comparable even to a 3 calamities saint, but their combat strength was still far behind. Whereas Li Hao's combat strength was overwhelming, but his saint path was weak. Emperor Tianji was a 3 calamities saint, having endured the heavenly tribulation, his saint path had been refined long ago. Li Hao would already be in danger if he debated the Tao alone, let alone challenging others at the same time. This act of risk-taking, in everyone's eyes, was simply suicidal. Haoshan. Feng Boping couldn't help but change color upon hearing Li Hao's words. Even though he saw earlier that Li Hao had made a breakthrough in his saint path, such a move wouldn't even be dared by a supreme saint. Since Li Hao had become a saint, he no longer called him Hao, treating Li Hao as an equal. Lai Sky Saint and Sword Master were somewhat stunned, then their expressions changed abruptly, watching Li Hao intently, sending messages through their thoughts. Li Hao, upon hearing their anxious inquiries, simply sent them a reassuring look, and then turned his gaze towards the Buddha Venerate. On the faces of Buddha Venerate and the twin Buddha childs, there was some astonishment. They evidently did not expect such good fortune, that Li Hao would take the initiative to challenge them, and many at once. However, Li Hao's confident actions also made them suspicious. Where did this confidence come from? Could it be he will ask a supreme saint for help? As Li Hao finished speaking, Source Ancestor and the Holy Master of Law, Mixed Heaven Saint, and others who had just finished debating were also dumbfounded. They did not understand where Li Hao got his confidence from. The expression of Mixed Heaven Saint immediately darkened. If Li Hao were to die here and his saint path were destroyed, then this great treasure would be wasted. Absolute nonsense. The Mixed Heaven Saint rebuked furiously. You've just become a saint, yet you run rampant like this. Do you really think saints are immortal? If you're seeking death, I'll personally grant it to you. As he spoke, an immense authority emanated from his entire being, and the firmament above the Taoist arena roiled like splashes of ink, as if pierced by his sharp words. However, the holy master of law by his side subtly stirred his eyes, stealing a glance at him but made no comment, unusually refraining from evaluating Li Hao. While he disliked Li Hao, and Li Hao's actions were arrogant, they didn't break any precepts or laws. Besides, Li Hao's grievances with the Buddhist sect and the Void Saint were well known, settling scores in the Taoist arena was reasonable. Moreover, he wanted to see where Li Hao's confidence stemmed from. Could it be bestowed by the source ancestor? If that was the case, many things would become more interesting. He looked over at the source ancestor, but seeing the surprise in the latter's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise himself. Perhaps he was overthinking. Hao-shen, have you thought this through? At this moment, the medical saint also spoke up, her voice soft and gentle, flowing like a sweet spring. Though questioning Li Hao, she used her words to display the aura of the saint path, effortlessly shielding against the Mixed Heaven Saint's imposing aura, preventing it from affecting Li Hao. Li Hao glanced at the Mixed Heaven Saint, their gazes clashing with fury in their eyes, yet Li Hao concealed his killing intent deep within. He was well aware that beneath the other's seemingly angry eyes lay a similar murderous intent. Both concealed it, revealing nothing, but Li Hao knew that a battle with Mixed Heaven was inevitable, just not now. Even if I wanted to step back, I'm afraid some would not wish for me to do so. If the Mixed Heaven Saint can make them all refrain from challenging me, then I will retract my words. Li Hao sneered inwardly. The other side was pretending to protect him, so let the Buddha venerate and the others worry a while longer. Hearing Li Hao's words, the Mixed Heaven Saint's expression relaxed slightly, then he turned his gaze toward the Buddha venerate, the Void Saint, and others. When the Buddha venerate and the Void Saint didn't expect Li Hao to actually back down, they were immediately puzzled. Could it be that Li Hao's move was a feint to gain a retreat? With the protection of the Supreme Saint, if they failed to challenge Li Hao at the Taoist Congress, they would lose the chance to kill him forever. Mixed Heaven Supreme Saint, this child has insulted our Buddhist sect, I must verify the Tao with him. Without waiting for the Mixed Heaven Saint to speak, the Buddha venerate spoke first, clearly stating his position. Although the other party was a Supreme Saint, he could not dominate everything here since other Supreme Saints were also present. You, as a Three Calamities Saint, to seek a Taoist discourse with a new saint is a bit too much of a bully, is it not? Hearing the Buddha venerate's words, the Mixed Heaven Saint's face grew cold, and he couldn't help but speak out. While protecting Li Hao, his heart was filled with rage towards Li Hao. This troublemaker now required his intervention to clean up the mess. Although Hao-shen venerate is a new saint, he may not necessarily hold any respect for his seniors. The Buddha venerate spoke calmly, deliberately inciting more enmity for Li Hao, hoping to stir discontent among all saints. But the other Three Calamities Saints gave him a glance, their brows slightly furrowed with displeasure. They were not fools. The grudge between the Buddhist sect and Li Hao was known to all. It was specifically them that Hao-shen opposed, and now an attempt to drag them into the conflict seemed rather excessive. Indeed, he's so rampant and condescending to all heavens, if we don't warn him today, I fear no one will be able to restrain him in the future. The Void Saint also spoke up. Enraged, the Mixed Heaven Saint said, even if it's just a Taoist discourse, you should send only one to face him. Why must all of you step forward? Could it be you're using this opportunity to bully someone who is a new saint, intending to destroy his path of the saint? He made explicit the intentions of the Buddhist sect and the Void Holy Land, but the Buddha venerate and the Void Saint's expressions remained calm, unchanging. Since Hao-shen venerate has come here, he must be prepared for the Taoist discourse. If so, let us discuss the Tao with mutual consent. Mixed Heaven Saint, perhaps you need not intervene then. The green lamp Buddha slowly began, his gaze piercingly fixed on the Mixed Heaven Saint. The Mixed Heaven Saint's expression was gloomy. Indeed, that was correct. Li Hao came here clearly prepared, but the Mixed Heaven Saint had not expected that Li Hao's method of coping would be so rash. It was like courting death. Could it be that someone had leaked the information, and the other party knew he would protect him? The mixed heaven saint glanced at the medical saint, only to see that she was just focusing on the situation, her expression inscrutable, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. HMPH, if so, then suit yourselves. The mixed heaven saint suddenly relented, speaking coldly. Seeing his abrupt withdrawal, the green lamp Buddha and the Buddha venerate exchanged glances, both inwardly relieved, but immediately they turned their attention to the other supreme saints, worrying about potential complications. But the other supreme saints just watched Li Hao intently, remaining silent. The medical saint looked at the mixed heaven saint, their eyes met, and she saw a cold sneer on his face. She couldn't help frowning slightly, then turned to look at Li Hao, who remained unfazed by the mixed heaven saint's backing off, and instead remained composed and relaxed. She knitted her brows slightly, pondered for a moment, but chose not to speak. Everyone, this is a discourse between him and him. At this moment, Emperor Tianji from above the Taoist arena finally spoke up. His complexion was extremely ugly. While everyone argued, they seemed to have neglected him, the main character. He was the one challenging Li Hao to the Taoist discourse, but it seemed the others had taken for granted that he would lose to Li Hao. How could this be possible? The Buddha venerate's face changed slightly as he looked towards his old friend. He could tell that the other was truly angered. At the same time, a voice resonated in his mind. I don't want that thing anymore, don't come up. I must kill him in our discourse, I will kill him. Emperor Tianji, who cultivated the emperor's way and had always been treated like the center of a constellation since childhood, had never suffered such humiliation, never been given such disregard. Emperor Tianji brother. Buddha venerate's face showed some difficulty. This was a golden opportunity to kill Li Hao. Could it be that you think I am inferior to him? Emperor Tianji was infuriated, and as he transmitted his thoughts, he glared angrily at Buddha venerate. Buddha venerate felt somewhat bitter. He did not believe that the other party would lose, but Li Hao was too tricky and overly confident in himself. He did not want to risk any mistake, not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. All must be nipped in the bud. Come up. Emperor Tianji glared at Buddha venerate and then fiercely commanded Li Hao. As he spoke, his words carried the absolute authority of an emperor, invoking an instinctive desire to obey in others. However, Li Hao merely looked at him indifferently and said coldly, I have said, your Saint Tao is but a minor path, you alone are not enough. Do you want me to take action myself and capture you? Emperor Tianji's face was icy, his eyes unabashedly filled with murderous intent. Li Hao saw Holy Master of Law's lips move slightly, clearly about to speak, and couldn't help shaking his head. This Holy Master of Law really liked to meddle in others' affairs. He couldn't be bothered to argue further and leapt onto the Taoist stage. Seeing that Li Hao finally stepped onto the Taoist stage, Emperor Tianji's eyes blazed with killing intent, and he immediately released his Saint Tao power, angrily proclaiming. Mountains, rivers, sun, and moon all coalesce from specks of dust. Emperors harness the power of heaven and earth. The Emperor's path is the heavenly Tao, encompassing sun, moon, and the earth. While speaking, his Saint Tao stood tall behind him like a dragon's spine, pressing down over Li Hao. Li Hao's hair flew wildly, but his expression was as if caressed by a light breeze, without the slightest change. With his hands behind his back, he said lightly. When dust settles into mountains, it ceases to be mere dust. Emperors gather all things, causing all things to lose their very nature, consolidating everything into one leads to defeat. The aggregation of all things inevitably leads to strife, each struggles to become the mainstay. Where there is strife, there is defeat. To follow such a path, one shall encounter a tribulation of defeat and ultimately fall in utter disgrace. While he spoke, he directly dissected the core of the opponent's emperor path of the act of striving that underpins the accumulation of emperor path. Seeing the core of his own Saint Tao so blatantly unveiled by Li Hao, Emperor Tianji's angry countenance sobered up greatly, revealing a look of shock as he stared at the youth. This youth was not as he imagined, not merely arrogant and strong but otherwise worthless. The master only in abstaining from striving, hence under heaven none can compete with him. Li Hao slowly spoke, his Saint Tao aura revealing itself. The light emanating from his Saint Tao alone was like a dazzling silver sword that abruptly severed Emperor Tianji's Saint Tao. In an instant, that dragon spine-like Saint Tao was severed in two, its core shattered. And before his eyes, a vast amount of poetry and book experience emerged, quickly enhancing his poetry and books Tao. Emperor Tianji grunted, blood spurting from his mouth, as he stumbled backwards, gazing at Li Hao in shock and fear. His eyes betrayed his terror and disbelief. The master only in abstaining from striving, hence under heaven none can compete with him. Upon these words, the emperor path was ruined. In the sky, the thunderous sound of Tao origin rumbled like evening drums and morning bells, awakening everyone as though by spring thunder, each feeling a chill, their skin crawling. This single statement provoked such a reverberation of the Tao origin, demonstrating that it had touched upon the very essence of the Tao. Not striving thus not defeated, undefeated thus invincible. Not striving, is the essence of striving. Source ancestor murmured to himself, his gaze wavering slightly as he looked back at the youth, a grave expression surfacing in his eyes. Such words went straight to the Tao origin, rendering even his spirit somewhat unsteady. Fortunately, he had cultivated for many years and amassed the origins of myriad things. He had already touched upon this but had not articulated the origin of such a path as succinctly as Li Hao had. Not striving, how can one become an emperor? Emperor Tianji spat out blood, his Saint Tao faded, his eyes revealed terror, but he clenched his teeth, wanting to question Li Hao. His Saint Tao was also merging, trying to coalesce once again. However, Li Hao showed no sympathy. The sword formed by his Saint Tao aura once again slashed out violently. The newly gathered Saint Tao of the other party was once more severed, its aura drastically weakened in an instant. The Saint Tao that had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation was now effortlessly shattered by Li Hao's Saint Tao. Mountains do not compete with the dust. When dust accumulates into mountains, it is not a competition. The sea does not refuse to be filled. The great sea gathering all rivers does not vie for them, they naturally flow and merge into it. The direction of the people's hearts is the true emperor. With each word precise and piercing, accompanied by his Saint Tao aura, Li Hao completely severed Emperor Tianji's Saint Tao, destroying its origin. Mountains do not compete with the dust. Emperor Tianji was stupefied as his mind thundered and roared. He struggled to retain his Saint Tao, but his Saint heart had already been shattered. Li Hao's words, like a steel blade, pierced into his heart, overturning all his thoughts. When the Saint heart is shattered, it means that in the depths of his heart, he acknowledges Li Hao's words as the truth. Emperor Tianji's mouth opened, only to spew out another mouthful of blood. A multitude of Tao essences burst out from his body, scattering into heaven and earth. His long hair rapidly aged and withered, transforming from a majestic middle-aged emperor and saint into a dim, gray-haired old man in the blink of an eye. His magic robe seemed to lose all its color too. Emperor Tianji. Buddha Venerate's expression changed dramatically, looking at this scene in shock and anger. Li Hao had actually shattered Emperor Tianji's Saint Tao with but a single phrase. And Li Hao's own Saint Tao had yet to reveal itself, merely the aura was already so terrifying. Green Lamp Buddha frowned, fixing his gaze on Li Hao with a somewhat somber look. Mixed Heaven Saint, upon witnessing this, sighed in relief, despite being shocked. No wonder this youngster dared to challenge so many, his Saint Tao had actually grown to such an extent. A flicker of killing intent briefly crossed his eyes. Having only passed through the human tribulation, he was already this formidable as should he wait out the heavenly tribulation, he'd likely be even more impressive. However, he faintly felt that when it came to that point, he might not be able to control Li Hao, so it would be better to nip the problem in the bud. With that thought, his gaze gradually became contemplative. How did you comprehend such grand Tao? At this moment, on the stage of Tao, Emperor Tianji, resembling a withered old man, said to Li Hao in despair. He had fallen from Saint Realm, his Saint path destroyed, and the Tao inside him had left him, his cultivation had plummeted, and he was no longer to be considered a saint. Therefore, within Li Hao's Saint path, he saw light, he saw a path, even fostering the thought to pursue it. This is the terror of debating the Tao. Once one's Saint Tao origin is broken, they could potentially be enslaved by another, becoming a disciple or a follower. Heaven and earth are my teachers, everything has already been imparted to us, it's just that you failed to see it. Li Hao said calmly. Emperor Tianji's eyes grew desolate, he said nothing, turned, and stepped down from the stage like a forlorn old man. Buddha Venerate glanced at him. Now that his saint path was broken, it was impossible for him to become a saint again, unless he cultivated another saint path. The imperial path was beyond his reach now. And to cultivate another saint path meant starting a new journey. On this new path, his cultivation would not be much different from others, except maybe with slightly superior talents. Withdrawing his gaze without looking further, Buddha Venerate then fixed his eyes on Li Hao, a hint of wariness and murderous intent flashing in his pupils. Are we going to take action? Buddha Venerate asked through a transmitted message. Green Lamp Buddha stared intently at Li Hao for a long while before responding in a low voice. His saint path just happens to counter Emperor Tianji's, it crushed his saint path without contention. His saint path does not stand in opposition to ours, and as for the Buddha sect, which does not contend with the world, in a Tao debate on this path, he will surely be defeated. Upon hearing his words, Buddha Venerate recovered his senses and nodded immediately. He had been frightened by Li Hao a moment ago, but on further thought, it was indeed so. After all, it had only been half a year since he became a saint. How could his saint path be so immensely terrifying that merely revealing it would destroy the saint path of the three calamities saint? Not even supreme saints could do such a thing. On another side, Void Ancestor of the Void Holy Land shared a look with Green Lamp Buddha. Then standing up, Green Lamp Buddha declared, "This poor monk intends to debate the Tao with Haoshan Venerate to discuss this notion of non-contention." Li Hao sneered. The other party was evidently unable to stay put any longer. However, he was aware that the situation had already become somewhat risky, having stirred up the hornet's nest, and now it was time to pull in the net. "Just you. What about the others? They can also come on stage together. In non-contention, I am invincible," Li Hao declared. Seeing Li Hao's arrogant demeanor, Buddha Venerate sneered, thinking he wanted to deter them using the momentum of his previous victory. How laughable. "If that's so, we shall accommodate your wishes," Buddha Venerate said with a compassionate face. It seemed as if ascending the stage was to fulfill Li Hao's desire. Li Hao sneered, paying no further heed to Buddha Venerate's pretense. The defects in the world existed, the part they practiced was lacking, and it was completely understandable why it was so fragile. Aside from Buddha Venerate, other saints on the cushions were suddenly standing up. If Haoshan Venerate so despises us, this senior will ascend to heaven and debate the Tao. I practice the war path, and I also wish to delve into how this non-contention achieves invincibility with Haoshan Venerate. As for my spear Tao, spear being the king of all weapons, to be born a king is to follow the royal path, which in itself is non-contention. I shall also meet Haoshan Venerate's non-contention Tao. As certain saints stood up, others watched attentively, recognizing these saints as those friendly with the Buddha sect in the Void Holy Land. They had not expected that to kill this new saint, such considerable efforts would be made. Feng Boping's face changed, agitated and angry, as he took a step forward. But Li Hao sent him a message. "Feng, no need to worry, whoever comes today must die." Hearing his chilling words, Feng Boping was about to speak, but the words suddenly caught in his throat as he looked at Li Hao in astonishment. Li Hao had already averted his gaze, merely watching these saints with a cold look as they took to the stage. Buddha Venerate and twin Buddha children had ascended the stage, and finally, Green Lamp Buddha and Void Ancestor took to the stage last, with indifferent expressions. At this moment, including the Buddha sect and the Void Holy Land, there were a total of 13 saints in the Tao arena. Plus Li Hao, that made 14. Such an assembly made many of the observing saints outside gravely attentive. Their eyes frequently glanced towards the few supreme saints, but it seemed like they had no intention to make a move. Meanwhile, the many semi-saints outside the arena were struck dumb with awe. Among them, some elder semi-saints who had attended several saint debates never imagined this session would be so intense. Non-contention. Outside the arena, Emperor Tianji, who had walked out, watched this scene, and beyond the sadness in his eyes, there emerged a glint of madness. He stared intensely at Li Hao, curious to see how the Tao of non-contention could triumph over the Buddha sect and many other saints. It was well known that the Taos of other saints were not suppressed by non-contention. Since the advent of Tao debates, this is the first time all saints have gathered to debate against one person. This is somewhat unjust to Haoshan. If Haoshan's saint path is destroyed, none of you should press your advantage excessively. At this moment, Source Ancestor spoke up as well, his tone cold and stern. He rarely showed seriousness, and Buddha Venerate, Void Saint, and others all nodded, but inside, they heaved a sigh of relief. According to Source Ancestor's words, he was not going to intervene. Moreover, he seemed to imply that Li Hao's saint path would be broken by them, demoting him back to the half-saint realm. They understood the implication of Source Ancestor's statement. Breaking down Haoshan's saint path would suffice, his life was to be spared. As for why spare his life, all saints had an inkling. After all, in 2.5 years, it would be time for the ancient hall to open. By then, they would need this monster who controlled the 6th extreme realm to act as their key, to explore the path of immortal divine. And by that time, if he was no longer a saint, he would be even easier to manipulate, lacking even the capital to negotiate. When the time comes and they have used Li Hao to his fullest, dispensing with him would become an unobstructed matter. Rest assured, I will spare your dog's life. I won't kill you. The voice of the twin Buddha child echoed in Li Hao's mind as he looked coldly at Li Hao. Li Hao just glanced at him, eyes full of disdain. Have you fallen into demonhood, even losing your original intention? What right do you have to stand before me? As he spoke, he exuded strong confidence and a sense of superiority from above. This momentum caused a slight change in the twin Buddha child's expression, who then glared at him angrily. It's all because of you that I am ruined. You ruined yourself. Li Hao snorted coldly, too lazy to pay him any further attention. His gaze swept across the scene. 13 saints surrounded him, all radiating the vigorous aura of the saint path, all of them 3 calamities saints. Clearly, Li Hao's single remark had burst Emperor Tianji's saint path bubble, making other 3 calamities saints who had not completed their tribulations hesitant to take the stage. Despite Li Hao being alone, no one knew if he would fight back in a final stand, picking a soft target to cushion his fall. So be it, let the debate begin. The source ancestor did not say more, only giving Li Hao a deep look, his eyes filled with regret. The mixed heaven saint glanced at him, not expecting that the source ancestor would really not take action. He frowned slightly, not pleased with the situation. Although Li Hao's life could be spared, the effect of the meat pill was now nullified, unless he was taken under discipleship and cultivated again. However, whether he could walk that path once more was still uncertain. As the source ancestor finished speaking, the Buddha venerates and others surrounding Li Hao immediately revealed their presence, each radiating their unique saint path aura. Like 13 pillars of light piercing the sky, with so many saint paths manifesting, the arena gathered countless Tao origin auras, and the clouds surged. All things engage in battle, from the womb one fights, the spear Tao is the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, fighting to the pinnacle. The war saint was tall and stout, with glints of knife and sword shadow flickering within his Taoist scripture, numerous weapon lights intersecting. He was the war saint. All things in the world are his weapons, all can fight for him. He has cultivated many secret techniques and can grasp them quickly. Among all saints, he is one of the few who has mastered the most cultivation methods and possesses the most diverse skills. His saint path transformed into a massive holy axe, slashing fiercely towards Li Hao. But Li Hao simply looked up at the descending holy axe, and from the saint path behind him surged a sword shadow that instantly deflected it. The war saint's expression changed slightly, not expecting that Li Hao's saint path could actually restrain his own spear Tao. All saints comprehend the saint path. There are the spear Tao, Buddha's path, void Tao, spear Tao. Li Hao stood in the center of the arena, surveying the all saints around him. His piercing eyes gradually burst forth with intense light. Then I ask you all, what is Tao? His voice suddenly rang out loud, like thunder exploding, vibrating throughout the arena. The Buddha venerate and other saints all wore slightly changed expressions, then their consciousnesses trembled. What is Tao? Before they could gather their thoughts, Li Hao's saint path slowly extended outward, which astonishingly appeared as a brilliant silver light, like an unparalleled Taoist scripture, but was obscured by the excessively bright light, making it unclear. But as that saint path was revealed, even the supreme saints outside the arena opened their eyes slightly wider in surprise. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Li Hao's words resonated like thunderous bells. Those words were not a question directed at the saints, but a challenge. At this moment, he answered for the saints, giving an answer to all heavens. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. As Li Hao's words sounded, the Ming sect venerable sage's complexion subtly changed, feeling his Saint Tao origin being pulled, experiencing a throbbing sensation. That which reverses is the movement of the Tao. With Li Hao's third statement falling, the sky seemed to reveal an utmost Tao origin aura. It was as though the Tao origin had unmasked its veil, displaying itself to the world. Apart from those such as the Buddha venerate and the green lamp Buddha in the arena, the all-heaven saints outside were also moved, involuntarily looking towards the heavens. The heaven and earth dojo lies above the dome of the sky, and above this dojo, there is the misty radiance of the Tao in the swirling clouds. At this moment, within the clouds, a vague yet supremely exalted aura is gathering, as if some majestic entity is about to descend upon this place. The aura of the heavenly Tao has revealed itself. The holy master of law gazes at the firmament, and even his rigid and solemn face cannot help but reveal a hint of shock at this moment. All the supreme saints are showing a look of surprise in their eyes. To pass the three calamities and to cultivate into a supreme saint, one must borrow strength from the heavenly Tao and comprehend it. The premise of borrowing strength is that one can glimpse it, can touch it. They have all touched the heavenly Tao, but it was with great difficulty. However, now, the aura of the heavenly Tao is actively revealing itself to Li Hao, as if attracted by his saint path. The gaze of all saints is now focused on the youth standing in the arena. At this moment, thousands of radiant lights surround him, the Tao intertwines around him, and the sound of thunder rumbles, while in the void there seems to be the chant of a guardian dragon spirit of the Tao. Such complicated and rare phenomena, when set against this youth, make it seem as if he is the master of heaven and earth, the ancestor of all Tao. The source ancestor's eyes reveal an unprecedented seriousness, staring at Li Hao. The gaze of the mixed heaven saint shifts away from the firmament, a flash of gloom briefly crossing his face. This person's saint path has already surpassed that of the three calamities saint, yet he has only passed through the human tribulation. The saint path can actually align perfectly with the heavenly Tao. The mixed heaven saint stares at Li Hao, his eyes flickering uncertainly. At this time, upon the heaven and earth dojo, the saint path behind Li Hao slowly unfolds. His saint path, like a book of the Tao, merges the teachings into his own saint path. Other saint path, such as the spear saints, merges their own spear intent into the saint path, making the saint path like a long spear penetrating heaven and earth. The war saint's saint path is a massive holy axe, like an axe that cleaved open the heavens, containing endless might. The Buddha's saint path, on the other hand, is a golden Buddha radiating a compassionate aura that promises salvation to all. And the void saint's saint path is a gray and hazy void rift, like the ancient chaos. Amid the multitude of saint paths, the brilliance of Li Hao's saint path outshines them all. As the book slowly flips open a page, the thunder between heaven and earth suddenly sounds several times louder. There exists an entity in a state of primordial unity, born before heaven and earth. Silent and vast, standing alone and unchanging, traveling endlessly without fatigue, it can be the mother of all under heaven. I do not know its name, thus it is called the Tao, acting strongly to name it, it is called great. Great is to depart is to be distant, and to be distant is to return. Therefore, the Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and humanity is also great. Within the domain there are four greatnesses, and humanity resides as one amongst them. Humans follow the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows its own nature. With Li Hao's soft chanting, dragons roar and thunder boils in the heavens and earth. The clouds above the dome seem to steam into a thunder pond cloud sea, emitting roars that shake all heavens. This sight and sound leave all saints in awe, causing the sea of consciousness of the many semi-saints outside the dojo to resonate thunderously. It seems as though they are listening to a supreme saint's teachings and catching a glimpse of the Tao origin. Upon the dojo, figures like Buddha Venerate, Green Lamp Buddha, Void Saint, and others, all have a cold murderous intent in their eyes, which at this moment turn into astonishment. The exploding thunder makes them feel somewhat dazed and even frightened. On this heaven and earth dojo, Li Hao raises the eternal question, what is Tao? Then, with each word resounding like a pearl, he provides an answer, defining for the first time to all heavens, what constitutes the great Tao. All saints practice cultivation, humans ponder the Tao, and all have their arguments. Like Spear Saint believes the Spear Tao is the upright Tao of heaven and earth, inherently royal since its birth. War Saint, on the other hand, claims that all things have been competing from the moment of birth, battling within the womb to break free from the cycle of reincarnation and to be born into the world, thus War Tao is the foundational face of all things. Void Saint, glimpsing even deeper, believes that at the dawn of heaven and earth, there were no small worlds, everything was chaos, all was void. Hence, he is convinced that the void is the Tao. But at this moment, within Li Hao's discourse on the Tao, they only feel their sea of consciousness thundering and their saint path splitting. What is the true great Tao? Born before heaven and earth. Just this one line is enough to cause cracks in their saint paths. This description of the Tao is too precise and grandiose. The Tao is born before heaven and earth, that is the true great Tao, which is the heavenly Tao. Formless and silent, soundless and inactive, which is why mortals cannot touch it. The origin is not the Tao itself is the origin, or rather, there is no origin, for the Tao has eternally existed here. Apart from all heaven's saints, the most astonished are the supreme saints. Li Hao's discussion of the Tao is shaking their saint paths. The Source ancestor's gaze wavers, his saint path is being influenced, showing signs of decay. He immediately stops his thoughts and severs his inspiration, not to listen to Li Hao's discourse on the Tao any longer. Otherwise, he feels that his saint path will decline, or even worse, begin to crack. Because Li Hao's discourse is negating the ways of all heaven's saints, or rather, suppressing them. All saints seek to comprehend the origin of the great Tao, but according to Li Hao's discourse, the cultivation of all saints is erroneous, not the great Tao, just lesser Taos. If they truly realize this, their cultivation will decline, or even their saint paths will shatter, no longer making them saints. This is not good, I cannot listen anymore. Merely the reveal of the saint path's aura is making my saint path feel like it's declining, as if submitting. His saint path seems like the heavenly Tao. Outside the dojo, all heaven's saints are shocked. The aura emanating from Li Hao's saint path, even across the dojo, is affecting them. This is too exaggerated, not even a supreme saint's discourse would have such a frightening influence. Feng Boping is dumbstruck. He knew Li Hao's saint path had advanced, but he had not anticipated it reaching to this extent, pointing directly to the Tao origin. All saints contemplated and cultivated what was personally defined by Li Hao. At this moment, he seemed to be the ancestor of all Tao, informing the world of what the true great Tao really is. No wonder Li Hao didn't let him participate. Had he joined the fray to assist, even if Li Hao wouldn't strike at him, he would still be influenced, and his saint Tao affected. At this moment, many saints outside the Taoist dojo are severing their inspiration, concealing their saint Tao, not daring to display it in front of Li Hao's saint Tao, otherwise it would collapse. In the Taoist dojo, the 13 saints that previously surrounded Li Hao now seemed to be placed in a sea of fire. Their saint Tao's light was all dimmed, and then their saint Tao started to fracture. Impossible. War Saint's eyes showed terror. His war Tao traced to the end of life, yet it was not the great Tao. The statement that they were born before even the sky and the earth thundered deafeningly, making his head buzz. His war Tao only touched on the cycle of life, while the opposition reached back to the origin of the cosmos. With a bang, the war Tao shattered. The Saint Tao, like a holy axe, exploded in the void. War Saint spat out blood, his gaze vacant, staring dumbfounded at Li Hao as the breath of his entire body rapidly dissipated, withering away. Countless strands of Tao power leaked from his body, attracted by his Saint Tao, but now with the Saint Tao fracturing, the Tao too would leave him. Bang! Aside from War Saint, Spear Saint, who was next to him, also experienced a break in his Saint Tao. His divine Spear Saint Tao, which penetrated the heavens and the earth, burst open, shattering inch by inch. Compared to the heavenly Tao born before even the sky and the earth, the Spear Tao is insignificant. He covered his ears, wrapping his own aura around himself to isolate from it, but it was already too late. Li Hao's Saint Tao luminance had already enveloped the entire Taoist dojo. The sound of Tao-like thunder plunged directly into their hearts. Their Saint Tao's demise was fundamentally because they were shaken deep inside, recognizing Li Hao's Saint Tao. This was something uncontrollable. The innermost self cannot deceive oneself. Impossible. Buddha venerate's complexion turned pale. Behind him, his Saint Tao's golden body Buddha started to fracture under the illumination of Saint Tao light reminiscent of Li Hao's Taoist scripture. Then the golden body shattered and the Saint Tao descended into annihilation. Apart from him, the Saint Tao of the green lamp Buddha, like a green lamp whose essence has always prevailed. In a millennium of dark chambers, a single lamp brings light, and his green lamp did exactly that, shining in the pitch-black extremities. But at this moment, the green lamp's light dimmed, before the great Tao, its flame like a flicker, disappearing with just a breath. Quick! Run for your life! Void Saint looked at the young man in terror, no longer caring about debating Tao, turning to flee. But his Saint Tao was dissolving. That gray, chaos-like Saint Tao now seemed to be pierced by a sharp sword, producing a thunderous bright light. That bright light, like a Tao born from chaos, completely tore his Saint Tao apart. With a spurt, Void Saint's Saint Tao ruptured. His Saint Tao had withstood the heavenly tribulation and reached perfection, but under Li Hao's oppressive Tao, it still crumbled like thin paper. Without Saint Tao, you won't escape this time. Li Hao watched as Void Saint, who got up and fled while spilling blood towards the exterior of the Taoist dojo. Tao power dissipated from the opponent's body, quickly waning. He intended to escape upon falling below the Saint realm, but Li Hao would not miss this chance. With a bang, he raised his hand, and electric light spawned in the void. A sword light suddenly shot forth. Void Saint turned his head in terror. Now that his Saint Tao had collapsed, the high and mighty demeanor of a saint also dissipated, rendering him as mundane as a mortal, possessing joy, anger, sorrow, and fear including terror. Don't kill me. Void Saint actually cried out in terror, intending to beg Li Hao for mercy. This turn of events, witnessed by all heaven's saints guarding their minds outside the Taoist dojo, left them astonished. They dared not hearken to the sounds of Li Hao's Tao, but they didn't block out Void Saints, so his pleadings spread from the Taoist dojo, and all heard them. When they looked, they saw a streak of sword chi had pierced through Void Saint's chest, nailing him to the Taoist dojo. As Void Saint's aura decayed, he seemed to age, lacking his former severity, and instead, appeared somewhat pitiable. Realizing that Li Hao would not spare him, Void Saint roared, "Even in death, I will not let you have it easy." He suddenly erupted with the last power before his Saint Tao dissipated, unleashing the extreme realm and tearing open a huge rift, aiming to heavily damage Li Hao. But Li Hao remained indifferent. The eternal Tao domain suddenly appeared, containing Saint Tao power, which directly erased the rift, then enveloped it, with myriad sword energies piercing through rapidly. His lethal attribute had long been activated. Even without the lethal attribute, with his current techniques, he could still stifle him, but the power of the attribute was extra. It would be a waste not to use it, unless he was engaging in a casual chat or exchange with others, only then would he turn it off. Otherwise, an accidental pat on the shoulder could kill a person. In almost an instant, Void Saint's body was punctured and broken. But he possessed the three immortal extreme realms. His flesh was supposed to regenerate with blood rebirth, yet, his blood scattered within Li Hao's Tao domain. With a thought from Li Hao, all the squirming blood instantly evaporated, thoroughly eradicated. Afterward, Li Hao turned his gaze to Buddha Venerate and the two-faced Buddha child, as their Saint Tao was also disintegrating, appearing to shrink back into the shadow under the Taoist scripture's gleam. Source Ancestor, our Buddhist Holy Land is willing to surrender the Holy Land, please help us stop him. At this time, the green lamp Buddha suddenly spoke out. His Saint Tao was disintegrating, and he also saw the murderous intent in Li Hao's eyes, but he reacted very fast, knowing that fleeing now would only result in being hunted by Li Hao sooner or later, and thus he could only seek aid from other saints. If a supreme saint agrees and is willing to provide protection, it's possible to cultivate back to becoming a saint. Worst comes to worst, if encountering Li Hao again, just don't engage in debate and hide away if necessary. Upon hearing Green Lamp Buddha's words, both Buddha Venerate and the twin Buddha child were slightly stunned, but they quickly realized that while the Holy Land can be rebuilt, ensuring one survives is most critical. As many gazes turned towards Source Ancestor's eyes, however, had already shifted away from Li Hao. Hearing Green Lamp Buddha's words, he calmly said, "This is your grudge, I will not intervene." He simply and decisively refused. The all heaven saints outside the venue were all shocked. They naturally did not believe that Source Ancestor truly did not want to meddle. After all, a holy land is such a temptation, its treasures the accumulation of countless years. Given the current plight of Buddha Venerate and the others, they couldn't possibly have the stature to haggle under the watchful eye of a supreme saint. Yet under such temptation, Source Ancestor remained unmoved. What did this imply? The simplest logic is that there are gains and losses. To obtain the Buddhist Holy Land would mean losing something else, such as becoming an enemy of Li Hao. He has just passed the human tribulation, but he already possesses the deterrence power of a supreme saint. Some saints murmured in a low voice, shock apparent in their eyes. A saint who has only just crossed the human tribulation is considered inferior among all saints, but Li Hao's current might is such that treating him as a supreme saint is without dispute. Such a terrifying saint path means that even if Li Hao is defeated, unless his saint path is shattered, it is impossible to completely kill him. And to shatter a saint path, only if it is a counterpart saint path, nearly equal to Li Hao's own, could it be possible. Green Lamp Buddha and the others saw Source Ancestor's straightforward refusal and their expressions changed. War Saint, Spear Saint, and other saints were also aware of the life and death crisis, earnestly pleading and willing to offer the treasures of the Holy Land to request supreme saints to take action. Those who could not represent the Holy Land could only offer their personal treasuries. As more than a dozen saints beseeched, Source Ancestor remained unmoved. When rejecting the Buddhist faction, he had anticipated that others would make requests too. However, as the most ancient saint, he had long lost interest in such things. The things in this world that could move his heart were few and far between, and what concerned him most was the path of immortal divine within that ancient hall. Seeing Source Ancestor unwilling to take action, the All Saints then desperately implored other Supreme Saints. However, at this moment, the Supreme Saints, as if having reached some tacit understanding, all fell silent. Li Hao fired out a beam of sword chi, piercing through the twin Buddha child's head. His saint path was collapsing, his strength waning, and having not yet transcended the human tribulation, he was among the weakest of all saints. Li Hao used only his Dao domain and sword chi, easily overpowering him. The disintegrated flesh body was about to recondense, uttering an unwilling roar. The twin Buddha child regarded Li Hao as a sworn enemy, a destined confrontation, yet this fate ended with his fall. But Li Hao did not see the twin Buddha child as a sworn enemy, merely an adversary who had repeatedly provoked him. Now he casually suppressed him without a second glance and immediately turned to attack Buddha Venerate and Green Lamp Buddha. Buddha Venerate's expression changed, his Buddha form transforming rapidly into a three worlds Buddha body, but with his saint path collapsing, his power continuously waned, and he couldn't maintain it. Having been defeated by Li Hao once before, now facing another battle, he stood even less of a chance. Do you wish to kill us all, demon child? Buddha Venerate exclaimed in shock and anger. Shut up. Li Hao slapped down with his palm, unleashing sword chi from his palm like countless chaotic torrents, engulfing Buddha Venerate's body. At the same time, the eternal Dao domain suppressed, sword chi swept across, shattering Buddha Venerate's Buddha country domain and completely slicing apart the three worlds Buddha body. Stepping over the shattered body of Buddha Venerate, Li Hao looked towards Green Lamp Buddha, who had no previous enmity with him, but becoming entangled in the conflict, he had also become one of the foremost leaders behind the Buddhist faction. In your own words, what opposes the Tao returns to action. You've grown so powerful that you must attract heavenly tribulation. Green Lamp Buddha's expression turned ugly, no longer the calmness of an old monk from before. Having quickly spoken, he flicked his green sleeve, and suddenly, a Buddha lamp emerged with light. The sparks from this Buddha lamp turned out to be a little Buddha with flames burning above its head. As the Buddha lamp was brought out, Li Hao suddenly felt tremors and instinctively sensed danger. Boom! The void before him suddenly ignited, with green flames burning. The flames actually scorched holes in his eternal Dao domain. Li Hao's eyes narrowed, followed by a cold smile, a Dao Tribulation Emperor's weapon. Good, it's mine now. This Buddha lamp emitted an ancient aura, and as Li Hao moved in for the kill, Green Lamp Buddha, with a grim face, suddenly shrank his body and leapt into the Buddha lamp. Thereafter, the lamp turned into a beam of green light, burning through the void and entering it, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li Hao used returning ruin instantaneous movement to approach, seeing the disappearing Green Lamp Buddha and the Buddha lamp, his face showing a slight change, not expecting this Tao Tribulation Emperor's weapon to be not an offensive weapon but an escaping treasure for preserving life. Spreading his perception, he couldn't capture it. The green light on the Buddha lamp seemed able to burn divine thought in all senses, even his understanding of the Buddhist great cause and effect skill was likely unable to lock onto it. This was the first time Li Hao encountered a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, and indeed it was terrifying. At this moment, even Green Lamp Buddha, with his saint path fraying and cultivation weakening, akin to average saints, could still wield such power. No wonder, heaven and earth treasures are so scarce. Li Hao's eyes flickered, his thoughts quickly retreating. Although Green Lamp Buddha had escaped, the Buddhist Holy Land was still there. Unless he chose to abandon the Holy Land and hide away indefinitely, it wouldn't matter. If it weren't for the numerous eyes on them here, by employing his inner three saints in one heavenly Tao power, he should be able to lock onto him. Next time, I'll hunt him down alone and settle this. Li Hao's gaze swept over the others. At this moment, he was like a ferocious tiger charging into a flock of sheep, striking swiftly. The Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon is extremely rare, not all saints possessed one. Even Buddha Venerate and the twin Buddha children lacked such a treasure. Do you plan to make all saints perish? Someone, witnessing Li Hao's ruthless slaughter, couldn't help but tremble in fear. At this point, their saint paths were shattered, and they had lost all semblance of dignity and composure. The all heavens will manage just fine without a dozen of you. Li Hao's reply filled the remaining crowd with both rage and despair. Boom! Li Hao unleashed shockwaves of saint path energy, sweeping out like ripples and shattering their fractured saint paths to pieces. Die! Li Hao strode forward. The eternal Dao domain descended, and the spear saint roared as he charged toward Li Hao, resolved for a final fight only to be smashed to pieces by a single palm strike. Additionally, there was the tool saint, who regarded all things as tools and forged his flesh into a weapon, attaining strength comparable to the Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Yet, while his power equaled Li Hao's, their principles were fundamentally different, thus earning no attention from the mixed heaven saint. Now, as his saint path collapsed, his physical body deteriorated as well. Within Li Hao's Tao domain, sword light shot forth, piercing directly through him and annihilating his primordial spirit. These individuals were once associated with Buddhism, the Void Holy Land, or had benefited from Tama intent on destroying Li Hao's saint path. To them, Li Hao showed no mercy. Amidst the crowd, lightning sizzled into existence on Void Ancestor's palm. It was lightning, shaped like a blade and glimmering with radiance, lying in his hand. He suddenly hurled it, and in the blink of an eye, the lightning effortlessly tore through Li Hao's Tao domain, leaving a gap and striking directly at Li Hao's head. Li Hao barely had time to react, he only felt a brief numbness in his consciousness. By the time he regained his focus, the lightning had already reached him. With a resounding boom, his head exploded. Simultaneously, waves of destructive and ripping energy spread toward his body, intent on obliterating him completely. Boom! Li Hao's Tao thoughts vibrated, the all-heavens star vein activated, and endless power surged across the heavens and earth. In mere moments, his physical body reformed. Yet the destructive energy persisted, relentlessly shredding his body bit by bit. However, the gathered power of the all-heavens kept his body regenerating and healing without end. Through this intense tug of war, the lightning finally dissipated, and Li Hao's body was fully reconstructed. Divine light exploded from his eyes as he locked onto Void Ancestor. Void Ancestor's eyes showed astonishment, and then a hint of desolation. He hadn't anticipated that even wielding this Emperor's weapon would fail to kill Li Hao. His assault, unsuccessful, marked the end of his advantage. All saints, if this man remains alive, the calamity we face today will become yours tomorrow. Void Ancestor shouted loudly, recalling the lightning. He then wielded it, slashing through space. The lightning was indeed a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. With it in hand, Void Ancestor tore through the void, planning to flee far away. Li Hao had no intention of letting him escape unscathed. With a sudden roar, his hair rapidly turned silver, and the transform to immortal power enveloped him. At the same time, he pushed the transform to immortal power to its peak, channeling a trace of celestial venerable force, borrowing heaven and earth. Boom! The nearby heavens and earth rapidly bent to Li Hao's will, drawn toward him. With one massive punch, he struck out, shaking the void itself. Countless bolts of lightning rippled through the void, layer upon layer collapsing until it seemed as though he punched dozens of holes into the heavens. Deep within the void, Void Ancestor's face turned pale, his cold expression betraying a hint of shock. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth. He stared at Li Hao in astonishment. Such techniques belong to Supreme Saints. How could this opponent wield them? With another deafening boom, the vast and majestic heaven and earth power collapsed Void Ancestor's section of the void, forcing him into the open. As Void Ancestor reappeared, Li Hao's eternal Tao domain enveloped him like a massive net, abruptly constricting and tightening. Bang! Within the eternal Tao domain, sword light sparkled brilliantly. As it abruptly condensed, the Void Ancestor, trapped in the Tao domain, revealed a look of shock and rage in his eyes before his ancient body suddenly exploded into pieces. Scattered flesh and blood erupted with golden divine blood within, unmistakably at the power transmission ultimate realm. The opponent's physical body had also been refined to the ultimate level, reaching the pinnacle of the human race. However, without having achieved sanctification of the flesh, he was still unable to withstand the eternal Tao domain's saintly suppression. The droplets of golden divine blood whirled, brimming with vibrant vitality, each drop seemed like a bead of life dew. Even amidst the chaotic spatial currents, they remained undestroyed. However, Li Hao's eternal Tao domain was 100, even 1,000 times mightier than the void's turbulence. With just a single thought, all of the golden divine blood was obliterated in an instant. The golden radiance dissipated, like scattered golden starlight, vanishing within Li Hao's Tao domain. In the void, only the Thunder Light Emperor weapon remained. Li Hao could feel that his eternal Tao domain could neither influence nor destroy this Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. He raised his hand and beckoned, drawing the thunder light to his palm. He sensed a lingering trace of a soul thought within, faintly dissipating it belonged to the Void Ancestor. The Void Ancestor has fallen. My heavens, the Void Ancestor was a monster from the era when Supreme Saints were born, the ancient ancestor of the Void, famed for his ability to vanish across billions of miles. Yet he was slain like this. The Void Holy Land is doomed to perish from now on. Outside the arena, many semi-saints were struck dumb with terror at the sight. The Void Ancestor was a renowned old saint with a formidable reputation, revered as the sea-calming divine needle of the Void Holy Land. And yet, he couldn't escape from Li Hao's grasp and was directly slain. After slaying the Void Ancestor, Li Hao didn't linger. He turned and continued slaughtering the other saints in the arena. His Dao domain suppressed them, shattering their saintly paths. Depleting cultivation, the saints were effortlessly subdued. Some saints, seeing no help from the Supreme Saint, could only plead for mercy from Li Hao. Hoshin venerate, he is a saint from my thunder moves sacred land. He acted foolishly, could you spare his life? I am willing to compensate with 5 heaven and earth treasures. Just as Li Hao was about to annihilate a saint bathed in flickering thunderlight, a saint outside the arena suddenly spoke up. The speaker appeared as a middle-aged man with purple hair shimmering with lightning. He spoke to Li Hao in a low, sincere voice. The sword chi at Li Hao's fingertip paused slightly. The saint before him seemed to see hope and hastily pleaded. Yes, Hoshin venerate, I am also willing to offer 2 heaven and earth treasures to you. I was invited by that Buddha venerate, I share no affiliation with Hema. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the sword chi at Li Hao's fingertip abruptly shot forth. In an instant, it pierced through the saint's body. The sword chi then spread from within him, tearing him apart into nothingness. Hoshin venerate. The thunder saint outside the arena looked enraged, his face twisting in shock. Li Hao cast him a sidelong glance and said coldly, he wasn't acting foolishly, he was entirely clear-headed. It is you who are foolish for pleading on his behalf. He sought to destroy my saintly path, how could he be forgiven? Stopping for a moment, he continued, I killed him, but you still owe me those 5 heaven and earth treasures as compensation. It is your thunder moves sacred land's apology gift. Otherwise, if you disagreed with him debating my Tao earlier, why didn't you intervene before? Now you seek mercy from me after the fact. Having spoken, Li Hao gave the Thunder Saint a cold glance before continuing his slaughter of the remaining saints. The Thunder Saint froze, both furious and stunned. The man was dead, and yet the heaven and earth treasures must still be delivered as penance. He had seen tyrannical figures before but never one so domineering. However, when Li Hao's gaze swept toward him, a shiver coursed through him. Provoking such a person would surely lead to endless troubles in the future if unresolved. Bang, bang, bang. With Li Hao striking repeatedly, of the 13 saints within the arena, only the green lamp Buddha escaped. The rest perished without exception. Li Hao also noticed that Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons were exceedingly rare. Aside from the green lamp Buddha and the Void Ancestor, the others lacked them, wielding only top-tier treasures as Saint Tao Emperor weapons. But the Saint Tao Emperor weapons could no longer harm even Li Hao's physical body now. They couldn't even scratch his skin and were rendered completely useless. With 12 saints fallen, the arena was devoid of much blood, as it had all been wiped away and annihilated by Li Hao. When Li Hao finally stopped, only he remained standing in the arena, calm and unshaken. Gazing upon his domineering, peerless figure, the saints' expressions grew somber. Many semi-saints couldn't stop their eyelids from twitching violently. These were saints of figures who appeared only once every millennium, and yet now, 12 of them had fallen in a single moment. Heya has become this terrifying. Among the semi-saints, Zan Tan, Yi Ancestor, and those of the turquoise pool who knew Li Hao were struck dumb, their hearts overwhelmed with an unparalleled shock. When they had first met Li Hao, he had merely been at the Tao comprehension realm. Yet within less than a year, he was slaughtering saints as though they were chickens. Amid the profound silence across the entire field, Li Hao glanced around, his gaze briefly resting on the Thunder Saint, and said, in debating the Tao, life and death are also on the table. If they lost in debate and are rulers of their holy lands, I shall destroy their holy lands. If they're not holy land rulers, then those holy lands, like the Thunder Saint's case, must compensate with 5 heaven and earth treasures. Consider the matter settled in this way. His words rang out clear and firm. The saints snapped out of their stupor, though some of their faces turned slightly pale. To kill and then demand reparations of this was beyond ruthless. Still, if they were in his place, they too would leave no loose ends. A saint does not stand beneath a crumbling wall, and mercy was out of the question. The Thunder Saint's expression soured. With Li Hao declaring this in public, the 5 heaven and earth treasures were now inevitable. If he refused, this lunatic would surely storm the Thunder Move's sacred land, leaving him with even greater losses. However, The 5 heaven and earth treasures are a great expense for the Holy Lands, and they may not be able to provide them right away. If you are unwilling to offer reparations, I will visit each of you in turn and demand them myself. Li Hao gazed coldly at the several saints whose faces betrayed restrained anger as he spoke. You drove away the green lamp Buddha, killed the void ancestor. This should be enough. Their holy lands are innocent, and as a saint, you should not be so petty. At that moment, the holy master of law, who had been silent until now, spoke in a persuading tone. Li Hao glanced at him and said, failing in a debate of Tao means their Tao is unqualified. If it is unqualified, leaving it to spread in the holy lands would only harm the world. A flawed path need not be widely shared. The holy master of law's expression darkened slightly. He gave Li Hao a deep look but said no more. At this point, he could no longer view Li Hao as an ordinary saint. Li Hao now possessed the qualifications to faintly challenge the supreme saints. Killing him alone would be exceedingly difficult unless they used the same method they once did to besiege the divine ancestor. But, the current Li Hao had yet to pose a threat to the interests of so many people, it hadn't reached that level yet. After speaking, Li Hao noticed no objections or responses from the crowd. He then withdrew his saint path, scanned those present, and without uttering any further unnecessary words, stepped off the Tao arena and returned to his cushion. As he walked back, it seemed as if the attention of the entire venue was glued to him. Even after he seated himself, their gazes did not shift away. It could be said that the supreme genius battle had made Li Hao's name renowned across the heavens, drawing the attention of numerous saints to this monstrous figure. But this Tao debate had instilled fear and apprehension in all the saints. Beyond the saints, many semi-saints were not only shocked by Li Hao's rapid growth but also had the resonant sounds of Tao echoing in their minds, altering the embryonic forms of their own saint paths. The embryonic saint paths, if influenced by a Tao debate, would change but not shatter. The saint path of saints, however, was already fixed and immutable. Influenced by external forces, it would either fracture or collapse entirely. In contrast, embryonic saint paths were in a fledgling, soft phase, ready to absorb external Tao as part of their insights. Li Hao's Taoist scripture, akin to a supreme saint imparting the Tao, affected all the semi-saints present. Among them, certain reincarnated saints, bearing saint path foundations from their past lives, now faced a choice: to abandon the will of their former saint paths or to follow Li Hao's Tao and carve out a new path entirely. If they chose to embrace Li Hao's teaching and transform, Li Hao would, in effect, become their partial master. Through this Tao debate, Li Hao was also spreading the Tao across all heavens. He did so without reservation, and this, in itself, was a tremendous merit. Furthermore, though this Tao debate left all the saints shaken, Li Hao understood that his saint path had yet to be fully revealed. He had only showcased half of the Taoist scripture. If he unveiled the entire text, with his saint path fully revealed, even the supreme saints would be affected. Should that happen, he might face dangers akin to those encountered by the divine ancestor. Despite the strength of his saint path, his personal combat power had yet to rival that of supreme saints. He remained unsure of the true extent of the gap, as he had not yet faced a supreme saint directly, making him uncertain in his heart. Particularly when the threat became too great. If the supreme saints united against him, he would be unable to handle it. In the earlier Tao arena, had it not been for the debate of Tao, where Void Ancestor and others exposed their own saint paths and became vulnerable to his saint path's destruction, it would not have been so easy to obliterate them all. At least a few of them might have escaped from his Tao domain. Now, with his saint path revealed, other saints were on guard. Without absolute confidence, they would not debate him in Tao. Even if they became hostile, they would only battle him rather than engage in a Tao debate. After Li Hao resumed his seat on the cushion, a long time passed before hushed whispers and quiet discussions gradually filled the venue. The Tao arena itself, however, remained exceedingly empty and no one dared to step forward to debate Tao again. The earlier fierce clash, aside from causing shock over the death of 12 saints, now left the crowd absorbing and digesting Li Hao's teaching imparted during the Tao debate. Many saints had hidden their saint paths to avoid being influenced by Li Hao, but this act had harmed their saint paths. In their hearts, it was tantamount to admitting that their saint paths were not truly aligned with the way. In the past, when supreme saints debated Tao, they would also listen and seal their own saint paths. Though they recognized their inadequacy compared to the supreme saints, they believed it was not their saint path that was flawed, but their personal lack of cultivation to a state of perfection. Given the Supreme Saint's deeper exploration of the saint path, this was viewed as natural. Yet now, Li Hao, merely a one-disaster saint, had a saint path tracing back to the very root of the way, leaving them incapable of deceiving themselves. Among the crowd, only one person remained unaffected, a Lai Sky Saint. Upon sensing the influence of Li Hao's Tao, she promptly lied to herself, successfully deceiving her own mind. Amid the subdued murmuring, Source Ancestor and others did not interrupt, instead silently pondering other matters. A long time passed, a very long time. Finally, a saint rose and stepped onto the stage, selecting their opponent for a Tao debate. The previously stalled Tao debate gathering resumed, though compared to earlier, it lacked its prior intensity. Many semi-saints had once been highly enthusiastic about debating Tao with the saints, seeking opportunities to further elevate their embryonic saint paths. But now, Li Hao's teaching had shown them a new path, causing them to lose interest in other saints' Tao debates. As time flowed by, one saint after another ascended the Tao arena to debate Tao. Li Hao listened as well, though the longer he listened, the more dull and uninspiring he found it. The paths of the saints, he thought, merely scratched the surface of the heavens and earth. Even at their utmost pinnacle, they could only brush against the heavenly Tao, but they could never become the heavenly Tao itself. During these idle moments in listening, Li Hao sensed a faint fluctuation of energy. Turning his gaze, he saw Lin Qingyu seated among the semi-saints outside the Tao arena. Her entire being seemed to have entered a state of sudden insight, surrounded by a faint Taoist charm. Li Hao noticed that she was comprehending nothingness. Nothingness Tao is Tao, it is the origin of heaven and earth. If one can thoroughly comprehend it, perhaps it may surpass the origin Tao of the Source Ancestor. Li Hao's eyes flickered. Because the Tao she was comprehending was nothingness, Lin Qingyu caused almost no disturbances, nearly imperceptible. If Li Hao were not also highly adept at this Tao, he would not have discerned it. Li Hao's lips curled into a smile, but he did not look further. Now, every move he made was under scrutiny by many, and he wanted to avoid exposing Lin Qingyu to the attention of all saints because of his gaze. Until she succeeded in cultivation, it was better to remain inconspicuous and lay low. The Tao debate assembly lasted half a month. Saints debated Tao. Some debates concluded within half a day, others extended for a full day and night. As the assembly drew to a close, the mixed heaven saint, medical saint, and others came to the Tao arena, taking turns teaching Tao. They did not debate Tao with others at their level of cultivation. Unless there was deep enmity with a supreme saint, they would not lightly engage in Tao debates. However, teaching Tao would not affect their own saint path. The medical saint held that heaven and earth were inherently flawed, thus requiring healing. This healing extended beyond curing patienza. It encompassed bringing anything from imperfection to perfection, which was the essence of the medical Tao. Cultivation was no exception. Reaching the extreme realm was perfection, and this process was also healing. In the past, the medical saint's teachings would have left many semi-saints profoundly enlightened. But now, the reaction was rather indifferent, with few semi-saints affected. This shift stemmed from Li Hao's earlier Tao debate, which posited that heaven and earth's imperfection was its natural state and required no correction. The true essence of heaven and earth was the heavenly Tao. Perfection or imperfection, strength or weakness, were merely societal constructs imposed through rules and assessments. Mayfly lives but one day and dies. Can it compare lifespan with the turtle? If one says the mayfly is weak, yet the mayfly experiences birth, aging, and death all within a single day. The turtle endures long years, so how can they be compared? A sunken hollow is less than a towering peak, yet the hollow can gather tens of thousands of tons of water while the peak may merely hold a shallow puddle. When full, it becomes a torrent spilling elsewhere. Strength and weakness, good and evil, are not within the scope of debate regarding Tao. Tao is Tao, eternal and immutable, standing firmly, untouched by influence. The impact of such Tao thoughts, when spread to the world, would allow people to deeply understand and free themselves from anxiety. They wouldn't blindly follow a path predetermined by worldly arrangements at birth, frantically chasing the shadows of countless predecessors, only to ultimately collapse in the grave of another's shadow. Mixed heaven saint taught the physical body Tao, refining the self and viewing one's body as the heavens and earth. This, however, was the path of body refinement, a route that many semi-saints found unappealing. It was too time-consuming, too arduous, and exhausting. Semi-saints did not shy away from hardship, but this was a struggle beyond ordinary suffering. Finally, the source ancestor instructed the origin Tao, delineating the famed Tao that resonated throughout all heavens. But this time, as the source ancestor transmitted wisdom, many semi-saints who listened felt it lacked the shock and inspiration of past teachings. Instead, it provoked contemplation. Our origin pertains to heaven and earth, yet Tao exists beyond heaven and earth. Does the source ancestor's cultivation truly align with Tao? But no one dared to ask. After all, the source ancestor's origin Tao was already renowned across all heavens, incontestable. As the Tao debate assembly concluded, news of 12 saints' demise surfaced, secretly uncovered by many divine dynasties and major forces. For a moment, the entirety of all heavens was rattled. Countless divine dynasties and factions heard Hoshin venerate's name again. But this time, it eclipsed the fame garnered at the Supreme Genius Battle. It was far more astonishing. He had debated 13 saints and slain them all. Rumors spread, claiming that Li Hao's saint path rivaled that of a supreme saint, marking him as a future supreme saint. Considering the multitude of testimonies, the credibility of this information was high. A supreme saint was a figure that only emerged once every 10,000 years, the pinnacle within the ranks of saints, and the true holders of authority in the all-heavens world. As the Tao debate assembly's aftermath unfolded, Li Hao immediately noticed that, apart from the constant stream of incense fire from the Deu divine dynasty, large flows of incense fire were suddenly converging onto him from various corners of the land of all saints. The incense within his body accumulated rapidly, absorbed unceasingly, and the 3 sticks of incense grew increasingly robust. If this pace could be maintained, in another millennium, Li Hao felt he could reach the incense fire divine realm. But this was the most ideal scenario. A time would inevitably bring decay, memories would fade, some believers would age, fall ill, and die, while newborns would need to hear his name to generate new incense fire. To sustain 1,000 years of peak renown, he would have to become a supreme saint, otherwise, with time, it would gradually diminish. After all, within the all-heavens world, many had long since pledged faith to the supreme saints. Even if an exceptional monster was born, compared to a supreme saint, they were still too insignificant. The end of the cultivation path was supreme saint. It was better to directly worship a supreme saint than a mere fledgling with potential. As the Tao debate assembly ended and the gathering dispersed, Feng, Lai Sky Saint, Sword Master, and others approached Li Hao to extend their congratulations. The Sword Saint also stepped in front of Li Hao, his emotions incredibly conflicted. He hadn't expected that his disciple's Fianca copyright would turn out to be such a monstrous talent. From the moment he first saw Li Hao until now, less than 2 years at that time, Li Hao was merely a younger generation member in his holy land. A slight display of saintly authority was enough to suppress him. But now, Li Hao could slaughter saints like himself, as well as those even stronger, with ease. Though not yet a supreme saint, he had one foot firmly planted in the realm of the supreme saints, his status surpassing the 3 calamities, second only to the supreme saints. Beyond these familiar figures, many other saints came to Li Hao, seeking to connect with him of their own accord. Li Hao couldn't help but reflect that when one's power is immense, all the faces around him are warm and welcoming. The supreme saints gradually left the scene. Before departing, the medical saint approached Li Hao, inviting him to recuperate at the medical family sacred land and to discuss the great Tao with him. Li Hao politely declined, as he was waiting to flatten the Buddhist sect in the void holy land. The medical saint understood his urgency, knowing that if he went too late, even if he exterminated the holy lands, nothing worthwhile would remain. She quickly shifted her tone, inviting Li Hao to visit the universe to relax when he had time. Li Hao readily agreed. After the medical saint departed, the Mo family's supreme saint approached Li Hao, accompanied by Yuan Zhou, a saint from the Mo family. Yuan Zhou, upon seeing Li Hao, had a gentle smile on his face, appearing more humble than when he had first met Li Hao. He hadn't expected that the young man he had protected earlier would now become so fearsome. Hoshin venerate's discourse on the great Tao resonates deeply. Once he endures the 3 calamities, he will attain perfection and achieve the level of supreme saint. The Mo family's supreme saint, clad in a green robe and exuding sophistication, smiled lightly at Li Hao. "Thank you for your assistance earlier." Li Hao clasped his hands respectfully and replied. Feng had sought help from the Mo family, and Yuan Zhou had been sent by the Mo family's supreme saint. Li Hao bore goodwill toward them. "It was not wholly my intention. Although the thief saint sought my help, someone else wanted to assist you even before he approached me. However, He could not spare himself at the time and didn't attend this Tao Discourse conference. He was immersed in comprehending the transformation of his own great Tao. The Mo family's supreme saint smiled faintly and explained. Li Hao was stunned, asking in surprise, "Who might that be?" "You may know him. His surname is Zhang." The Mo family's supreme saint, seemingly knowledgeable of Li Hao's past, smiled as he said, "Previously, there was a young fellow naturally endowed with sword bone who was also brought to our holy land. He is now secluded, cultivating alongside him." Zhang. Li Hao immediately thought of Emperor Yu, momentarily dazed. Emperor Yu collected incense fire solely to resurrect the Zhang family ancestor. Could it be? Zhang Tianyu is a saint of the Mo family. After enduring the 3 calamities and facing the heavenly tribulation, he was sabotaged and failed. Though his saint path didn't completely dissipate, a trace of soul thought lingered within it. His descendants gathered incense fire for him, eventually resurrecting him. The Mo family's supreme saint smiled as he said, "Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains unknown." After his fall during the heavenly tribulation, he gained profound insight. Perhaps he can go even further. Before entering seclusion, he learned of your situation and instructed me to look after you. Hence, the thief saint didn't need to request, "I would have sent Yuan Zhou to assist you anyway." He explained everything clearly, making no attempt to use his assistance to win favor with Li Hao. Li Hao suddenly realized that it truly was the Zhang family ancestor. Who was it that sabotaged him? Has the vengeance been exacted? If it took incense fire to resurrect him, then, your land. Li Hao looked at the Mo family's supreme saint with a touch of curiosity. The Mo family's supreme saint, hearing Li Hao's words, shook his head slightly and sighed, "It's a complicated matter. Regarding his fall, we were unaware. The sabotage happened because a traitor arose within our sect. Thus, during his demise, he relied solely on his descendants' strength for resurrection and did not contact us. It was only after his resurrection that we learned the truth and exacted vengeance for him." Li Hao's eyes flickered. Matters among saints were indeed intricate. It seemed that the Zhang family ancestor had reconciled with the Mo family holy land. Perhaps prior misunderstandings had indeed been resolved. If you have some free time, feel free to visit our Mo family sacred land. The Mo family's supreme saint spoke no further, left an invitation for Li Hao, and departed alongside Yuan Zhou. Li Hao agreed, as he also wished to meet the Zhang family ancestor. As for the youth with sword bone mentioned by the Mo family's supreme saint, it was likely Zhang Liken. Li Hao was surprised to learn that he had wandered to the Mo family sacred land instead of remaining in the Cloud Realm. No wonder he hadn't participated in the Supreme Genius Battle or this Tao Discourse Conference. Given his talent, if he focused earnestly on cultivation, Li Hao believed that even if his age disqualified him from the Supreme Genius Battle, he could claim a notable position in the Tao Discourse Conference, at least as a spectator. After all, beneath the semi-saints within the Heaven and Earth Dojo, there were numerous saints' direct disciples, such as Lin Baichuan, the Haoyu Saint's son, and Kai Guang. Thinking of Zhang Liken, Li Hao couldn't help but think of Emperor Yu. Now, 12 years had passed since he arrived in the land of all saints, while 120 years had gone by in the mortal world. He wondered how Emperor Yu was doing. And then there was Qianshen. Ever since he was assassinated after crossing through the Immortal Gate, he had heard that the Immortal Gate had been sealed off entirely. Qianshen and others who came after him were unable to reach this place. Over 100 years had passed in the mortal world. People and things thereia, what kind of changes had befallen them? Would the once familiar faces remain familiar? A longing surfaced in Li Hao's heart. Now he had the power to journey back to the mortal world and even bring Emperor Yu here. But that would have to wait until his current matters were resolved. With this thought, Li Hao did not accompany Feng and Lai Sky Saint in returning to the Little Thousand World. Instead, he traveled with the Sword Master and made his way to the Kanglan realm. This time, in eradicating the Buddhists, he planned to act alone, avoiding dragging others into the matter. Feng Boping knew what Li Hao intended to do and wanted to follow him, but Li Hao refused. After giving it some thought, Feng Boping didn't insist further. With Li Hao's current strength, even if dangerous situations arose, Li Hao was more than capable of protecting himself. If Li Hao were unable to escape, his own presence would only add to the burden. The child he had once known had now soared 1,000 miles beyond reach. Feng Boping was genuinely happy for Li Hao, yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of amazement. This time, once the Buddhists are eradicated, they will be removed from all saints, cutting off the source of their faith. From now on, the Kanglan realm will have only 2 holy lands. On the journey to the Kanglan realm, Li Hao traveled alongside the Sword Master. The Sword Saint also followed, as both he and the Sword Master were headed back to the Holy Land. Li Hao brought Lin Qingyu along as well. She had previously expressed a willingness to follow, so Li Hao agreed to take her with him. As for his friends in the turquoise pool, Zhan Tan, and others, they each had their own paths to tread. Li Hao did not bring them along, as his purpose for this journey was to eradicate the Buddhists, a venture that would bring no benefit to the semi-saints accompanying him. Hearing Li Hao's words, Lin Qingyu turned her eyes to him. The young man standing beside her was now someone who could, with casual words, determine the rise or fall of an entire holy land. It was almost inconceivable. In her heart, she felt both joy for Li Hao and an inexplicable sadness. She couldn't help but reminisce about the time spent in that small courtyard, when he was nursing his injuries and she was practicing her swordsmanship, while he painted quietly. When she paused in her sword practice, she would catch a glimpse of the young man who was so absorbed in his art. He had reminded her of the spring sunlight, a bright, warm, and comforting, evoking smiles from deep within the heart. Now, although Li Hao didn't put on any airs, nor did he flaunt his saintly might in her presence, she felt a strange difficulty in being as casual as she once was. Are you planning to establish a new holy land? If you were to build one in the Kanglan realm, it would undoubtedly help it ascend into the middle-level small world. The Sword Master looked at Li Hao and extended the invitation to him. Upon hearing this, the Sword Saint's gaze flickered slightly. He also looked at Li Hao. He did not voice the same question, but he couldn't help thinking about it. However, unlike the Sword Master's straightforward invitation, the Sword Saint's mind was filled with worry. After all, if Li Hao were to establish a new holy land, the Kanglan realm would naturally regard it as its foremost holy land. The Sword Ancestor Holy Land's status wouldn't change much, but there was a possibility that Li Hao's towering presence would overshadow it, drawing more incense fire, and leaving the Sword Ancestor Holy Land and the Literature Ancestor Holy Land to diminish even further. I don't currently have any plans to establish a holy land. I've grown used to wandering freely. Li Hao chuckled lightly and said, perhaps down the line, if I have more friends who need my protection, I'll consider it. Hearing this, the Sword Master nodded and said, then we'll discuss it when the time comes. Perhaps we'll end up as neighbors. Li Hao smiled, and the Sword Master smiled as well. Even the Sword Saint's lips curved into a smile, but inwardly he felt a sinking weight. Li Hao's words implied only a temporary refusal, not outright rejection. Previously, Hao Yu struck too hard and destroyed your Dao embryo. Yet, misfortune turned into a blessing, allowing you to cultivate something even more powerful. I'm prepared to place you in the core Saint Heir sequence of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, on equal footing with Hao Yu. For the future, should any of you achieve becoming a saint, the most suitable candidate will inherit the Sword Ancestor Holy Land from me. Like the Green Lamp Buddha, I'll step back and deal only with minor affairs. The Sword Saint turned to Lin Qingyu and spoke to her in a warm tone. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu frowned slightly. The destruction of her Dao embryo had been tacitly permitted, and the thorn of that event still lodged deep in her heart. She understood the way of the world well enough, though. If she had allowed herself to crumble under that blow, the Sword Saint wouldn't even have spared her a second glance. She was merely a stepping stone for his disciple, a tool to aid a Saint Heir's Dao heart to reach great accomplishment, elevating their strength for Thera a priority far beyond nurturing an extra saintess. After all, what mattered to the Holy Lands was the pinnacle of power, not its quantity. She had come to terms with this hard truth. Thus, she also understood that the Sword Saint's present words were meant to encourage her to move past old grievances. If she entered the core Saint Heir sequence, given her current capability of defeating the Hao Yu Saint Son, she would most likely have a legitimate chance to defeat him again in the future and seize control of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Unless some unforeseen circumstance arose. But none of these things concerned her. She cared little for delving into such thoughts or schemes. I have no interest in taking on the title of Sword Saint. I only love the Sworda. Lin Qingyu's tone was calm. Yet, as she uttered these words, she glanced briefly at Li Hao, leaving half the sentence unspoken. I only love the sword, and one other person. The Sword Saint was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to refuse. The core Saint Heir sequence was something that every Saint Heir and Saintess of the Holy Lands vied for. To stand out within this sequence would grant one complete authority over the Holy Land, including control over the flow of incense fire. In times of saintly assassination attempts, One could even draw power from the Holy Land itself to bolster their strength. With so many advantages, Lin Qingyu's lack of interest came as a surprise. Only fond of the sword. The sword saint's gaze grew fleeting, and for a moment, it felt as though time reversed within his eyes. The same words reverberated, buzzing in his ears. Master, I am only fond of the sword. Years ago, standing before their master, there were two youths. One chose fame, and the other chose the sword. The one who chose the sword became the sword master, while the one who chose fame ironically became the sword saint. Such is the way of the world, inevitably laced with irony. The sword saint fell silent, saying nothing more. He knew that the other party's refusal wasn't because they were unwilling to resolve the grudge. After all, in the face of such temptation, even deep animosity should be no reason to refuse unless they genuinely had no interest. Beside him, the sword master glanced at Lin Qingyu. This young girl who followed Li Hao merely seemed agreeable to him, nothing more than a passing thought. Yet at this moment, Lin Qingyu's words made him narrow his eyes. On his aged face, a faint smile began to emerge. After countless eras, he had once again encountered a familiar figure. It was as if time reflected the pasta it was his own once upon a time. He had taken apprentices, and seen numerous saint heirs grace his path, but no matter how extraordinary a prodigy might have been in the sword Dao, when faced with the honor of inheriting the title of sword saint, none could resist being fervently drawn toward it. No one had ever refused the allure. He had felt disappointment and regret, believing himself to be alone in his journey. But recently, during a time spent fishing, he met Li Hao, a fellow angler. Now, in the realm of sword Dao, he had once again encountered this young girl. Good. As a swordsman, you revere the sword as supreme. In the future, the sword in your hand may indeed be capable of breaking through everything. The sword master chuckled lightly, expressing his admiration for Lin Qingyu. For the first time, independent of Li Hao, he appreciated the young girl. Seeing the sword master's approving gaze, Lin Qingyu noticed a difference compared to his previous indifference. She smiled and said, "Senior, your words are wise." The sword saint remained silent, though suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he turned to Li Hao and said, "Your sword Dao is astonishingly powerful, even to the point of comprehending the immortal guide, that one sword. In the realm of sword Dao, you are undoubtedly peerless among all saints. Yet I find, you seem not to solely devote yourself to the sword Dao." His mention of solely devote was phrased with subtlety, but it was clear he meant to say Li Hao seemed unwilling to sacrifice everything for the sword, unlike Lin Qingyu and the sword master. Li Hao detected the thread of probing within his words. After all, as the recognized sword saint of the land of all saints, having his swordsmanship surpassed by someone else inevitably brought unease and anxiety. The sword is merely a form, not the Dao itself. Li Hao responded with just this sentence. Upon hearing this, the sword saint frowned in contemplation, but soon his pupils quivered slightly, as if comprehending Li Hao's meaning. At the same time, within his own sword Dao, an internal tremor seemed to ripple, a faint sensation of fracturing. The sword master, too, narrowed his gaze, giving Li Hao a deep look before chuckling softly. "You, this man, throw words around as if to stir others' Dao heart." Li Hao gave a faint smile, merely speaking the truth as he saw it. During their idle conversation, they soon arrived at the Kandlin realm. Li Hao sensed the whereabouts of the Buddhist faction, and promptly bid farewell to the sword master and sword saint. He also requested Lin Qingyu follow the sword master back to the sword ancestor Holy Land first, should there be any dangers posed by the Buddhist faction that he might not be able to protect her from. Lin Qingyu, understanding Li Hao's purpose, nodded obediently in agreement. "Take care," the sword master murmured. "I'll wait for you," Lin Qingyu said with a backward glance. Li Hao nodded, bidding them farewell. Stepping across the rift between heaven and earth, he swiftly shifted, crossing hundreds of thousands of miles in a moment. Soon, he arrived before the Buddhist Holy Land. Here, it remained unchanged from the time he had once come to compete for the heavenly pride quota. Outside the Saint Mountain, Buddhist light radiated. Within the mountain's peaks, monks moved back and forth. On steep stone stairs, monks carrying water ascended with rapid strides. Atop lofty summits, the echoes of bells resonated as monks struck them. At the precipice of cliffs, Buddhist disciples sat cross-legged, waterfalls cascading past them as they faced towering abysses, contemplating life, death, and Buddha's path. Compared to his earlier ventures within the mortal world to slay the Buddha Lord, this time, Li Hao's heart carried less intention to kill. His aim was merely to destroy the foundation of the Buddha's path. With time's passage, amidst all saints' clashes, the remnants of the Buddhist faction would inevitably be torn apart by shifting beliefs, gradually fading into history. After all, without a long-standing preacher, the Tao itself ceases to exist. Within the Buddhist Holy Land, a deeply concealed law barrier lay in place. If a saint descended, it would obstruct them unless they carried the temporary law imprint on the Buddhist faction's invitation token, avoiding triggering the barrier's attack. Li Hao did not wish to cause excessive commotion, yet breaking through the law barrier was essential. With a resounding boom, he approached the barrier and raised his hand, lightly touching it. Instantly, the law barrier revealed itself, and over the entire Saint Land, Buddhist light blossomed resplendently, as if the skies were suddenly illuminated by rising sunset transforming into boundless golden rays, casting the heavens in dazzling brilliance. Across the peaks within the Holy Land, monks in cultivation or meditative retreat were alarmed by this phenomenon. Staring upward in confusion, some quickly realized the truth. This was the arrival of a saint, uninvited. All saints knew the rules. Under such circumstances, only one possibility remained: a saint had come to attack. Who is it? Which saint dares to intrude upon our Buddhist Holy Land? Within the Holy Land, several half-saint elders emerged, astonished. Some broke from meditation, stepping forth rapidly. They rode upon Creaturessa, the demon king incarnations of the green bull, white pig, and peacocka, ascending through the skies to peer toward the horizons. Outside the array, a solitary figure stood silently, a young man, small in stature, yet within the brilliance of the golden Buddhist light, he appeared like the only dark speck within heaven and earth. High above, the wind howled, Li Hao's hair whipped wildly in the air. His expression remained calm, and from the fingers of his hand, a streak of sword chi burst forth. With a thunderous bang, the immortal guide cleaved a path, instantly shattering the magic array barrier and obliterating the saint patterns on its surface. The golden light appeared as though it had been torn open, revealing a crack, then receded like a tide, growing dim before restoring the clear and boundless sky once more. But unlike before, the law barrier had vanished. How is this possible? Which saint is this? Is it a supreme saint? Several Buddhist semi-saints were stunned by the sight, their faces betraying shock and dread. When they finally saw the young man's face clearly, they froze momentarily, followed by their pupils contracting as speechless astonishment overtook them. This youth who once suppressed the Buddha child on the battle stagia, he had come back to their gates. They had already heard of Li Hao achieving becoming a saint at the Supreme Genius battle, yet they hadn't expected him to dare storm the Buddhist Holy Land so soon after becoming a new saint, having just survived the human tribulation. Hoshin, why have you come here? A semi-saint rode a peacock into the air, exclaiming in furious shock. You know well enough, why bother asking? Li Hao's figure drifted forward unhurriedly, his tone calm and indifferent, showing no anger toward these individuals. From various peaks, more semi-saints ascended one after another, more than 20 in total, standing scattered in the void to block Li Hao's path. Li Hao had just returned from discussing the Tao at the Heaven and Earth Dojo, but the news of Buddha Venerate's fall seemed yet to reach the Buddhist Holy Land. They were unaware of what had transpired within the dojo. This is our Buddhist Holy Land. Even if you previously held grudges against us, this act is overly offensive. Are you seeking a truly irreconcilable feud? The semi-saint riding a mighty lion roared in indignation. He had previously reprimanded Li Hao harshly during the battle for quotas, yet even back then, Li Hao's combat strength rivaled that of a semi-saint, leaving him helpless against the youth. In days past, though I was not a saint, all of you joined forces, yet I still suppressed you. Do you now presume to speak of life and death before me? Li Hao's gaze remained indifferent, his words were steady and unhurried, yet left an impression of undeniable truth, sparking both fury and fear. He flew forward directly, treating the numerous Buddhist semi-saints before him as mere air. Watching Li Hao approach, the semi-saints who had tried to block him earlier began retreating one after another. Even the demon kings they rode showed profound fear in their eyes, growling softly but refusing to roar loudly, as though terrified of disturbing some unseen force. From the surrounding peaks, many disciples with higher cultivation soared into the air, witnessing the scene with visible shock. The ruthless figure who had once oppressed the Buddha child within their holy land had returned, now as a saint. Where is Master? Buddha Venerate has gone to discuss the Tao and hasn't returned yet. Did he not dare attend and use this chance to launch a sneak attack? Many disciples voiced their doubts, unaware that the Tao discussions in the universe had already concluded. As a saint, Li Hao's travel speed far exceeded the information relay of intelligence networks. Unless a saint specifically delivered the news to the Buddhist sect, none would yet know. Soon, Li Hao reached the skies above the Holy Land, gazing upon the grand and radiant 10,000 Buddha Hall. This was the seat of the Buddha Venerate, where bodhisattvas and arhats gathered in abundance. Normally, the Buddha Venerate would preach here. Li Hao's eyes swept over the scene, narrowing slightly before raising his hand, bringing forth a palm strike aimed directly at the hall. Not allowed. The semi-saints who had retreated to this place had nowhere left to retreat. Seeing Li Hao intent on obliterating the 10,000 Buddha Hall, they erupted in anger. 7 or 8 semi-saints roared furiously and charged forward. Though they were keenly aware of the gap between themselves and a saint, they were ready to risk their lives to block Hema. This was their Tao. Li Hao, however, did not show anger toward them, responding only with merciless suppression. Paths differ, and thus cannot conspire together. Boom. Above the heads of the 7 or 8 semi-saints, a sudden beam of green light radiated outward, blocking Li Hao's palm strike. These semi-saints, prepared for death, froze momentarily, then rejoiced. This was the green lamp Buddha. The green lamp Buddha had returned. Overcome with joy, they looked around eagerly, knowing this would drive Haoshan away. So, you're willing to show yourself. Li Hao regarded the green light with no surprise, smiling faintly. I half expected you to launch a sneak attack. It seems you chose instead to defend the Kasaya and Buddha Hall. A wave of green light rippled out from the void, revealing the green lamp Buddha's figure. Seated calmly atop the lotus platform, his aged face bristled with gloom and cold fury. It's the green lamp Buddha. The green lamp Buddha has returned. Kill him. Don't let him escape, or he'll come back to wreak havoc on our holy land again. Hold him down. Once Buddha Venerate and the twin-faced Buddha return, he'll be finished. Thinking to ambush the Holy Land, laughable. Many Buddhist disciples, seeing the green lamp Buddha, were elated and excited, their eyes flashing with hatred and murderous intent. The tension in their faces dissipated instantly, some even folding their hands in prayer with smiles, murmuring words of Amitabha. All things are destined. If the Buddhist sect falls today, you too shall face extinction in the future. The green lamp Buddha fixed his gaze on Li Hao, speaking softly. Li Hao replied indifferently, all things wither away, but the difference lies in that I decide your demise. The green lamp Buddha's calm expression stiffened instantly, turning icy. How did you know I would be here? He had planned to wait until Li Hao began searching for treasures within the 10,000 Buddha Hall and then ambush him. The Buddha Hall contained 3 heaven and earth treasures buried by the green lamp Buddha, ready as bait. Yet, Li Hao showed no intent to claim the treasures, choosing instead to destroy the hall outright. This made the green lamp Buddha realize he might have been exposed. This realization compelled him to act and protect the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Had you fled elsewhere and relied on that Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, I might not be completely confident in killing you. But alas, you harbored killing intent, and Haria, this is your final chance to kill me. Not wanting to let it slip, you've sealed your fate. You will die here. Li Hao spoke indifferently. Within the Buddhist Holy Land, the green lamp Buddha's power would reach its maximum amplification. This was the only possibility for the opponent to defeat him. If the opponent decided to keep fleeing, it might indeed be difficult for him to locate Tama unless his strength constantly advanced, allowing him to grasp even greater power. I originally didn't want to kill you, you've forced my hand. Otherwise, once you become a supreme saint and ally yourself with other supreme saints to encircle me, I would have no path to escape. In green lamp Buddha's eyes, there was a flash of murderous intent. This was the reason he was compelled to come here. If Li Hao's position rose too fast, and he enlisted the aid of supreme saints, he would stand no chance. After all, he wasn't a divine ancestor, even possessing a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon wouldn't guarantee his survival. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. The opponent had actually considered this angle. Unfortunately, he did not intend to solicit help from others. Instead, not even Feng had been asked to accompany him on this journey. This matter, he planned to solve entirely on his own. Yet in the eyes of others, his threats extended beyond his personal combat strength. His status alone brought innumerable sources of aid, and this sense of deterrence was equally terrifying. This grudging feud should come to an end. Li Hao stopped being polite. He directly unveiled the extreme realm. Eternal Tao domain emerged, shrouding the entire holy mountain. The green lamp Buddha did not evade but instead chanted in a low voice. Form the 10,000 Buddha formation,
those entering my Buddhist domain, their incense fire belongs to me.
With his intonation, the various formation cores scattered across the Holy Land were activated. Strands of golden light surged toward the heavens, and simultaneously, the vast incense fire power began flooding in from the corners of the Buddhist Holy Land, converging upon the green lamp Buddha. Behind him, a towering heaven and earth Dharma aspect gradually materialized. This Dharma aspect stood over 10,000 meters tall. Even the massive peaks paled compared to its legs, its colossal upper body reaching into the clouds, dispersing the misty fog above the dome of the heavens. Such a majestic figure caused shockwaves that rippled across a dozen divine dynasties surrounding the Holy Land. What is that? Such an enormous Buddha, could it be the Saint Dharma of the Buddhist sect? So vast, how terrifying. What on earth is happening in the Buddhist Holy Land? Is a saint unleashing such an immense Dharma aspect? Within the divine dynasty, many were stunned by this sight, astonished and puzzled.
Meanwhile, within the heavenly observatory, the Emperor of Divine Dynasty and other entities climbed to the observatory platform to leverage the optimal viewpoint, straining their vision to glimpse the towering Buddha Dharma aspect.
Their expressions grew grim as realization dawned upon them. Catastrophe had befallen the Buddhist Holy Land. Inside the Buddhist Holy Land, Li Hao's gaze grew heavy. The accumulation of the Holy Land's power was indeed formidable, its ferocity overwhelming. This was already far beyond the level of a three calamities saint, at least 3 to 5 times stronger than an ordinary one. Die. The green lamp Buddha's eyes turned icy as he suddenly raised his hand. A sweeping green light surged forth from the heavens, and within the Dharma aspect, a Buddha palm descended from the celestial sky, aiming to flatten the entire Buddhist holy mountain. This terrifying heavenly power concentrated its full might within the center of the Buddha palm, targeting Li Hao alone. Li Hao's long hair danced wildly as the colossal palm threatened to descend upon him. He flipped his hand, summoning the dark brilliance of his power. Subsequently, his Tao domain's energy fully condensed upon his blade. He raised his hand and unleashed a single sword strike, only me swordsmanship, a mortal's one finger. Boom! The colossal flaming golden palm, blazing like a sun plummeting from the sky, ignited in golden flames. Yet amidst the burning radiance, an eye-catching streak of silver light emerged, illuminating tens of thousands of miles. Everyone within this range perceived only a flash of light before their eyes. Something seemed to slash across, leaving all stunned and bewildered. The sword glow cleaved the Buddha palm in two with precision. A deafening blast reverberated across the heavens and earth as the void rippled in layers. The residual shockwaves from the collision sent fierce vibrations through the air, creating rippling distortions across the void. After the impact subsided, Li Hao's silver hair glowed under the light. He raised his eyes and stared directly at the colossal Buddha Dharma aspect before him. Without hesitation, he followed with a second sword strike. This time, the sword borrowed the transform to immortal power, channeling the force of heaven and earth. In an instant, it invoked incomprehensible might as the sword chi tore downward ferociously. Boom! The Buddha Dharma aspect raised its hand to block. Strands of Buddhist divine skills and golden light emerged, accompanied by demonic apparitions interwoven into the divine skills. Yet, before the might of the sword glow, all were utterly annihilated. Finally, the sword chi savagely carved into the Buddha's gigantic body. The towering figure trembled as though struck heavily. The golden flames dissipated, leaving sharp cracks that formed directly across the central torso of the Dharma aspect. Li Hao advanced swiftly. After shattering the Dharma aspect of the green lamp Buddha, he suddenly closed in on the returning ruins and slashed out another sword strike. This sword showed no reduction in power, once again harnessing the heaven and earth power. The heaven and earth vein behind him rapidly absorbed energy, and within it, faint specks of starlight emerged, an indication of the strength of the all-heaven star vein. Otherwise, the heaven and earth vein alone would not have been sufficient to support Li Hao's extravagant maneuver. As expected, you truly command the techniques of a supreme saint. The green lamp Buddha's face turned slightly pale. With his Dharma aspect destroyed, half of the incense fire power he had gathered dissipated instantly. The power contained in that sword had exceeded even the combined incense fire of the Buddhist Holy Land. Such a method of condensing overwhelming power in an instant was impossible unless one relied on the sanctuary of a holy land or borrowed the strength of the heavenly Tao. Seeing Li Hao approaching, he did not retreat. Instead, a deeper killing intent emerged in his eyes. His Dharma aspect abruptly ignited with green flames, and his two arms struck down at Li Hao in succession. With a deafening boom, the impact was violent. Sword chi, like a silver dragon, roared and obliterated the Buddha palm. But behind the destroyed Buddha palm, the green lamp Buddha stood firmly in the center of his Dharma aspect, revealing a green lamp in his hand. Li Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he said coldly, "This time, I won't let you escape." If his opponent intended to use this treasure to flee once again, Li Hao would have no choice but to unleash the little extreme realm power of the three saints in one. The green lamp Buddha gave no response. His gaze fell upon the green lamp in his hand, a trace of sorrow and regret flickering in his eyes. This lamp carried his Tao thoughts, his cultivation years, and had accompanied him through countless ages, and now. One Buddha lamp, burning through 1,000 years of darkness. He whispered solemnly. The green lamp in his hand, like a lotus platform, bloomed with dazzling, resplendent green light, spreading across the entire sky. The heavens and earth turned green, and then that green transformed into raging flames. From the Buddha lamp, an aura of heavenly tribulation and boundless ancient power emanated.
Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. He focused on the Buddha lamp, only to find that even his divine sight was obscured by the blazing green light. He could no longer perceive the lamp. Instead, he saw the green lamp Buddha himself merging into the core of that green light. In an instant, there seemed to be an illusion the green lamp Buddha had become the lamp's wick.
The green light seemed to ignite directly from his physical body. Along with it, the power of the nearby heavens and earth boiled, as streams of tribulation power manifested in the void, carrying with them the force of devastating lightning. These tribulation powers darted around, coalescing and spiraling around the Dharma aspect of the green lamp Buddha. Li Hao halted. He could sense the green lamp Buddha brewing a terrifying killing intent. Charging in recklessly would only provoke an even fiercer attack prematurely. He dared not be careless. As an ancient three calamities saint, the green lamp Buddha's final counterattack would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Li Hao took a deep breath. Behind him, starlight surged, fully unveiling the all-heaven star vein. In an instant, countless beams of condensed light gathered together, illuminating from the heavens. With the connection of the all-heaven star's power to his veins, an infinite and majestic aura emanated from his body, no weaker than the radiant green light. Meanwhile, the Dharma aspect of the green lamp Buddha raised its hand. Within the green light in its palm, a wisp of gray lightning appeared, flickering constantly, exuding dreadful tribulation power and an ancient aura. This lamp seals an ancient tribulation power, the remnant strength from the trials of the immortal divine. This is why even the supreme saints yield to me. The green lamp Buddha looked up, ice-cold killing intent shining in his eyes. His Dharma aspect suddenly lifted its hand, and that wisp of gray tribulation light transformed into blinding thunderbolts, tearing through the firmament. With a thunderous boom, it seemed to carve a curved rift into the sky. Then, the tribulation power shot toward Li Hao at unimaginable speed. The moment it arrived, Li Hao looked up and caught the chilling scent of death and destruction. Yet he did not retreat, nor did he have any escape routes. Everything transpired too quickly, but he had prepared for this. No matter how many divine skills and techniques he could deploy, his strongest offensive weapon remained his sword. Thus, this sword gathered the strength of the all-heaven star vein and the power of transforming to immortal. It stirred the power of half the heavens in an instant and swept forward in a fierce slash. The splendor and brilliance of this strike were utterly unparalleled. Containing immense heaven and earth power, it embodied the elegance and grandeur of an immortal's divine touch. The moment the tribulation power descended, the sword light extended forth, resembling an ancient immortal gently pointing at the tribulation light. Boom! But what followed was a deafening roar that shook the surrounding 10,000 miles. Countless citizens within the divine dynasty were startled by the thunderous explosion. Many of the timid ones directly prostrated on the ground in fear. At the Buddhist Holy Land, numerous Buddhist disciples and saint heirs went deaf and blind from the echoing shockwave. Amid the burst of energy, many disciples were severely injured, spitting blood, and some of the weaker ones perished on the spot despite being far away. The majestic 10,000 Buddha hall crumbled and disintegrated under the tremor. The three golden Buddha statues within the hall quickly split apart, and the serene, compassionate Buddha faces shattered as rubble crashed down around them. The boundless green light disappeared. That seemingly eternal sword vanished as well. The tribulation power dissipated along with them. The Dharma aspect of the green lamp Buddha fractured, becoming ethereal, and began to fade away. His expression grew dazed, somewhat lost, and somewhat bewildered, but in the end, his gaze rested solely on the green lamp in his hand. This ancient Tao Tribulation Emperor's weapon, born of the heavens and earth, had its wick flickering weakly until, at last, it extinguished. As the wick went out, fine cracks appeared on the Buddha lamp, growing in number until, with a crisp shattering sound, it burst into specks of starlight, dispersing into the void of his trembling palm.
When that strand of tribulation power was released, the Buddha lamp dissipated, and this emperor's weapon fell as well. Yet he had not thought that such a means would still fail to defeat the youth before him, Li Hao. The opponent, clearly only a new saint who had just passed the human tribulation, how could he wield such strength?
Only when the specks of green light completely faded did his gaze rise slowly, landing on Li Hao, who had drawn close. He did not flee, nor did he show fear. On his face, there was no anger or the intent to kill, only calmness and a hint of faint mockery. Were it not for the Supreme Saint's obsession with becoming immortal divine beings, someone like you, a monster, surely would never have been tolerated by them. Heavenly prides and monsters are often valued and recruited by major forces, but if a monster's power reaches the pinnacle, enough to overturn those forces, they then become a source of fear. Although Li Hao utilized returning ruin instantaneous movement to arrive before him, he did not immediately strike. He had already sensed that the life force within the green lamp Buddha's body was rapidly fading. Just now, the Buddha had manipulated tribulation power but had also injured himself, failing to pass this trial. If your Buddhist Holy Land could distinguish good from evil, then my enmity with the Buddha child would have been merely between the two of us. Li Hao said calmly. The green lamp Buddha heard this and, the mockery in his eyes turned into a touch of bitterness. He raised his head and gazed quietly at the heavens, speaking. The Supreme Saints all wish to take that step, but we are no different. If one cannot become immortal divine, one becomes mere dust. It's said that even immortal divine beings face tribulation. The Buddha venerate, the Buddha child, and Ea we had planned to endure the three calamities, join Tao, and ascend together, each indispensable to the other. Though no one has ever walked this path, we thought we would try. He spoke softly of these things, yet his body gradually showed cracks, his flesh rupturing. But he appeared indifferent, only quietly continuing. If not for this, the matter between you and the Buddha Childa, I would naturally discern the truth, and judge it impartially. Perhaps, this is the tribulation. To seek becoming immortal divine, but face calamity as a result. As he said this, he recalled how he had unleashed tribulation power yet still failed to kill Li Hao. A more bitter smile escaped his lips. Even for a saint, one who comprehends the great cause and effect skill and understands the concept of Fatea, it remains impossible to escape, impossible to leap out from reincarnation. Within my Buddhist Holy Land, countless disciples are innocent and uninformed. I hope you can spare them. Half of the green lamp Buddha's body had already dissipated. He looked to Li Hao, speaking softly, his gaze becoming gentle, carrying the compassion of a Buddha. Upon hearing this, Li Hao replied coldly, even if you hadn't spoken, I would have done so regardless. But those who harbor killing intent toward Maya, I will not spare them. The green lamp Buddha quietly chanted, Amitabha, it is well. His eyes revealed a hint of relief as he took one last, lingering glance at the Buddha mountain beneath his feet before his figure slowly faded away. As the green lamp Buddha's form completely dispersed in the void, his aura vanished as well, leaving the entire Buddhist Holy Land unusually silent. But not long afterward, waves of sorrowful cries erupted, calling out the name of the green lamp Buddha. Many disciples, including the semi-saints, wept openly, their expressions filled with grief as they knelt to bid farewell to this ancient Buddha. In the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, the Sword Master and Sword Saint stood within the void, gazing toward the Buddhist Holy Land. When the green lamp Buddha's aura dissipated, a trace of sighing emerged in their eyes. This towering, enduring Buddhist Holy Land, which had stood tall for countless epochs, was now destined to fade away from this day onward. The green lamp Buddha, he had already been a saint when they had not yet become saints, yet even he could not escape the calamity of death. Elsewhere, in the literary ancestor Holy Land, the literary saint also stood in the void, gazing afar. He sighed and muttered quietly. Right and wrong, merits and sins, immortal names and mortal humiliations, even for saints, in the end, they cannot transcend or escape. Within the Buddhist Holy Land, Li Hao's expression remained calm. Among the waves of sorrowful cries from the Buddhist disciples, he was unmoved. Had it not been for the green lamp Buddha's desperate final battle, exhausting his own being and still failing to kill him, there would not have been that last shred of compassion. When all strength is exhausted, only a single benevolent heart remains. Li Hao's figure flickered, arriving at the 10,000 Buddha hall. He swept aside the rubble, retrieving the heaven and earth treasures sealed beneath 3 golden bodies. Afterward, Li Hao returned to the semi-saints hovering in the void and declared, "The Buddha venerate is dead. The green lamp Buddha has also fallen. From this moment forth, the Buddhist holy land shall be erased from the earth. Should any of you continue to identify as members of the Buddhist sect, regardless of the distance, I shall slay you in a thought." His words carried the majesty of a saint, leaving the semi-saints not only grief-stricken but also filled with anger and dread. Many Buddhist disciples, upon hearing that the Buddha venerate was dead, were in disbelief. But given that the green lamp Buddha had been killed within the Holy Land, the Buddha venerate was likely doomed as well, otherwise he would have already appeared. For a moment, the cries of sorrow grew even louder. Li Hao paid them no attention. Extending his divine thought across the Buddhist Holy Land, he immediately located some valuable items. For instance, behind the Buddha mountain lay a Bodhi tree, its radiant fruits exuding dense Taoist charm. Approaching the tree, Li Hao found it had developed sentience. When it saw him arrive, it emitted a low, resonant voice. "You are not one of the Buddhist sect. I will destroy myself rather than submit to you." As it spoke, its treasure gleam receded, its leaves quivered, and its fruits began to phaeasm, collapsing inward as though ready to decay. Li Hao's expression turned cold, and his eternal Tao domain immediately enveloped and subdued the tree, causing time within the domain to appear to slow. He picked up one of the fruits, took a bite, and discovered it to be sweet in taste, filled with pure energy. It was a fruit of enlightenment. This Buddhist sect actually possesses a fruit of enlightenment tree. Li Hao was somewhat astonished. Within the Mo River, a single such fruit required 10,000 points, yet this tree bore an entire cluster at least over 100 fruits. "If you wish to destroy yourself, then I shall guide you," Li Hao said coldly, summoning Xian. Xian saw the fruit and was a bit stunned. Li Hao said to her, "You and it share the same origin as wood essence. It seeks death, and you should help it." Xian immediately understood Li Hao's meaning. Her eyes shone, and she smiled, saying, "Then I won't be polite." As she spoke, she transformed into a crimson vine, quickly wrapping around the Bodhi tree, then taking root within it, absorbing the Bodhi tree's nutrients and power. The Bodhi tree was somewhat terrified by Xian's absorption and angrily said, "You are heartless." "Cliché copyright," Li Hao said indifferently, sitting in the courtyard, calling for some tea from the halls, drinking it at leisure, while waiting for Xian to absorb the Bodhi tree and continuing to use his divine thought to explore other parts of the Buddhist Holy Land. Soon, Li Hao found traces of some treasures, and his Tao thoughts enveloped them, pulling them all over. Although he couldn't use these treasures, he could send them to friends later. In addition, he found 2 heaven and earth treasures beneath a statue in a secret hall. Besides these, Li Hao also found some incomplete forbidden area maps and broken Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon fragments, hard as a merit, without any special power, just tough enough. After a long time, Xian fully absorbed the Bodhi tree, which went from radiantly shining with Buddhist light to dim and decayed, its fruits going from plump to shriveled like a dried-out gourd. Instead, Xian emitted an auspicious glow all over her body. She was originally a bloodvine, bearing an aura of slaughter and grievance, born in a place of buried corpses, nurtured by absorbing countless life essences to gain consciousness. Now, by absorbing this Bodhi tree imbued with Buddhist nature, she seemed to undergo some transformation. Li Hao felt a blend of Buddhist and demonic aura on her, which reminded him of the twin Buddha child, but the aura on Xian was harmoniously unified, deeper and more cohesive than the twin Buddha child. The path the twin Buddha child sought wasn't completed, but Xian seemed to have succeeded. Li Hao was somewhat surprised and felt a touch of the wonders of fate. Xian followed him, born from a crimson vine in a place of corpse blood, yet after her transformation, her nature was innately pure, devoid of thoughts of good and evil, now more aligned with the essence of the fusion of Buddhist and demonic. In the world, there is no inherent good or evil, all distinctions are made by all saints. Just like reptiles and beasts, they do not discuss good and evil. When hungry, they eat, and the notion of killing as a sin never exists. Some saints say the human race is the darkest in the world, for even without greed, they can still face slaughter. But the human race is also the kindest, being the only ones among many beings to release others. I seem to be a little sleepy. After absorbing the Bodhi tree, Xian appeared slightly intoxicated, wobbling, speaking to Li Hao with playful coyness. Li Hao laughed helplessly. She had overeaten and couldn't digest it. But at this moment, a faint aura of chaos seemed to emanate from Xian, which was an amalgamation of good and evil, yin and yang. Li Hao let her return to the heaven and earth space to rest well. Then he finished the tea, got up, and went to search for the remaining treasures. The Buddhist tea indeed had an extraordinary taste. Before long, Li Hao had completely cleared out the Buddhist Holy Land and turned away. Many Buddhist semi-saints saw Li Hao leaving without daring to stop him. They all knew that with the fall of the saints, the future of the Buddhist sect seemed destined to slowly fade away. Shortly after the battle ended, many divine dynasties in the Kanglan realm were shocked to learn about the situation of the Buddhist sect. This first holy land of Kanglan realm was actually swept clean by someone, and it was the monster from Kanglan realm, famous from the ranking battle, the Heavenly Pride. Li Hao left the Kanglan realm, not meeting the Sword Master and others, and instead turned straight to the Void Holy Land in the Cloud Realm. In the Void Holy Land, after the fall of the Void Ancestor and the Void Saint, there was no more resistance. Faced with Li Hao stepping in, they could only angrily berate ineffectively, but after one of the semi-saints who spoke was slapped into mush by Li Hao, no other semi-saints dared make a sound. In front of a saint, their voices were extremely weak, and they could only wait for the Void Ancestor to return from discussing the Tao to seek revenge. Li Hao brazenly looted the Void Holy Land, finding 4 more heaven and earth treasures, along with many other treasures, including a Void Pearl, the treasure guarding the Void Holy Land. This pearl could place the Void Holy Land in the Void for concealment, a unique treasure for guarding the Holy Land. Li Hao planned to send this to Feng, so that if the thieving heaven's sacred land faced trouble in the future, this item could aid Feng. After clearing out the Void Holy Land, Li Hao continued to visit the other saints' holy lands who had debated the Tao with him, to demand heaven and earth treasures. He wouldn't visit if they came forward to offer voluntarily, but such items were extremely rare. As Li Hao visited one by one, time flew by, and half a month later, the news of all saints discussing the Tao spread, shaking the all heavens. What was most shocking was the Buddhist sect and the Void Holy Land. When they learned that Li Hao had slain 12 saints during the Tao debate, they were all in despair. Especially the Void Holy Land, it was utterly disheartened to know that the Void Ancestor was slain by Li Hao in public. From then on, Li Hao's name resonated throughout the all heavens. Li Hao searched around, and except for 2 holy lands unwilling to hand over the 5 heaven and earth treasures as compensation, the rest reluctantly submitted. And in those 2 holy lands, after a fierce battle, they eventually handed over the 5 treasures. After making the rounds, Li Hao saw in his hands a total of 54 heaven and earth treasures. This quantity of heaven and earth treasures was enough to make many holy lands envious, but Li Hao's status was no longer the same. Even if someone deduced the quantity of heaven and earth treasures Li Hao held, they dared not covet, for Li Hao was already a presence second only to the Supreme Saint. Li Hao returned to the Little Thousand World, preparing to feed the heaven and earth treasures to the Merit Sword. Just as he was about to enter the Little Thousand World, he encountered a figure in the void blocking his way. Li Hao took a closer look and discovered it was Ying Xiaoxiao, whom he had met earlier. Seeing her, Li Hao thought of the earlier mention of the God Realm and the revival of the Divine Ancestor. Such a confidential matter being shared with him intrigued him. Looking at her pure, otherworldly face, he smiled and said, "Why are you here? Were you waiting for me on purpose?" Ying Xiaoxiao looked at Li Hao with a complex expression. The matter of All Saints Convention was already known to her. When she had previously encountered Li Hao while absorbing extreme Tao power, she assumed he was a monster possessing the power of the 3 calamities. She never expected his saint path to be far more terrifying, causing upheaval across all heavens. "I knew you would return here, so I arrived early to wait for you." Ying Xiaoxiao said, "Is it about your family's divine ancestor? As for the Green Lamp Buddha and Void Ancestor, I've already taken care of them for him. Regarding extreme Tao power, he can decide how to settle that." Li Hao chuckled. A subtle complexity flickered through Ying Xiaoxiao's gaze. She shook her head slightly and said, "I didn't come to find you for that. About the Divine Ancestor." She bit her lip lightly. Previously, the Divine Ancestor had told her not to meddle and didn't care about the help Li Hao could offer. However, now that the All Saints Convention had concluded, she believed the Divine Ancestor might reconsider and agree to cooperate. But for now, that wasn't her primary concern. She turned to Li Hao and said, Your cultivation path is one of becoming a saint through the body. That mixed heaven saint follows the same path. He'll surely be hostile to you." As she spoke, her gaze became earnest as she fixed her eyes on Li Hao. Li Hao was momentarily startled but soon burst out laughing and said, "You came all the way here just to tell me this?" "You already know." Ying Xiaoxiao froze, observing Li Hao's demeanor and realizing he seemed to have anticipated this. Li Hao nodded and said, "Someone already informed me. I'll be cautious, but you appearing around me during such a sensitive time, with countless saints watching my every move, might only bring trouble to your divine clan." A hint of disappointment flashed in Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes. Hearing Li Hao's words, she shook her head lightly and said, "Since you're aware, I can rest assured. As for the matter of the divine ancestor, I'll let you know if anything changes." With that, she glanced at Li Hao one last time and stepped into a fissure in the void, disappearing from his sight. Li Hao paused slightly, watching her aura completely vanish. After a brief moment of stillness, he finally resumed entering the Little Thousand World. Upon returning to the heavenly sacred land, Li Hao handed the void pearl over to Elder Feng. Feng Boping had long heard tales of how Li Hao had spent these days visiting each holy land to demand reparations. He knew Li Hao had destroyed the void holy land but was still surprised to see that Li Hao had managed to obtain this treasure bead. "This object is essentially half an emperor's weapon, and you're just giving it to me?" Feng Boping held the void pearl in his hands. To a holy land, this was an extraordinary protective treasure. Even though Feng Boping had the means to steal many things, such a rare item had always eluded him. "It's of no use to me," Li Hao replied with a smile. Feng Boping laughed and chided him jokingly, but he didn't decline. A treasure of this caliber would be valuable to anyone, and he understood this gesture as Li Hao's goodwill. Moreover, before long, Feng would be working with the Lai Sky Saint to accomplish an important task. At that time, the Holy Land would indeed need such an item for protection. Thus, he didn't insist on showing excessive humility and accepted it. After bidding farewell to Elder Feng, Li Hao returned to his own courtyard. Without delay, he brought out numerous heaven and earth treasures and the merit sword, and began the process of nurturing it. Meanwhile, in the heart of a certain small world, in a dim, molten world where scorching lava streamed everywhere, an ancient divine hall stood amidst the lava. Dressed in green, Ying Xiaoxiao returned here. Upon entering the divine hall, she immediately heard her grandmother's delighted voice. "Xiaoxiao, you're back. Quick, follow me to pay respects to the divine ancestor. He has truly returned." Ying Xiaoxiao froze briefly. A flash of brilliance lit up her eyes as she swiftly followed her grandmother. Deep within the divine hall, the dark brown crystal had long disappeared. Upon the dust-covered divine throne, a figure clad entirely in jagged armor sat upright like an immovable ancient boulder. In his palm rested a massive black sword, its tip protruding forward as he gazed downward at the steps before the throne. When Ying Xiaoxiao arrived with her grandmother, there were already many elders of the clan present besides them. These reclusive clan elders, some usually in deep slumber and others concealing themselves in shadows, had all gathered here now. Kneeling before the divine throne, their expressions were devout and fervent as they awaited the instructions from the ancestor of their clan. With just a single order, they would set forth immediately to wage war across all heavens. The day of vengeance had been awaited for far too long. As the goddess, Ying Xiaoxiao recognized these clan elders, and although they were all present here, she could still discern the absence of many familiar faces among them. A faint sorrow emerged deep in her eyes, but she quickly lifted her gaze toward the towering figure seated on the divine throne. The restrained, yet potent aura emanating from him, reminiscent of a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption, commanded reverence. Even now, as she had ascended to becoming a saint, she could still feel a bloodline-deep tremor of awe. Her grandmother took her hand as they walked down the central aisle to the steps before the divine throne. Her grandmother knelt and lowered her head in respect, saying, "Unworthy descendant, pay respects to our ancestor." Silence enveloped the divine hall. After a brief moment, the imposing divine king seated on the throne seemed to return from the depths of memory spanning endless eras. Slowly, he raised his head and surveyed the many figures prostrated in the hall, most of whom were semi-saints. These were all his bloodline descendants. Have all matters been arranged? He spoke slowly, his voice low and filled with authority. Ying Qingshuang responded with deference. "All prepared, ancestor. All clansmen have been assembled and are ready, awaiting your command." Over these years, Our clan has meticulously extended its influence into numerous forces, infiltrating 17 minor worlds and controlling 83 divine dynasties. Just one order, and rebellion shall ignite at any moment. Good. The divine king nodded, a flicker of chilling light flashing in his candle-like, dignified eyes. He turned his gaze to the goddess kneeling near the front of the crowd and said, "You mentioned earlier this Saint Howdiana who would have thought he'd perform so remarkably at the Tao debate assembly. It seems he could be won over. If at a critical juncture, he can deal a fatal blow to the source ancestor, it would be an extraordinary merit." Ying Xiaoxiao paused briefly, lifting her head to meet the ancestor's piercing gaze, only to lower her eyes once more quickly. This time, the ancestor agreed to her earlier proposal, but she felt no joy as before. Instead, an uneasy weight settled over her. Li Hao had already slain the void ancestor, the green lamp Buddha, as well as saints implicated in the ancient conflict. All were his sworn enemies. Now, to invite Li Hao would leave no grounds for reasoning. Moreover, to attempt a surprise attack on the source ancestor, such a venture was inherently fraught with peril. The source ancestor was no ordinary being. Not only a supreme saint but the eldest saint of them all. Even the ancestor had suffered greatly at his hands before finally breaking free from imprisonment after countless epochs. Her gaze grew complicated as memory carried her back to that day at the tea stall, her first encounter with the young man. Their conversation still stayed vivid in her mind.
My name is Ying Xiaoxiao. Ying, as in fated to rise, Xiaoxiao, as in carefree elegance. What shall I call you?
You can call me Haoshan. What's your surname? I have no surname. She had been curious, how could someone lack a surname?
Just as when she was born, her grandmother had reminded her, remember, your surname is Yinga Ying, as in attuned destiny. You bear this name, and it signifies the pride and dignity of all heavens.
As her curiosity led her to learn of the boy's past, she came to realize just how arduous his journey had been. Beneath that carefree, unruly smile lay scars too poignant to describe.
Now, after enduring tribulation, he had finally achieved becoming a saint only to be asked to assassinate the source ancestor. The risk of failure in such an endeavor foretold inevitable doom, obliteration, body, and soul. In response to the ancestor, a source ancestor is wily and deeply suspicious. When battling ancestor, it's unlikely he'd grant any openings. If we're to enlist Saint Haoshan's help, it may prove more effective to task him with dealing with the other implicated 3 calamities saints instead. Our clan's manpower remains insufficient. These 3 calamities saints will pose grave threats to us.
Ying Xiaoxiao bowed her head as she spoke. She wished Li Hao wouldn't recklessly gamble his life on such a dire mission. But simultaneously, she hoped he could lend aid to the divine clan, strengthening the ancestors' cause. From a young age, what Ying Xiaoxiao had seen and heard had taught her well of the injustices plaguing the divine clan. Noble as it was, their destiny had been reduced to that of rats hiding in sewers. As the goddess, don't you understand? This war's outcome hinges entirely on the confrontation between myself and the source ancestor. Once the source ancestor falls, the remaining 3 calamities saints will pose no further concern. Those unwilling to submit I can erase with a mere wave of hand. The divine king's eyes radiated cold indifference, as he continued. Inflicting harm upon the source ancestor far surpasses eliminating 10 or 103 calamities saints. Ying Xiaoxiao undoubtedly grasped this truth. Yet, her concerns extended to 2 dilemmas: the peril of assassination and the potential toll from the remaining 3 calamities saints, whose threat, while insufficient to harm the ancestora, could destroy many clansfolk. For years, the divine clan had scrambled in hiding. Besides herself and her grandmother, there were merely 5 other saints within the clan.
When weighed against all heavens, this number was woefully insufficient. Once war erupted, with the ancestor locked in battle with the source ancestor, the remaining 3 calamities saints would have to be fended off by the others, inevitably at great cost of bloodshed.
If Li Hao could aid her in curbing the other 3 calamities saints, the clan's casualties could be vastly reduced. Already, countless clan elders had fallen in the effort to revive the ancestor. Now, even more lives would likely wither away. That man has become the strongest contender below Supreme Saint. He is bound to be courted by the source ancestor. If we act first, the opportunity is rare. Let him feign allegiance to the source ancestor, then seize the chance to strike. The divine king said coldly. Upon learning about the Tao convention, the thought had emerged in his mind, thinking it to be a good opportunity. Even if it failed, it wouldn't matter much to him. The loss could be ignored. Ying Xiaoxiao bit her lip slightly and said, What if he is unwilling to agree, if the source ancestor offers him greater benefits? The divine king showed a contemplative look in his eyes, then glanced at her, his eyes flickering slightly, and said, "You said he also cultivates the extreme Tao. In that case, you may tell him, swearing by your Tao heart as a guarantee, that all the extreme Tao power from this battle, I will gift to him. The more casualties in this war, the greater benefits he will gain. He might even seize this opportunity to step into the extreme divine realm, comparable to my level." At the same time, he glanced at Ying Xiaoxiao and said, "You seem to have a fondness for him. I can make the decision to betroth you to him. Although all of you are saints and no longer care for carnal pleasures, saints too have companions. If he has feelings for you, he should also agree. Moreover, once everything is accomplished, our divine clan shall rule the all heavens, and he shall remain independent of our clan. I will bestow upon him 3,000 worlds, all of which he will control, along with the incense fire. In this way, he also has the potential to cultivate into the God realm through incense fire in the future. If his own aptitude is sufficient, challenging the legendary unity of the three saints in the God realm is not impossible." His words were extremely tempting. Ying Xiaoxiao, after listening, was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the ancestor to be so generous. For cultivation, this was indeed a great advantage. Simply being granted extreme Tao power to reach the God realm was a tremendous fortune. "Go handle it." The divine king finished speaking and saw Ying Xiaoxiao with her head lowered, coldly ordered. Ying Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth slightly, remained silent for a long while, and finally agreed, rising to take her leave. In the little thousand world, within the thief saint's holy land. In the small courtyard, Li Hao took out various heaven and earth treasures to feed the celestial weapon. These heaven and earth treasures were of numerous kinds. Some were rare divine fruits, some were source crystals condensed with a certain Taoist charm in the void, and others were mysterious heavy divine water, all containing Tao and tribulation power, capable of enriching the Tao power and tribulation power within the Tao tribulation emperor weapon, until it transformed. In addition, the two divine water Tao fish that Li Hao caught in the heavenly river were also heaven and earth treasures. As Li Hao fed these treasures one by one to the celestial weapon absorbed them, and a thick Taoist charm began to appear on the pitch-black sword body. This sword was originally a fragment from the Taoist palace of Gan Tao Palace, now refined into a sword, yet traces of the eaves corners could still be seen on the sword body. As the heaven and earth treasures were continuously absorbed, upon absorbing 10 items, a Taoist charm spirit was faintly born within the sword body, with a spiritual sense tethered to Li Hao's consciousness. That spiritual sense carried a joyful and reborn aura, very lively, conveying a sense of closeness toward Li Hao. As Li Hao continued to feed the treasures, upon absorbing 20 items, this spiritual sense became increasingly robust, containing a frightening majesty. Furthermore, thunder-fire divine light appeared on the sword body, emanating a terrifying aura, forming a sword domain around Li Hao. This is the weapon's own Tao domain, extremely sharp and terrifying. It was not inferior to the Tao domain of an ordinary saint, containing ancient tribulation power within. Li Hao felt that this fragmented weapon was gradually awakening and healing, becoming complete. He did not stop and continued feeding until 30 heaven and earth treasures were fed. The sword body floated in front of Li Hao, with lightning appearing in the void, and just the naturally emanating and showcasing sword light tore through the surrounding void, surrounded by strands of tribulation power, filled with a destructive aura. Simultaneously, above the small courtyard, thunder rumbled intensely. The once clear sky suddenly turned into darkness, with thick clouds gathered like steaming black smoke above the Holy Land. Within, thunder fire flickered, exuding a series of oppressive and destructive auras. What is happening? Who is undergoing the tribulation? This seems like a saint-level heavenly tribulation? Many disciples cultivating on the Saint Mountain were alarmed, some in shock. They had previously watched the thief saint undergo the heavenly tribulation, using his stealing skill to capture a trace of the heavenly tribulation, using tribulation power to overcome his own 3 calamities. Now, this scene seemed familiar. Feng Boping, in his cave mansion, saw the gathered dark clouds, momentarily stunned, then realized something, scanning with his divine thought, immediately seeing the source of the aura. He understood in his heart, it was indeed as he thought. This tribulation was not drawn by Li Hao himself. After all, Li Hao had not yet crossed the earth tribulation and could not directly leap to the heavenly tribulation. And Li Hao, having destroyed the Buddhist sect and void Holy Land, naturally had amassed many benefits, sufficient to restore and form the damaged Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. At this moment, in the small courtyard, Li Hao sat upright, looking at the thundering sky above. He felt the celestial weapon suspended before him stirring restlessly. Suddenly, with a swish, the joyful spiritual sense in the celestial weapon let out a long, sword-like cry, suddenly rushing out, tearing through the void, charging out of the small courtyard, heading toward the sky. It was born of the heavens and earth, and when nurtured and formed, it too would undergo the tribulation and test of the heavens and earth. Under the dark clouds, the pitch-black celestial weapon erupted with brilliant silver light, soaring swiftly, then abruptly crashed into the clouds. Rumble. The sound of thunder in the clouds grew increasingly fierce, seemingly in rage. And the several thousand feet long sword shadow occasionally flashed through the clouds, illuminated during the thunderous flashes, highlighting the massive sword mark. The sword shadow, in the clouds, was continually struck by the thunderbolts, the thunderlight like twisting spirit serpents engaging in combat with the sword shadow. With each impact, intense tremors resonated, making one's heart pound. Li Hao uncrossed his legs and sat under the eaves, quietly gazing at the layers of clouds. He could feel the exuberant spiritual sense of Gongming. It was not fearful but rather filled with an unstoppable momentum. As claps of thunder rumbled repeatedly, the clouds were suddenly torn apart after some time. A beam of sword light illuminated the heavens and earth, as though it sought to cleave Saint Mountain itself in two. The clouds were bisected, and a massive sword descended slowly from within, akin to an emperor reigning supreme over the mortal world. Though it was merely a sword, as it descended, it seemed to become the sole radiance of existence, attracting all attention. Whose sword is that? It looks like a divine weapon undergoing tribulation. I heard from friends in the artifact ancestor sacred land that crafting a divine weapon often invites calamity. The thunderfire tribulations vary depending on the level of the divine weapon. I wonder who owns this weapon. Given such an imposing scene, with thunder roaring far beyond 9 peals, it must be a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. The disciples across Saint Mountain could feel a profound majesty radiating from the sword, as if an emperor had descended to overlook the mortal world. They were overcome with an urge to kneel in reverence. All things possess spirit, but a weapon that has achieved the level of a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon carries a presence no less formidable than that of a saint appearing in person. Across Saint Mountain, countless swords trembled in response. Some swords containing sword souls even broke free from their scabbards, slipping out from their owners' waists and embedding themselves into the ground, quivering uncontrollably. Though Lai Sky Saint Land did not center around swordsmen, its teachings were diverse, and many disciples used swords. After all, masquerading as a graceful swordsman made it easier to deceive and lower others' guard. If one were to appear disheveled and suspicious, any nearby thefts would immediately cast doubt upon them, even if they were not the culprit. Thus, many disciples within Lai Sky Saint Land appeared, at least outwardly, as paragons of righteousness. Much like the disciples of Lai Sky Saint Land, who all exuded the gentility of scholars, with women appearing poised and elegant, their mild demeanor betraying nothing of the lies they readily wielded. As Gong Ming split the thunder tribulation and descended, tens of thousands of swords across Saint Mountain bowed in submission, causing an uproar. Li Hao, desiring not to cause too great a disturbance, called Gong Ming back. With but a flash, Gong Ming returned to the courtyard. The sword, which measured over 10 zhong in length, contracted to the size of an ordinary longsword. Its entirely pitch-black surface was sheathed in flowing light and tribulation fire. Merely hovering naturally in midair, it left faint cracks in the void. Like a fallen leaf rippling across water, it stirred unceasing waves in its surroundings. Li Hao marveled inwardly at the sword seemed even sharper now. Grasping the hilt, he immediately sensed a surge of jubilant emotion. It is often said that the pursuit of merit and fame is paramount, Li Hao murmured. From the moment all beings are born, they possess a name. Surnames are roots, and given names signify fate. The lifelong endeavor to make one's name known is universal, even among saints. He spoke softly, as though lost in thought, reflecting on the instinctual desires driving all existence to seek recognition. Merit and fame. If one could even sever fame itself, that would truly be the sharpest existence in the world. Li Hao's voice was gentle. The sword in his hand, as though hearing his whispers, trembled faintly in response, radiating a joyfully resolute spiritual sense. Li Hao smiled knowingly. As a swordsman, His attachment to the blade in his hand was only natural. Lifting Gong Ming, he drew it lightly across the back of his hand. He noticed that the muscles on the back of his hand were exceptionally resilient. It required 80% of his strength merely to break the skin. His current physique was comparable to a Dao Tribulation Emperor weapon, meaning Gong Ming was capable of cutting other Dao Tribulation Emperor weapons. Indeed sharp, but it seems you aren't yet full. Li Hao smiled, picking up Gong Ming to continue feeding it the remaining heaven and earth treasures. With the absorption of another 10 portions of heaven and earth treasures, the Taoist charm and radiance emanating from Gong Ming grew even more dazzling, its tribulation power ever stronger. When Li Hao fed it another 10, thunder resounded once more from the heavens. The disciples who had earlier speculated about the origin of the sword were all stunned by the sudden second bout of thunder, their shock visible. Li Hao sensed the trembling of Gong Ming in his hand, as well as its overwhelming fighting intent. He froze momentarily, surprised that it would actually trigger another heavenly tribulation. He loosened his grip, refraining from intervening. He could feel that Gong Ming did not want him to meddle in its tribulation. The moment he released his grasp, Gong Ming transformed into a streak of pitch-black light and charged straight into the clouds. Soon, the sound of thunder echoed once more within the stormy heavens. "You brat, looks like your spoils from clearing out the Buddhist sect and Void Holy Land were quite remarkable. You've actually pushed a Dao Tribulation Emperor weapon to reach the first tribulation." At that moment, Feng Boping appeared in Li Hao's courtyard, glancing up at the sky as he spoke with admiration. Li Hao turned his head, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Is it possible, then, that if enough is absorbed, it could undergo a second tribulation, or even a third tribulation? Indeed. Feng Boping nodded. A Dao Tribulation Emperor weapon is sufficient to wound a saint and possesses destructive power comparable to one. If it undergoes yet another tribulation, even 3 calamities saints must tread cautiously. Should it reach the second tribulation or third tribulation stages, slaying a 3 calamities saint would be a trivial feat. Even an ordinary saint wielding such a weapon would leave the rest of us fleeing in terror. Li Hao was taken aback, surprised by Feng's seemingly exaggerated claim. Yet he knew Feng would not deliberately embellish the truth. Seeing Gong Ming overcome its thunder tribulation and reveal its sharpened edge, Li Hao could already sense that it was capable of slaying a newly ascended saint. It was too sharp, imbued with destructive tribulation power that could directly erode the saint path. Saints could only evade it. Do you know why the Source Ancestor commands reverence across all heavens? Feng continued. Besides being the oldest saint and wielding an overwhelming accumulation of incense fire power, another reason lies in his possession of a 7 tribulations Dao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Feng Boping withdrew his gaze from the horizon and said gravely to Li Hao. Li Hao was stunned. A Dao Tribulation Emperor weapon of 7 tribulations? So, does that mean he fed at least 140 pieces of heaven and earth treasures to the Emperor weapon? Li Hao asked in astonishment. Feng Boping couldn't help but laugh and said, far more than that. A mere 140 treasures might be manageable for an ordinary Supreme Saint, but as for him, the feeding of this Dao Tribulation Emperor weapon is exponential. When you first start, about 20 pieces are enough for 1 tribulation. If you wanted to undergo another, then 40 pieces are required, followed by 80 pieces. This means that to achieve a 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon, it must have absorbed at least 1,000 pieces of heaven and earth treasures. Li Hao was somewhat stupefied. Heaven and earth treasures were unimaginably precious. 3 to 5 pieces from a holy land would be a significant expenditure, but 1,000 pieces? What kind of concept was that? Even if all heaven's sacred land were emptied, it might not be enough. Yet Source Ancestor had consumed such an incredible amount of treasures to forge a 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon. Just at 2 tribulations or 3, it can make a 3 calamities saint avoid confrontation. So at 7 tribulations, wouldn't it be effortless to kill a Supreme Saint? Li Hao was deeply shaken and couldn't help but ask. Feng Boping nodded and said, why else would Source Ancestor always sit at the center of such gatherings? Li Hao was rendered speechless. Source Ancestor may not be the most monstrously talented, but he certainly has the deepest foundations. After all, he has lived the longest, accumulated the most, whether it's incense fire or Dao Tribulation Emperor weapons. Feng Boping said, using his words as advice to warn Li Hao not to provoke Source Ancestor. Even though Li Hao had already reached a formidable level, if Source Ancestor became jealous, disaster would likely strike Li Hao. Fortunately, Feng Boping knew that Source Ancestor yearned for the immortal divine road, and with Li Hao as the key to that ancient hall, the man wouldn't readily act against him. When the ancient hall opened and the immortal divine road was cleared, if Source Ancestor became an immortal divine being, jealousy would no longer be relevant. No matter how monstrous Li Hao was, the distance between him and immortality was insurmountable. Hearing Feng Boping's words, Li Hao felt a heaviness in his heart. Cultivating up to this point, his power far exceeded that of any divine weapon. But in the mortal world, he had experienced firsthand the augmentation divine weapons could bring, like the dragon's sword, which had enabled him to slice through monsters as if they were vegetables. Without it back then, relying solely on his fists and feet, he would have suffered greatly. Previously, when the Emperor weapon was restored, it was undergoing its forming tribulation. That was its first tribulation. Do you still have additional heaven and earth treasures to let it reach the second tribulation? If it manages that, this sword alone will be able to slaughter a 3 calamities saint. Feng Boping asked Li Hao. Li Hao had previously gathered 54 pieces of heaven and earth treasures, thinking it was a considerable amount. Now he realized it was woefully insufficient. After absorbing 50 pieces, he was left with only 7 to 8 remaining treasures from his previous accumulations. Did you dig up the Bodhi tree from the Buddhist sect? That thing is basically a heaven and earth treasure and has already cultivated into the entering saint stage. Nourished by the green lamp Buddha for years, one can be worth 10 standard treasures. Feng Boping asked, revealing his familiarity with the virtues of the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this, Li Hao understood that Feng Boping must have coveted the tree himself at some point but never managed to steal it. He thought of Xian absorbing the Bodhi tree and currently being in slumber, shook his head, and said, I uprooted it, but repurposed it for something else. Feng Boping, upon hearing this, showed a trace of regret but didn't probe further about its use. At that moment, Li Hao thought of Void Ancestor's Thunderlight Emperor weapon, which had a core that was a particular dagger. If an Emperor weapon is dismantled, can it be used for feeding? Li Hao asked curiously. Feng Boping, hearing this, immediately thought of Void Ancestor's famed Extinguishing Tribulation Divine Dagger and laughed, saying, I almost forgot. Void Ancestor's Emperor weapon is also in your possession. That's a 1 Tribulation Emperor weapon, like Green Lamp Buddha's Green Lamp. Speaking of which, you could dismantle the Green Lamp too. However, dismantled Emperor weapons used for feeding would only yield half the effect. Li Hao felt a bit regretful upon hearing this. But Void Ancestor's weapon served him no real purpose. When it came to truly killing enemies, a single useful weapon was enough. Elder Feng, do you lack a weapon? Li Hao considered for a moment and thought it a waste to dismantle the Emperor weapon. Since its effectiveness was halved, he might as well gift it to Elder Feng for self-defense. Feng Boping immediately understood Li Hao's intent and smiled while shaking his head, saying, I already have an Emperor weapon killing implement. Though it doesn't match the Extinguishing Tribulation Divine Dagger, it suits me well. While the two were conversing, thunder roared above them. Gong Ming was battling against a heavenly tribulation within thick clouds, unleashing a formidable power. Awe-inspiring sword light tore through the heavens and earth, sweeping across tens of thousands of miles. The sight shook their hearts. Before long, Gong Ming's tribulation ended, and he returned to the small courtyard. Li Hao immediately sensed that Gong Ming's power had grown remarkably more robust. He picked up the weapon and gently sliced his hand, and it effortlessly cut through his skin. Void Ancestor's weapon was also at the 1 Tribulation level, but Li Hao felt it didn't seem as sharp as Gong Ming's weapon. You could feed Void Ancestor's weapon to Gong Ming's. If you add the green lamp, it can instantly reach the 2nd Tribulation. At that point, this weapon alone would be enough to threaten a 3 calamities sainta or even slay one outright. Feng Boping said to Li Hao. Li Hao replied, Green Lamp Buddha burned the green lamp completely. That Emperor weapon is destroyed probably to prevent me from benefiting from it. That bald monk is truly ruthless, Feng Boping muttered angrily upon hearing this. Dao Tribulation Emperor weapons were treasures nurtured over countless ages. For every one destroyed, there would be one fewer for eternity. Even the most adept human race weapon saints were incapable of forging Dao Tribulation Emperor weapons. Other divine weapons couldn't absorb heaven and earth treasures for transformation. They simply couldn't handle the overwhelming power. Li Hao took out Void Ancestor's Emperor weapon. Lightning flickered across the surface of the short dagger, splitting the void. Li Hao hesitated momentarily but felt the fighting spirit and joy coming from Gong Ming's spiritual sense. After some thought, he decided to feed the weapon to Gong Ming's. If it reached the 2nd Tribulation, Gong Ming's weapon could easily overpower other Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons. Should he encounter someone like Green Lamp Buddha wielding an ancient Emperor weapon, it would be effortless to defeat them. Here's the translated text. As the Annihilation Tribulation Divine Dagger was suppressed by Li Hao, and its power dissipated, the dagger seemed to sense the looming threat and resisted fiercely. It attempted to slay Li Hao, releasing a dusky void law. However, before Li Hao could exert his force, Gong Ming directly activated the sword domain. This sword domain was even more terrifying than before, enveloping the Annihilation Tribulation Divine Dagger. As one wave after another of sword shadows swept through it, the tribulation light on the dagger was immediately dimmed and extinguished. Under the dual suppression of Li Hao and Gong Ming, the Annihilation Tribulation Divine Dagger exploded with unwilling struggles and tremors. Yet, in the end, it lost its radiance, and its tribulation power dissipated. Li Hao immediately directed Gong Ming to absorb the power. Soon, the brilliance of the Annihilation Tribulation Divine Dagger faded entirely. It became fragile and was directly shattered into countless fragments. Li Hao could sense that within the fragments, the spiritual sense had already dissipated, yet a faint trace of the Emperor weapon's origin remained. Just as the Saint Path is indestructible, so too could a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon not be obliterated entirely, it would merely fragment into countless pieces. With nourishment from the heaven and earth treasures, it could bloom once again with splendor and regenerate its spiritual sense. Li Hao couldn't help but wonder whether Gong Ming had once faced a similar fatea destroyed and reduced to the nourishment of other Emperor weapons. As the Tao Tribulation power from the Annihilation Tribulation Divine Dagger was absorbed, the aura around Gong Ming grew even mightier. Li Hao fed the remaining heaven and earth treasures to it, and once the last treasure was completed, the skies where the tribulation clouds had previously dispersed began to gather dark clouds again. Li Hao estimated, based on Feng's words, that the power provided by the Annihilation Tribulation Divine Dagger to Gong Ming was equivalent to that of more than 30 pieces of heaven and earth treasures. At this moment, as the tribulation clouds converged, the spectators from the thieving heavenly sacred land, who had just been stunned earlier, were once again bewildered. They looked up, watching everything with confusion.
3 heavenly tribulations in merely half a day. When they saw the Emperor's sword ascend to the skies again, their eyes widened in disbelief as they realized that a formidable, unparalleled weapon had been birthed.
This time, the heavenly tribulation was even fiercer, yet Gong Ming surged forth with an even more magnificent aura. It maneuvered through the tribulation clouds, soaring sharply and slashing them apart. In no time, it passed through the heavenly tribulation by relying solely on its own strength. The tribulation power burned faint cracks onto the blade of the sword, but as Tao power surrounded it, the sword quickly healed and regenerated, becoming even sharper and more fearsome. Additionally, perhaps due to absorbing the Annihilation Tribulation Divine Dagger, Gong Ming was now entwined with Thunder Fire Tribulation power, resembling the aura of the Annihilation Tribulation Divine Dagger. If it hadn't already been named, calling it the Annihilation Tribulation Divine Sword wouldn't have been inappropriate. Li Hao gripped Gong Ming and felt its imperial might, as well as the joyful spiritual sense resonating from within. Staring at the blade, he felt as though he were holding a dangerously sharp treasure, hesitant to touch the sword edge lightly. It was an instinct at this moment. Gong Ming could easily pierce through his Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon and could even penetrate his physical body without effort. My physical body has reached the saint threshold, yet I have not refined or created my own physical body saint method. After undergoing the baptism of the human tribulation, my physical body is only at the level of a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Li Hao's eyes sparkled, instantly realizing that his physical body still had significant potential for improvement. Though his physical cultivation had reached the final realm, there remained room for growth within the physical body saint path. Such growth relied on tribulation power. This force could destroy everything and yet protect everything. It was the primordial power of heaven and earth. With this Emperor weapon, even the older 3 calamities saints would have to shy away from your edge. Feng Boping glanced at the Emperor sword in Li Hao's hand, his eyes gleaming with joy and a smile. Li Hao understood that while the Green Lamp Buddha and Void Ancestor were ancient 3 calamities saints, they weren't among the top-tier ones. Feng's remark referred to those who were only second to the Supreme Saints. Li Hao communicated with Gong Ming's spiritual sense, comprehending its wondrous abilities. Beyond its unparalleled sharpness, Gong Ming had developed a unique capability. By reciting an enemy's name, it could trace their causation and origin, locking onto them regardless of the distance. If the green lamp Buddha escaped with the green lamp again, Li Hao could use Gong Ming to track him down. This ability effectively compensated for his flaws in movement technique, and no matter where the enemy fled, even to the ends of the earth, they could be pursued. If I undergo more tribulations in the future, I could call out an enemy's name from thousands of miles away, and Gong Ming would slay them in my stead. Li Hao's eyes sparkled with determination. In truth, Gong Ming already possessed such a capability. Against 3 Calamities Saints lacking a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, Li Hao only needed to recite their name. With the image and aura of the opponent appearing in his mind, Gong Ming could lock onto them, swiftly flying forth to vanquish them. This ability was downright terrifying. As his power advanced further, Li Hao felt both joy and an acute awareness that he needed to grow even stronger. The Source Ancestor wielded a 7 Tribulation Emperor weapon, while Li Hao had heard from Feng that the Mixed Heaven Saint also possessed a 6 Tribulation Emperor weapon which had been revealed before. Gong Ming, though merely a 2 Tribulation weapon, was already this fearsome. The power of a 6 Tribulation Emperor weapon was unimaginable. This was a gap even the extreme realm couldn't mend. If I endure another 2 tribulations, my physical body should progress further. Li Hao's eyes gleamed as he pondered. Others seek to endure 3 tribulations, he aimed for 9 tribulations. Yet, while tribulations brought destruction, they also heralded rebirth, leading to greater strength. However, before this, Li Hao decided to first push the all-heaven star vein cultivation to its limit.
He had already cultivated over 1,000 star veins, yet the number seemed endless. Li Hao refused to believe this path had no endpoint. If he truly mirrored the myriad stars across the sky, it would mean countless star vinca, a feat that could lead to unparalleled strength.
Li Hao wasn't in a rush. The more star veins he refined, the better. In truth, he hoped this path would be boundless. As the matter of the heavenly tribulation passed, within half a month, no one in the Holy Land spoke of it any longer. Li Hao quietly condensed his chi veins in the small courtyard. Over the past half-month, his chi veins had already condensed to 1,100 strands. The power from just the chi veins exceeded 10 times the extreme realm of the heaven and earth vein. It must be understood that chi veins can hold vastly more power, surpassing the mortal pulse within the body. The force he could instantly gather was nearly 100 times that of the heaven and earth vein. This was the terrifying nature of the final realm, and he hadn't even reached the end yet. Unlike the divine blood, which had already achieved the ultimate state of universal force. On this day, as he habitually trained in condensing his star chi veins in the courtyard, someone suddenly came to visit. The visitor was an inner sect disciple from the Holy Land. Li Hao was puzzled. Usually, no one dared to disturb him outside his courtyard. Even people like Lin Baichuan and other saint heirs were warned by Feng not to casually intrude upon him.
What is your business? Li Hao paused his cultivation and questioned the inner sect disciple.
The disciple's face was pale. Seeing Li Hao infused with the aura of the great Tao, he became increasingly anxious, directly kneeling and kowtowing, saying, "Saint, someone is looking for you. She sent me to deliver the message, saying her name is Xiao Xiao and she invites you to meet at Wuming Mountain outside the Holy Land." Li Hao was slightly startled at Ying Xiao Xiao. His expression subtly shifted. Could it be related to the divine clan? According to his thoughts, it became clear. He didn't punish the inner sect disciple, as it was obvious he had been coerced by Ying Xiao Xiao to deliver the message. Xiao Xiao's identity was sensitive, and she couldn't infiltrate the heavenly sacred land without being noticed by Feng. Thus, she had to rely on someone else to pass the word. Allowing the disciple to leave, he stood up and chose a crack in the heaven and earth to step through. He hadn't brought Emperor Yu and other old acquaintances from the mortal world to this place, considering the massive impact the divine clan war might have. He planned to wait until those matters calmed before acting. No one knew what chaos the divine ancestor might unleash when the time came. Soon, Li Hao arrived at Wuming Mountain, not far outside the Holy Land. Upon reaching the spot, Li Hao glanced around and saw an aura emerging. Ying Xiao Xiao, dressed in green robes, floated before him like a blooming flower. Her gaze lingered briefly on Li Hao before she took a moment to smile and said, "Aren't you afraid someone might use my name to lure you out and harm you?" Having calculated the time, Xiao Xiao felt that the inner sect disciple captured during her external mission should just now be delivering the message, yet Li Hao had already arrived. This indicated that he hadn't hesitated at all. Thinking of this, her smile brightened considerably, as if some of the shadows in her heart had been swept away. "Do many people know your name?" Li Hao replied with a faint smile. Ying Xiaoxiao immediately understood his implication and scoffed lightly. Then what if I had malicious intent? Li Hao sighed helplessly and said, let's get to the point. You came to me because your divine ancestor has resurrected? That was quick. Though Li Hao had brushed past her question, Ying Xiaoxiao didn't grow angry. Instead, a peculiar joy rose in her heart. He seemed to trust her deeply, and truthfully, she'd never harbored any intention of harming Li Hao. However, when she recalled the instructions given by the ancestor, her smile gradually faded, and her brows lightly furrowed. The ancestor has indeed awakened and is preparing for war against the source ancestor. Back then, the ancestor was sealed away by a coalition led by the source ancestor and numerous supreme saints. Now, the ancestor plans to settle things one by one. But those supreme saints aren't simple opponents. Once the war begins, they'll quickly perceive it and launch thunderous attacks, aiming for rapid victory to seize the upper hand. She spoke softly, revealing the divine clan's plans to Li Hao. If Li Hao were to betray them, the impact on the divine clan would be significant. Yet, if she didn't disclose this information, she felt unable to proceed with her explanation. Li Hao listened attentively, surprised that she had shared these details. As someone from the divine general mansion, he knew the weight such intelligence carried in a war. Am I really this trustworthy? He didn't speak, merely waited silently for her to continue. Ying Xiaoxiao continued, saying, the ancestor mentioned that when the war begins, the source ancestor will likely rally other forces. Given your outstanding performance, the source ancestor will certainly attempt to recruit you to his side. If, at the critical moment, you strike and sabotage the source ancestor, and the mission succeeds, the extreme Dao power lost during the war will all be gifted to you. This, I swear upon my Dao heart, is true. With that, she swiftly made a Dao heart vow, her expression earnest as she looked at Li Hao. Li Hao remained silent. Even without her Dao heart vow, he believed she was telling the truth. But this was just her promise, it didn't mean the ancestor would uphold such a guarantee. After all, he didn't have any personal connection to the divine ancestor. Are these conditions meant to lure me? Do you have more? Li Hao asked. Sabotaging the source ancestor was an incredibly dangerous task. Li Hao wasn't confident he could succeed. Moreover, the known power wielded by the source ancestor, including the incense fire divine realm and the 7 tribulation emperor weapon mentioned by Feng, was already formidable. And surely, there must be hidden cards, no doubt, and they would be terrifying. When Ying Xiaoxiao heard Li Hao's query, her cheeks flushed slightly. She turned her head, casually surveying the surrounding scenery before replying. There's also incense fire. You'll be granted 3 small worlds worth of incense fire, fully under your rule and control. Anything else? Li Hao asked again. A flicker of irritation appeared in Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes as she spoke. No more? Upon hearing this, Li Hao's gaze revealed traces of disappointment. These conditions weren't enough to make him take such a big risk. Whether incense fire or extreme Dao power, he could accumulate those gradually. Once his sacrificial Dao reached the God realm, he figured incense fire and extreme Dao power would have amassed sufficiently by then. By then, anything he wanted, he could obtain himself. Therefore, receiving these things in advance didn't hold much significance. This time, the war between the divine clan and the source ancestor didn't interest Li Hao much, but since Xiaoxiao was involved, he asked, when the war begins, will you be participating? Seeing the disappointment and reluctance in Li Hao's eyes, Ying Xiaoxiao felt a pang of loss, yet simultaneously a quiet relief. It seemed Li Hao wouldn't have to risk himself. Of course. As the goddess of the divine clan, it's my duty to fight on the front lines.
Ying Xiaoxiao responded. Li Hao fell silent before speaking. I can't take on the task of sabotaging the source ancestor. But if you find yourself in danger, you may seek my aid. I will do everything I can to protect you, but only you.
Li Hao's words just now could already be considered a clear refusal. Yet Ying Xiaoxiao did not become angry. Instead, Li Hao's ability to resist temptation made her feel a certain sense of relief. In her eyes, this young man had been different from others since they first met in the mortal world. Fame and fortune, rivalry and dispute, none of these ever seemed to sway his heart. And even now, he remained true to himself. However, without Li Hao's assistance, this expedition would inevitably result in some losses for the divine clan. She remained silent for some time before fixing her gaze on Li Hao and saying, if it wasn't to assassinate the source ancestor, but rather to help my divine clan block a few of the 3 calamities saints, Would you be willing? If that's the case, simply lure the 3 calamities saints who must be dealt with here. Should they persist in making trouble, I can help you eliminate them. Li Hao said. Hearing this, Ying Xiaoxiao already understood Li Hao's intent. He had no desire to become entangled in the conflicts between the Source Ancestor and the Divine Clan. This choice was likely out of regard for their friendship. Thinking of this, her heart felt a mixture of warmth and guilt as she said, "In this impending calamity, the Source Ancestor will likely come to invite you as well. Will you accept his invitation?" Li Hao shook his head slightly. "This is your conflict. I intend to go into seclusion soon and have no desire to meddle in these matters." Ying Xiaoxiao quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She also hoped that Li Hao could remain uninvolved in this affair. After all, ever since the ancestors' resurrection, far too many of their clan members had already been sacrificed. "I understand. Farewell, and take care of yourself," Ying Xiaoxiao said. She gave Li Hao a deep look, knowing that this parting might lead to a future where their paths would never cross again, or perhaps there wouldn't even be a future to meet in. After all, in this calamity, as the goddess of her clan, she could not abandon her duty to fight. If the ancestor were to fall in battle again, she would share the same fate. However, her clan had lived in shameful survival for far too long. They would rather choose a brilliant demise than remain hidden in such dreary and servile obscurity. Ying Xiaoxiao departed. Li Hao watched in the direction she went, catching the faint floral scent lingering in the air, a trace left behind by her clothing. He fell into momentary silence, knowing that this woman bore the burden of her clan's mission. Yet, despite coming here to invite him, she did not make things difficult for him at all. Even a saint cannot escape the vulgara fame, hatred, Gloria. Can you truly sever yourself from them all? Li Hao murmured to himself. The Emperor's sword manifested from the void. Hearing Li Hao's words, it seemed to resonate with his emotions, emitting a soft hum in response. Li Hao withdrew his gaze, turned, and returned to his small courtyard, resuming his seclusion and cultivation. At the same time, Ying Xiaoxiao had returned to the Divine Hall hidden within the Divine Clan. Where is the ancestor? Inside the Divine Hall, Ying Xiaoxiao saw many elder figures of her clan, including her grandmother, but not the ancestor. Unable to help herself, she asked. The ancestor has gone to retrieve its mount, the fire candle dragon beast. Ying Qingshuang replied gently, but when she noticed Ying Xiaoxiao's somewhat unusual expression, she added, "What's wrong? Did Haoshan Venerate not agree? Was he dissatisfied with the conditions? Did you tell him about the matters of the God realm? His natural talent is indeed extraordinary, but to truly attain the level of the Source Ancestor or rival other Supreme Saints, natural talent alone is far from sufficient. A solid foundation is essential. This is an exceptional opportunity for him. If the ancestor is willing to grant him those extreme Tao powers, they could help him ascend to the God realm. Reaching the God realm would allow one to ascend in a single step, becoming a cornerstone figure even among the Supreme Saints. Such temptation was not insignificant. Ying Xiaoxiao, of course, understood this point. Yet, upon hearing her grandmother's words, she did not rush to explain, but instead showed a trace of bitterness in her eyes and said softly, "Grandmother, if he were to agree, would the ancestor truly grant him those extreme Tao powers?" Hearing this, Ying Qingshuang was stunned. Having presided over the Divine Clan before the ancestor's return, her mind was far from simple. Her expression shifted slightly as she said, "Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you spouting? Whatever the ancestor decides, it has its reasons, and you should not question or overthink." As she spoke further, her tone grew sterner. Ying Xiaoxiao looked at her grandmother, who was usually so gentle and tolerant toward her, and felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Her lack of eagerness in inviting Li Hao wasn't merely because she didn't want to drag the young man into such dangerous conflicts, but also because she had an unsettling sense that if he truly agreed, he might end up as nothing more than a pawn. When the ancestor made her swear upon her Tao heart, she had already sensed that something was off. She was not foolish. On the contrary, she was exceptionally perceptive and astute about certain matters. Precisely because of this, she felt she could understand the young man's heart. Just as she could faintly see through this ancestor's heart, which did not seem as noble and gentle as the tales of her childhood had led her to believe. Perhaps years of slumber had caused hatred to twist and obscure the ancestor's original nature. Yet, as a descendant raised on teachings of devotion and ingrained clan belief, she was unwilling to delve too deeply into such thoughts. Ying Xiaoxiao lowered her head, appearing to accept her grandmother's reprimand. After a while, she finally said, I told him about the matters of the God realm. He also understands the difficulties of cultivating to reach it. It is indeed a great opportunity, but he seems disinterested and unwilling to involve himself in these affairs. Ying Qingshuang frowned, staring intently at her. Xiao Xiao, this is a matter of great relevance to our clan. I hope you will not let personal emotions get in the way. Do not forget that you are our clan's goddess, bearing the mission of an entire race. The ancestor is earnestly extending this invitation. If he accepts, it will only benefit him. Although there are risks, even if the assassination fails and this opportunity is lost, the ancestor would immediately engage the source ancestor in battle. At that point, the source ancestor would be too occupied to harm him. Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes grew even more sorrowful upon hearing these words. She took a deep breath and shook her head, saying, "Grandmother, he truly does not wish to. Did you tell him that if he agreed, you would be betrothed to him, forming an alliance with our divine clan? In this way, he would become the son-in-law of our clan. If the divine clan comes to rule the all heavens in the future, he would surely gain unparalleled benefits." Ying Qingshuang stared deeply into her eyes as she said this. Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered slightly. She turned her head away and said, "I didn't mention it." "Why didn't you mention it?" Ying Qingshuang's expression changed slightly, with a trace of anger. "I've only met him a few times. With such a proposal, he wouldn't care." Ying Xiaoxiao replied, "But you bear the burden of the divine clan. This is a matter of strategic interest. Surely, you must understand that." Ying Qingshuang said angrily. Ying Xiaoxiao bit her lip slightly. Precisely because it was a matter of interest, she had resisted. She didn't want to offer herself as a bargaining chip, nor did she want to face rejection. She understood that young man's heart. Even the extreme divine realm couldn't sway him. Adding another bargaining chip might not tip the balance either. It would instead cheapen her in his eyes, something she did not want to do. "You're being foolish." Ying Qingshuang saw her stubborn expression and, feeling both anger and helplessness, sighed, "It's my fault for indulging you too much in the past, for not guiding you properly. This matter concerns the plans of our clan spanning countless ages. How can you act according to your whims? How can you make Uncle Mo and those fallen clan elders rest in peace?" When Ying Xiaoxiao heard her mention Uncle Mo, her heart ached, and she lowered her head without saying a word. At that moment, ripples suddenly emerged in the void above the divine hall. In the next moment, an imposing figure stepped forth abruptly, exuding an awe-inspiring presence as if engulfed in flames. At the same time, another strange and destructive aura surfaced, accompanied by a husky dragon's roar. Beside the divine king, a colossal dragon appeared. This dragon radiated an ancient and primordial aura. Its eyes resembled the core of divine yang, burning like blazing flames that distorted the aura surging with intense laws. Its dark crimson scales seemed steeped in concentrated blood, exuding a bloody and feral presence. Both Ying Xiaoxiao and Ying Qingshuang were familiar with this dragon from ancient Meralsa. It was the Candle Dragon God, once the partner of their clan's ancestor during great conquests. According to legend, the Candle Dragon God and the Dragon Saint of the Dragon Ancestor Sacred Land were once twin brothers. One wandered the rivers and seas, becoming the Dragon Saint, while the other pursued the sun and moon, becoming the Dragon God. The Dragon Saint established the Sacred Land, providing refuge to the Dragonborn and carving out a foothold in the upper three realms. Meanwhile, the Dragon God followed the Divine King in battles against all heavens. After the Divine King's fall, the Dragon God was sealed away and faded into obscurity. Ancestor. Ying Qingshuang and Ying Xiaoxiao immediately knelt in reverence upon seeing the Ancestor and Candle Dragon God. Many clan elders within the hall also turned their gazes and quickly paid their respects, their expressions filled with excitement. Not only had the Ancestor returned, but the lost Candle Dragon God had been brought back as well. It felt as though the divine clan had returned to its peak, about to usher in the mythical age recorded in their history. The Divine King's eyes rested on Ying Xiaoxiao as he asked, "How did the matter I entrusted to you progress? Was the other party satisfied with the terms?" Ying Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly, and she lowered her head further. "The other party didn't agree. He said he doesn't want to get involved in these matters." The Divine King's gaze darkened, turning colder. "Did you tell him about the God realm? Does he understand what an opportunity this is? It's equivalent to tens of thousands of years of painstaking cultivation for him. Even natural talent can't bypass Thesa. It's something earned only through the passage of time." Ying Xiaoxiao lowered her head and replied, "I told him, but he has no desire to join the war and is unwilling to take risks." HMPH. The Divine King's eyes flashed with cold light. I've heard he's not even 30 and has already become a saint. With such exceptional talent, his arrogance isn't surprising. But I didn't expect him to be such a coward. He doesn't even dare seize this opportunity. Laughable. Then, in a cold voice, he added, since he refuses to assist and rejects forming an alliance with our clan, then once we've subdued the Source Ancestor, I'll personally pay this so-called prodigy a visit. His gaze harbored both anger and killing intent. If not for the impending war, unwilling to create additional enemies, he would have dealt with such an individual earlier. Ying Xiaoxiao detected the killing intent in the ancestor's words. Her face turned pale, and she bit her lip. Resolutely, she said, Ancestor, this is my failure. I didn't bring up the matter of an alliance with him. He also bears no malice toward our clan. He simply doesn't wish to get embroiled in these conflicts. Please, I beg you not to blame him. Oh, hearing this, the Divine King's eyes grew colder still. Are you defying my orders? A terrifying surge of extreme Dao power emanated from him. Dark waves rippled forth, and the oppressive aura suffused the divine hall. Many elders trembled with fear, yet their eyes gleamed faintly with exhilaration. The stronger the ancestor, the more elated they felt. Under this immense pressure, Ying Xiaoxiao felt as though the extreme Dao power within her body had been sealed, and her very bloodline quivered in submission. Her face grew paler as she said, Ancestor, it's not that I intended to defy you. I just felt it wouldn't make a difference. I am willing to accept punishment. Do you think that with the war looming, I wouldn't punish you severely? The Divine King's gaze bore down on her like a sharp blade, filled with both majesty and icy indifference. Ying Xiaoxiao bit her lip and remained silent. Kneeling before her, Ying Qingshuang quickly interjected. Ancestor, Xiaoxiao acted foolishly for a moment. Please spare her. She means no harm. Over the years, Xiaoxiao has worked tirelessly for the Divine Clan, rescuing many elders and accomplishing great feats. Ying Xiaoxiao looked at her grandmother, who had sternly reprimanded her earlier yet was now anxiously pleading on her behalf. Her lips trembled as she bit them harder, feeling her heart ache. HMPH. The Divine King snorted coldly, cutting off Ying Qingshuang's words. However, his gaze toward Ying Xiaoxiao softened slightly and became less icy. In a detached tone, he said, If this man is aware of our Divine Clan, then he is already entangled in these matters. Have you considered whether his refusal stems from the Source Ancestor reaching out to him first? Even if that hasn't happened yet, what if the Source Ancestor seeks his aid during the war? Ying Xiaoxiao quickly said, he said he doesn't want to get involved. Even if the Source Ancestor invited him, he would refuse. He said it himself. Yes. Laughable. The Divine King's eyes grew stern as he said, so, the Source Ancestor didn't even offer any conditions, and he would refuse? If the other side offered him richer terms, endless streams of incense fire, would he still refuse? Ying Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned but quickly shook her head, saying firmly, he would refuse. The Divine King saw her unwavering stance and instead chuckled angrily, You're not him, so how do you know he would refuse? Perhaps his rejection of you wasn't because our demands weren't tempting enough, but because he sees my Divine Clan as weak. After all, among all heaven's saints, the Source Ancestor stands at the forefront, leading a formidable faction. His unwillingness to help our Divine Clan doesn't mean he wouldn't side with the Source Ancestor. Ying Xiaoxiao fell silent, her mind once again conjuring the face of that youth, along with their conversations, the times they had crossed paths in the mortal world, and the chats by the bonfire in the little courtyard framed by a fence. Her eyes regained their firm resolve. He wouldn't do it. I can't believe my bloodline could produce a lunatic like you.
Mockery gleamed in the Divine King's eyes. Obviously, he found Ying Xiaoxiao's confidence laughable. How could a person's heart remain immutable for eternity?
Back then, he and the Source Ancestor had once sat at the same table, drinking together, calling each other brother. Yet later, their alliance shattered without warning. Words of camaraderie turned overnight into battles of life and death. The earnest sincerity shared over clinking glasses had, in the end, transformed into the very blade that pierced his chest. The human heart. He had long seen through it and no longer believed in it. Instead of trusting so-called emotions, he trusted only the tangible power he held in his hands. Only deterrence, only power, can make people submit more easily. Pouring one's heart into gentleness and compassion, how much aid could that truly win in the end? That one battle shook the heavens and the earth. It wasn't only his divine body that shattered, his divine heart was broken as well. Those saints who had once called him brother merely watched indifferently as he fell. From their gazes, he saw fear and indifference, but not a trace of past kinship. All saints. The hypocritical faces he would tear apart one by one. This was the reason he sought his return and vengeance at any cost. Since you believe in him, even beyond believing in me, then I shall wait and see. When the great battle begins, will he stand by the Source ancestor's side? And will he draw his sword against you? The divine king sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. As he looked at the kneeling woman, besides derision in his gaze, there seemed to be a glimmer of recognition as she reminded him of his past self, equally naïve and foolish. So, this is my bloodline, he thought. It does indeed seem like my bloodline, but I am no longer the person I once was. Seeing that the ancestor did not mete out punishment, Ying Qingshuang's tense expression visibly eased, though a heavy sigh lingered in her heart. Old Ying, I'm starving. After being trapped and sealed for all these years, my divine blood has drained dry. I need replenishment. At this moment, the fire candle dragon spoke, its hoarse voice carrying a hint of thirst. Its gaze fell upon Ying Xiaoxiao and the others below, with a flicker of light seemingly gleaming within its eyes. The divine king, hearing these words, instantly deciphered its meaning and understood the hardships this old companion had endured. After a brief moment of silence, he instructed Ying Qingshuang, prepare a live sacrifice. Select a batch of semi-saints to help restore the candle flame body's strength. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiaoxiao froze in shock. Her face turned pale as she instinctively lifted her gaze toward the candle dragon god.
Yet, the majestic dragon god of her childhood Storiessa, the protector of the clan, the warrior who once battled all saints, was now fixing its eyes on her with a piercing stare.
Within the flames flickering in its eyes, she saw greed and hunger. Ying Qingshuang hesitated slightly but ultimately nodded in agreement. She knew that within their divine clan flowed divine blood and divine power. Both the ancestor and the candle dragon god had cultivated to the universal force ultimate realm and required the power of the same origin within their kind to recover. If they could sacrifice themselves for this battle, surely there would be clansmen willing to do so. In the Little Thousand World, within the heavenly sacred land.
After Ying Xiaoxiao left, Li Hao returned to the small courtyard to resume his daily cultivation.
Besides condensing his star veins, he occasionally played chess with Han Yue, cooked fine delicacies for himself, and delved into the cooking Dao. His cooking Dao experience had long since accumulated to the limit. If he could comprehend the cooking Saint Dao, his sword Dao could also break through to the 10th stage. At that point, his swordsmanship would advance further, and he could simultaneously cultivate the immortal guiding sword technique to its second layer, the extreme realm. Among the 3 levels of immortal sword skill, reaching the extreme realm was already an unparalleled feat, making him a peerless monster 1 in a billion, representing swordsmanship's rumored pinnacle, the ultimate sword level. Currently, he had only barely glimpsed the intent, just the shadow of this ultimate sword. Even so, to sword saints who had never witnessed the true ultimate sword, or even to Bian Rushui, the immortal guiding technique he wielded already represented the zenith of swordsmanship in their eyes. But true perfection, Li Hao yearned to see it for himself. As for the 3rd level, Source, it was even more terrifying. As time passed, the number of star veins Li Hao condensed continued to increase, and the might gathering within him grew ever heavier. Every movement he made subtly tugged at the powers of the all-heaven stars. Even without manifesting the all-heaven star vein, Li Hao's body could at any moment summon boundless power, enough to crush a 3 calamities saint with a single blow.
Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The number of star veins within Li Hao reached 1,464.
As the star veins continued to condense, he began to faintly sense that these numerous veins seemed to surround one another, corresponding to positions across the all heavens, forming some kind of formation. It feels like I'm reaching the limit. The more star veins he condensed, the stronger this feeling became. Now, it seemed that he was only 1 step away.
This left him feeling regretful. He had hoped to align with the countless stars of the heavens, yet there were limits he could not surpass.
Li Hao chose to proceed with unwavering determination, pushing through to refine this final limit. He wanted to witness what transformations the true final realm would bring. Previously, while he had already touched upon the all-heaven star vein, it was merely during his journey toward the final realm, not its culmination. Now, he was but 1 step away from reaching it. Soon, as Li Hao's primordial spirit comprehended further, a qi vein slowly began to condense. As this qi vein coalesced, it seemed to trigger the all-heaven star qi veins, as if invisible threads sprawled in all directions, weaving together to encircle him, connecting myriad points that enveloped his entire being. The newly condensed chi veins seemed to transform into a formation core, activating the entire star formation. 1,465 chi veins underwent metamorphoses and transformations, and in this moment, the all-heavens star seemed intricately bound with Li Hao's body. Li Hao distinctly sensed the power of the stars flowing through, waves of primordial energy originating from the stars surging into his body. Among these, some chi veins underwent further alterations. 7 of them seemed to morph into 7 dragon bone-like structures, extending within his body, forming his fundamental support. With the support of these 7 dragon bone chi veins, though he was merely seated in the courtyard, it felt as though he was seated amidst the heavens and earth, his body appearing to bear the weight of the all-heavens stars. The 7 dragon bone chi veins formed the very spine at his core. Beyond these 7 dragon bone chi veins, other chi veins also evolved, growing into robust veins and flesh channels, endlessly transmitting star origin power, imbued with a formidable might and a trace of the star will. This star will felt almost like a subtle manifestation of heavenly Tao power. Li Hao felt deeply shaken. According to his understanding from his previous life, the world he inhabited ought to be a colossal star. Yet here, this particular star harbored the heavenly Tao will, while the distant celestial stars remained lifeless. At this moment, even those lifeless stars seemed to convey faint traces of intent. Those intents entrusted their star origin power to Li Hao's body and imbued him with their essence. At this instant, Li Hao felt as if he had transformed into the master of countless stars. The chi veins conveying the star origin power transformed into star veins at 28 in total. Li Hao recalled the heavenly observatory's description of star constellations in the Divine Dynasty. The 3 constellations and 4 symbols merging with the 28 star constellations.
Now, it seemed his internal chi veins precisely corresponded to this constellation count.
These 28 star veins correspond to the strength of the 28 star constellations, a force capable of rivaling that of a supreme saint. And those 7 dragon bone chi veins can synchronize at will with the entire expanse of celestial stars. Li Hao could sense that if the second ultimate realm were fully unleashed, it would usher him into an extraordinary state of unfathomable power.
In that state, he could transform into the Star Lord, mobilizing the energies of cosmic stars across the heavens. If a supreme saint faced him without the Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, Li Hao felt he could battle them to a standstill or even emerge undefeated.
Though Li Hao had only recently transcended the human tribulation to become a new saint, he now possessed the capital to challenge a supreme saint. However, beyond cultivation, the supreme saints possessed terrifying depths of heritage. The overwhelming might of the 6th Tribulation Emperor weapon was something Li Hao had yet to encounter, leaving him uncertain and lacking confidence. He knew he needed to become even stronger to truly bridge the vast disparity left by countless years of profound accumulation. Li Hao meticulously illuminated the depths of his inner power and the boundless cosmic star might. This potency was beyond what all saints could grasp. The transformations brought by the second ultimate realm included not only an unparalleled influx of power but also an enormous leap in combat strength. And yet, this also marked the culmination of Li Hao's Zhou Tian realm. If he were to rely solely on Zhou Tian cultivation, it was hard to imagine how he could reach this final realm without first mastering other realms and then turning back to reclaim it. 6 months had passed since Li Hao cultivated the all-heaven star vein end realm. In another 2 years, it would be the day the ancient hall opens. Li Hao didn't know whether the divine conflict would impact the ancient hall, but he knew he had to prepare ahead of time. He could not merely become a key or a pawn. Over these 6 months, the heavenly sacred land had been tranquil, with flowers and grass withering and growing with the passage of time, giving a sense of harmony and peace. Li Hao spent his leisure time playing chess with Hongyue, fishing with Feng, meeting with the Sword Master and Lai Sky Saint, and then going fishing at the heavenly river. After all, those divine water Tao fish were heaven and earth treasures. If he could catch more, he could continue transcending tribulations.
Currently, he was at the 2nd tribulation. To reach the 3rd tribulation, he would need 80 pieces of heaven and earth treasures, an enormous amount.
It's hooked. Li Hao felt the fishing line pulse faintly, his eyes lighting up. Through the aura on the fishing line, he could sense that the catch was a divine water Tao fish. He swiftly raised the line but refrained from pulling too hard. Instead, he maneuvered it back and forth, exhausting the fish's strength. When the timing was right, he suddenly hoisted the line, pulling up the fatigued divine water Tao fish. 3 now, kid, don't go catching all the Dao fish here. The sword master saw the divine water Dao fish Li Hao had caught, its shimmering scales exuding radiant brilliance, surrounded by Taoist charm, and its plump body made his mouth water. Lai Sky Saint couldn't help but glance over. She had only caught 3 fish so far. To her surprise, Li Hao's fishing skills were quickly catching up to hers. Feng Boping glanced briefly before focusing back on his fishing line. His lips moved slightly as if silently chanting. Come, fish, come. Li Hao removed the hook and stored the divine water Dao fish into the heaven and earth space. Then, he cast out his line again, smiling as he watched his recently boosted fishing experience. After fishing twice at the heavenly river, he had gained considerably. His fishing Dao had now reached the 7th stage, and his experience was nearing full. Once he advanced to stage 8, his fishing mastery would rise considerably, likely surpassing Lai Sky Saint. Lai Sky Saint's cultivation of the Lai Dao made her particularly suited for fishing, but she didn't seem deeply invested in mastering it. Otherwise, Li Hao estimated she might have reached the 10th stage in fishing. Over 10 days of fishing, Feng Boping and the Swordmaster each caught divine water Dao fish. Li Hao reeled in 2 more, while Lai Sky Saint managed to catch 3. Li Hao's fishing Dao experience reached saturation at the 7th stage. With the successive catches of divine water Dao fish, Taoist charm surged, and Li Hao had a sudden epiphany. His fishing Dao smoothly advanced to stage 8. A flood of insights filled his heart, deepening his understanding of the art of fishing. Just as he was about to cast the line for another attempt, he noticed the expressions of the Swordmaster and Feng Boping shift slightly, as if they had received some startling news. Their faces turned grim. At the same time, Lai Sky Saint froze momentarily. Then, she shut her eyes briefly. Upon reopening them, a hint of shock shone within them. Something's happened in the Cloud Heaven realm and Xuanfeng world, and the Demon Emperor Realma Shira Knight Emperor has been killed. The Sword Master added solemnly, his expression growing heavy. News from Lark Tower says the Divine Clan acted. They detected traces of extreme Dao power. Moreover, countless Divine Clan members have occupied those holy lands. Feng Boping spoke in a low voice, his eyes flickering with unease. Even as younger generations uninvolved in the events of that era, they had all heard of the war that annihilated the gods. No one expected that, after countless ages, the Divine Clan would secretly grow powerful and re-emerge into the world. 3 middle-level small worlds struck in an instant, with no one able to detect it. The pace is too swift, there's likely a Supreme Saint involved. Lai Sky Saint fixed her gaze. The Divine Clan cultivates through extreme Dao, but achieving the level of Supreme Saint is no easy feat. Judging by this situation, it seems a second Divine King has emerged. Li Hao listened to their conversation, his thoughts turning serious, abandoning the idea of casting another line. He knew Ying Xiaoxiao's ancestor had begun moving, though he hadn't expected that only half a year after Ying Xiaoxiao's invitation, the opposing side would strike with such overwhelming force. It seemed evident that the Divine Clan had been secretly planning and preparing for years during their dormant period. With the Divine Clan now emerging, this battle is likely just an appetizer. The Source Ancestor won't sit idly by. The Sword Master exchanged glances with the others, concern filling their eyes. If that war reignited, all heavens would once more plunge into chaos, with countless lives lost. I must return to the Sword Ancestor Holy Land to rally the Sacred Land and discuss matters with the Sword Saint. We should avoid getting involved in this battle at all costs. The Sword Master stood and addressed Li Hao and the others. Li Hao and Feng both nodded faintly, making no attempt to dissuade him.
After the Sword Master left, Feng Boping sighed, another calamity approaches. With the Divine Clan daring to reveal themselves, they've likely prepared thoroughly for a clash with the Source Ancestor. They seem relentless. This won't be simple. We must ensure we don't get entangled in this. The 3 affected worlds all housed figures tied to that Divine Clan war long ago. It seems this is mostly about revenge.
Indeed. Li Hao nodded, seeing that Feng and Lai Sky Saint had no intention of interfering, which eased him somewhat. Let's head back. Seal off the Sacred Land and activate the Little Thousand Worlds Great Formation to prevent the Divine Clan from biting indiscriminately like rabid dogs and injuring us. Lai Sky Saint stood, without any enthusiasm left for tranquil fishing. Li Hao followed suit, accompanying them back. Upon returning to the Little Thousand World, Feng Boping and Lai Sky Saint initiated the Great World Formation. Once activated, the Little Thousand World would be sealed completely, prohibiting entry or exit. Afterward, they reinforced the sacred land's barriers and issued commands to the various divine dynasties within the Little Thousand World to quell disturbances. The Source Ancestor has grown increasingly unfathomable over the years. For the divine clan to reveal themselves so aggressively, there must be some hidden confidence behind their actions. We should remain as spectators for now. In the Holy Land, Feng Boping said to Li Hao, intending to keep Li Hao from getting involved. Li Hao nodded, thought for a moment, and decided not to mention the matter of the divine ancestor to Feng. It wouldn't be long before the news would spread anyway. With the fall of 3 middle-level small worlds, the divine clan's movements were as fierce as thunder and fire. After occupying the 3 middle-level small worlds, they stopped pretending altogether. The news of the divine clan's reappearance spread across all the major powers of the heavens in just a day. This news was like a bolt from the blue, arriving suddenly and shaking all the Holy Lands. Memories of the ancient war against the divine clan emerged from the dust, and the Holy Lands that had participated in that war all wore grim expressions, sealed their borders, and fully prepared for war. At the same time, many eyes turned toward the upper 3 realms, especially the Source Ancestor sacred land of the Heavenly Origin realm, to see how the Source Ancestor would respond. But within the Source Ancestor sacred land, it seemed unusually quiet, with no news emerging. As the divine clan fully occupied 3 middle-level small worlds, the countless temples of the divine dynasties within were all destroyed. The deities worshipped there were mostly saints or supreme saints from various holy lands. All were destroyed, effectively severing the incense fire. 2 days after the 3 small worlds were sealed off, news came of 2 more small worlds falling into the divine clan's hands. At the same time, 4 more saints had perished, causing an uproar across all heavens. I've heard that many saints who participated in the past are secretly heading to the Heavenly Origin realm. Although the divine clan's resurgence is ferocious, it shouldn't last long. The outcome will be determined soon. In the Holy Land, Feng Boping visited Li Hao's small courtyard, and the two discussed the developments over tea. Has there been any movement from the Source Ancestor sacred land? Li Hao asked. Feng Boping shook his head. With the divine clan appearing so aggressively, the Source Ancestor will likely act cautiously, inviting the supreme saints of old to join forces and recreate that past event. But who knows if this time the divine clan will withstand it? Li Hao's eyes showed a trace of concern at the words. Having been besieged before, the divine king would likely have prepared thoroughly this time, and it was almost certain the Source Ancestor had similarly upgraded his preparations. Days passed. News trickled in of small worlds submitting to the divine clan's rule. Whether by force or willingly remained unclear. Meanwhile, news spread from the Source Ancestor sacred land that they intended to face off against the divine clan in the Void Sky Abyss. The Void Sky Abyss was a treacherous void, like a fissure with a bottomless abyss. It was rumored that the bottom of the abyss led outside of the All Saints world, but no one dared to venture there. Some saints had tried to explore it but never returned. A supreme saint once warned that it was not the immortal divine road and should not be explored, designating it as a forbidden void. Shortly after the news broke, a saint visited from a Little Thousand World. Feng Boping went to meet them. They were a saint from the Source Ancestor sacred land, visiting the Holy Land. Feng Boping had some guesses in his heart but remained composed as he brought the saint into the Holy Land. After brief pleasantries, the visitor requested to see Li Hao and directly revealed their intention to invite him to join the battle against the demons. Feng Boping quietly listened on the side. Although the saint also extended an invitation to him, the terms offered to him were far less generous, only promising 1 world's incense fire. Meanwhile, the benefits promised to Li Hao were a full 10 lower worlds. Additionally, the Source Ancestor vowed that during the Ancient Hall's exploration of the immortal divine road, they would protect Li Hao from harm to the best of their ability. Li Hao listened quietly as the saint listed the various boons promised by the Source Ancestor. His expression remained calm, though these rewards were indeed tempting. While they moved his heart, he had promised Ying Xiaoxiao not to get involved in this strife. Moreover, regarding the Ancient Hall's exploration, he did not plan to rely on others. The Mixed Heaven Saint would most likely take the opportunity to strike at him. If the immortal divine road were truly found, the Mixed Heaven Saint would escape this place, and before leaving, they would certainly not spare him. Whether or not the Source Ancestor would confront the Mixed Heaven Saint on his behalf was unknown. I've fought with the Green Lamp Buddha and Void Ancestor before and suffered some injuries. I'm currently recuperating and not fit for battle. Li Hao found an excuse to decline, thus avoiding offending the source ancestor. The saint gave him a surprised look, his sincerity fading slightly, and he said seriously, Haoshin Venerate, the resurgence of the demon clan is a catastrophe. The source ancestor leading the All Saints to crusade is an act of divine will. The demon clan is devious and cruel, using slaughter to cultivate. Striking them down is a great deed of merit. Li Hao sneered inwardly but outwardly feigned confusion and nodded. Once I've recovered, I'll consider it. Please convey my gratitude to the source ancestor. The saint stared at Li Hao for a long moment but said no more. He nodded and stood to leave, though there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. After he left, Feng Boping said to Li Hao, by refusing the source ancestor, I worry he might overthink and suspect collusion between you and the divine clan, turning against you. Li Hao shook his head. He won't. The divine clan is their main enemy now, and they won't create unnecessary foes at this time. Besides, the better the benefits the source ancestor offers me, the graver their situation likely is. The divine clan may be even more troublesome than we think. Otherwise, why would the source ancestor seek help from someone who isn't even a supreme saint? Feng Boping contemplated this and nodded thoughtfully. That's a good point. If all the supreme saints were willing to act, the source ancestor would have already launched an attack. The divine clan, no matter how strong, would not dare challenge all the heavens Awana unless the other supreme saints refused to get involved. Li Hao's eyes flickered. This was something he had considered as well. In the past, the source ancestor united several supreme saints to suppress the divine king. Now, these supreme saints were unwilling to act. The reason was likely only one thing. The ancient hall. In 2 years, the ancient hall would open. What awaited inside was unknown, but if competition for the immortal divine road arose, the source ancestor would undoubtedly become the greatest obstacle. If the divine clan and source ancestor clashed and both were severely weakened, it would be the most advantageous outcome for the other supreme saints. The divine clan's declaration of war at this moment was also likely calculated, exploiting the intentions of the other supreme saints. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The divine clan's movements grew larger, successively reclaiming another 4 to 5 small worlds. Meanwhile, the heavenly origin realm dispatched saints to clash with the divine clan in a small world. Li Hao, while keeping an eye on the external situation, focused on his cultivation. Now that he had cultivated the second ultimate realm, he freed up time to use the Control Dao method to refine laws, integrating them into his body, attempting to break into the Wen Dao extreme realm. If he could achieve the Wen Dao extreme realm, Li Hao felt his strength would escalate significantly. After all, the eternal Dao domain extreme realm was rare among the All Saints. The Wen Dao extreme realm was something even few supreme saints had mastered. By then, he would have one more weapon to face the mixed heaven saint. As the laws continuously refined his body, Li Hao's physique grew increasingly powerful. All the bones in his body became Dao bones, and his divine blood contained profound Dao forces. If he could refine his entire body into a Dao body, Li Hao felt he would become nearly indestructible. While he cultivated, events continued to unfold in the heavenly origin realm. Many saints gathered, and the source ancestor and divine clan stood in opposition. Saints on both sides frequently attacked one another, though a full-scale war had not yet erupted. The parties continued probing each other. Occasionally, saints were injured or killed, but the source ancestor and divine king had yet to engage directly. Feng Boping brought back news confirming Li Hao's suspicions. The other supreme saints' holy lands remained silent, showing no intent to get involved in the war. Even those supreme saints who had once joined forces to slay the divine king had sealed off their holy lands. Li Hao speculated that aside from the ancient hall, the divine king might have promised some benefits to these supreme saints, dissuading them from cooperating against him. As saints from the source ancestor sacred land and the divine clan continued to clash, the conflict spilled into various worlds. More and more saints chose sides, either aligning with the source ancestor or joining the divine clan in opposition. Time flew by, and a year passed. The friction between the divine clan and the source ancestor sacred land persisted, yet no final battle had taken place. This dragged on stalemate was entirely different from the initial predictions of a swift resolution, primarily due to the lack of involvement from the other supreme saints. Li Hao sensed that this war might last until the ancient hall opened before a decisive result emerged. As the ancient hall's opening drew near, time became increasingly precious for Li Hao. As the strands of law origin merged into his body, A rich aura of Taoist charm enveloped him. Li Hao sat upright in the courtyard, his presence resembling a vast, chaotic starry sky. Where the great Tao met, resplendent divine radiance burst forth, accompanied by the faint rumble of thunder. His entire Tao bone was etched with intricate patterns of law, and within his divine blood coursed the force of order, as though he were one with the heavens and earth. That year, Li Hao refined the essence of the laws daily. The extraordinary insights brought by the ninth stage of controlling Tao granted him the ability to perceive the origins of all things wind, fire, thunder, lightning with utter clarity. As the laws solidified and all Tao forged into his Tao body, Li Hao felt as though his physical form had reached a terrifying new threshold. Though his flesh and blood had already undergone extreme transformation, capable of accommodating the laws and his own saint path, they continued to strengthen without end. A completion realm physical body was like fertile, solid soil capable of bearing the weight of such tremendous power for Li Hao. The merit. Li Hao took out the merit sword. On its pitch-black blade, streaks of tribulation light flickered faintly, and ripples of space shimmered along its sword edge. Casually, he drew the blade across the back of his hand. Instantly, he felt the law power within his flesh react rapidly, rebounding as a fearsome force of order, aiming to counterattack the merit sword. However, the tribulation power on the sword edge was immensely destructive, tearing through layers of law power before finally leaving a bloody mark. As the blade struck his bone, stimulating the law markings on his Tao bone, the tribulation power was shattered, and the merit sword itself was repelled. A hint of astonishment flickered in Li Hao's eyes. The merit sword, which had endured 2 tribulations and could slash through 3 calamities saints like cutting through mud or snow, now couldn't cleave through his bone. And this was without him even assuming a defensive stance. Once my divine blood and Tao bone reached perfection, not even the Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons of the 5th or 6th Tribulation would be able to harm me. Li Hao murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked forward to the power of the Wen Tao Extreme Realm. Whoosh! A figure abruptly appeared in the courtyard. Li Hao glanced over casually and smiled. Feng, that's quite unkind of you going fishing without taking me along. Feng Boping carried a fishing basket, and with a casual shake, 3 demons soared out. Their bodies inflated rapidly, spanning thousands of feet in the blink of an eye and coiling in the sky above the courtyard. Spare us, Saint, spare USA. As soon as the 3 demons sensed Li Hao's aura, they felt as though they had plunged into an abyss. Trembling in terror, they begged for their lives. Didn't make it to the heavenly river, just wandered about the little thousand world. Tell me, which one do you think pairs best with wine? Feng Boping chuckled as he asked. The 3 Demonsa, all great demons in the Tao comprehension realm. Rulers in their own right, were top-tier entities revered by the divine dynasty in the mortal world. Hearing this, the demons trembled even more violently. They had spent their days capturing humans to savor their flesh, yet now the tables had turned, they had fallen into the hands of the human saint. The one in the middle, perhaps. The other 2 can be kept a little longer, Li Hao said nonchalantly after glancing at them. He understood that Feng had come to show off his catcha and to scrounge a meal, of course. After all, Feng's craftsmanship was renowned across all heavens. Alrighty. Feng Boping grinned, his face wrinkling with delight. He left the middle demon, who wailed miserably, and stuffed the other 2 back into the fishing basket.
With a flick of his hand, he sealed the screaming demon's mouth and said to Li Hao, on my way back, I saw a saint from the source ancestor sacred land near the little thousand world outside ya. You can bet they've come to find you again.
Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. The last time they'd invited him, he had explicitly refused. The other party should already be aware of his stance. Were they that desperate for manpower? Let them come if they wish. We'll eat first, Li Hao said, disinclined to think too much about it. With a casual slash of sword chi, he pierced the divine soul of the wailing and enraged demon. He then began to prepare the fresh ingredients. Boil, stir fry, steam, and deep fry. The different parts of the demon were prepared in a variety of ways. As Li Hao cooked, the aroma wafted through the air. Feng Boping, thrilled, went to fetch some fine wine. With wine in hand and the meat cooked, Li Hao and Feng were halfway through their feast when a gust of wind rustled outside the Tao stealing sacred land. From the boundary of the formation, there came the sound of an arrival. Feng Boping's appetite was disrupted. Smacking his lips in annoyance, he rose to see who had come but still allowed the visitors to enter. You too. In addition to the saint from the source ancestor sacred land, the Lai Sky saint had also arrived. The tantalizing aroma filled the courtyard, and as they saw the dishes suspended in the void, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing familiar faces, Li Hao immediately invited them to join the meal. The saint from the Source Ancestor sacred land frowned slightly, while the Divine Clan and the Source Ancestor faction were locked in fierce, precarious conflict outside. With an all-out battle imminent, this side was indulging in fine wine and delicacies as though completely detached from the turmoil. Without betraying his emotions, he approached with a smile and said, "Haoshan Venerate, we meet again after a year. How fares your recovery?" "Improving," Li Hao replied with a smile. "I appreciate your concern. Recently, the demon race has grown increasingly brazen and ruthless. The Source Ancestor will be hosting the Demon Slaughter Conference, inviting saints from all sides. We hope Haoshan Venerate will not be absent." The saint didn't mince words and went straight to the point. "Demon Slaughter Conference?" Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, mulling it over. "Since the Source Ancestor has so graciously invited me, I would not decline." "Then we shall await your arrival at the conference." The saint explained the time and specifics of the event, cast Li Hao a meaningful glance, and then left the Tao-stealing sacred land. "Is the Source Ancestor preparing for a decisive battle with the Divine King?" Once the saint had gone, Lai Sky Saint finished her bowl of meat soup, licked away the lingering broth on her lips, and asked Li Hao with a pleasant smile. "How would Haoshan know such things? This Demon Slaughter Conference is bound to be anything but simple," Feng Boping said with a furrowed brow. Li Hao glanced toward Lai Sky Saint, only to see her smiling like a cunning fox, as if she had seen through his thoughts. "Regarding the Divine Clan, I can't shake the feeling you know more than the rest of us," Lai Sky Saint said with a sly grin. "Whenever the Divine Clan is brought up, it feels like you're hiding something. Don't forget, I am the Lai Saint. In my presence, whether someone is being truthful or not is something I can discern at a glance." Li Hao was speechless for a moment, then said, "You're so clever, you'll end up lonely for life." HMPH. Lai Sky Saint cast a glance at Feng Boping but merely snorted coldly and lowered his gaze to choose another dish. Feng Boping's expression became slightly unnatural as he coughed lightly and said to Li Hao, "The Source Ancestor sent people to invite you from thousands of miles away. It's definitely not so simple. You should be cautious." Li Hao nodded. Several days later, Li Hao and Feng Boping's incarnation departed from the Little Thousand World together, heading to the Heavenly Origin Realm. Upon arriving in the Heavenly Origin Realm, Li Hao found the place eerily quiet. At the Source Ancestor sacred land, he only sensed the presence of two saints, one of whom felt somewhat familiar. Feng Boping's eyes glinted. Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Could the invitation to the Demon Slaughter Conference be a trap? At that moment, a figure exuding the aura of a saint emerged from the Source Ancestor sacred land and approached Li Hao. His gaze fell lightly upon Li Hao, his expression betraying some complexity. "You seem to have grown stronger again," Xiao Tianyu said softly. Previously, when Li Hao had come to the Source Ancestor's cave mansion, Xiao Tianyu had witnessed Li Hao's ascension to becoming a saint. Now upon seeing him again, he felt Li Hao's aura had become even deeper and more profound, as if the Tao itself constantly accompanied him. "Where is the Source Ancestor?" Li Hao asked. "The Source Ancestor is guarding the demon race at the Void Sky Abyss. The Demon Slaughter Conference is being held there as well. Please, follow me," Xiao Tianyu said with a smile, seemingly sensing the reservations of the two. Li Hao and Feng Boping exchanged a glance before following him into the Source Ancestor sacred land. Upon reaching the summit of the Saint Mountain, Li Hao was met with a massive void rift that led to the unknown. "That is the Void Sky Abyss. Please, proceed. A master has been waiting for quite some time," Xiao Tianyu said.
Feng Boping froze in surprise. This place is separated by millions of miles from the Void Sky Abyss, yet the Source Ancestor actually
Xiao Tianyu's lips revealed a rare trace of a smile. Master is fond of many things and has dabbled deeply in the Void Tao. Li Hao's expression turned solemn as he contemplated. Maintaining such a distant void rift was a testament to the Source Ancestor's mastery in the void, which likely rivaled that of the Void Ancestor. He concentrated his divine power into his eyes, peering deep into the void rift to discern faintly visible scenes confirming it indeed led to the Void Sky Abyss. Feeling reassured, he immediately flew forward. Feng Boping suddenly sped ahead, standing at the edge of the rift as Taoist charm formed at his fingertips. His expression relaxed quickly with a light laugh. "It truly is lively." He glanced at Li Hao with an assuring look before entering the rift first. Li Hao smiled faintly and followed closely behind. After they entered, Xiao Tianyu also stepped into the rift. He had been guarding there solely to await Li Hao's arrival. Soon, only a single saint remained atop the Saint Mountain. The void sky abyss lay at the edge of the void. Countless star rivers sparkled brilliantly around it, intertwining divine radiance. Millions of miles away lay a pitch-black void chasm, like a ruptured void waterfall that seemed poised to wash away the stars above. At the terminus of the void rift traversed by Li Hao, there stood a festivity enclosed by barriers, a suspended venue much like the turquoise pool, with fountains of nectar spurting aromatic mist. Numerous saints sat at the void's edge, their emanating Tao profound as they conversed casually. As Li Hao and Feng Boping arrived, their presence immediately drew numerous eyes, with over half of the saints recognizing Li Hao and betraying surprise. Even Haoshan Venerate has come. This fearsome figure is trouble. So what? Who would dare disrespect the Source Ancestor's invitation? Exactly. Even the Food Saint is here, he's no exception. It seems the demon race is facing its downfall. The Source Ancestor is, after all, the Source Ancestor. The demon race has been lurking cruelly for years. It is indeed time to eradicate them. This time, will the Demon King himself appear? Hard to say. That Demon King's mount is incredibly fierce. Just the mount would require forces greater than the three calamities to subdue. Many saints exchanged hushed conversations, their gazes occasionally shifting to the topmost figures of the Demon Slaughter Conference.
At the center sat the Source Ancestor, beneath whom sat another saint from the Source Ancestor sacred land, a white-haired and white-browed, carrying an elegant air.
Beside him were three saints, surrounded by vibrant Tao radiances akin to roaring furnaces, their formidable aura illuminating vast swaths of the void. These three, casually chatting with the Source Ancestor, glanced briefly outside at the murmurs and noticed Li Hao. Li Hao and Feng Boping's incarnation flew in as they approached. Source Ancestor, Li Hao nodded slightly in greeting, then turned to observe the white-haired and white-browed saint. The latter's concealed saint path aura felt abstruse, piquing Li Hao's sense that he was anything but ordinary. Moreover, the prowess of the three saints with manifest Tao was clearly above that of common three calamities saints. "You've come. Have a seat," the Source Ancestor said gently upon seeing Li Hao. Li Hao promptly took a seat with Feng Boping nearby. "You haven't stepped into the world often. I've heard that recently, a saint as radiant as a shooting star emerged, a one who could slay three calamities saints upon ascending to sainthood. That must be you, correct?" A saint wearing a black high hat smiled faintly beside them. Li Hao detected the provocation in his tone and cast his gaze briefly. "If all heavens knows of no other, then I suppose it must be me." The moment these words left his mouth, the black high hat saint's brow raised faintly. Many saints in the outer seats, some of whom bore grudges against Li Hao for demanding heaven and earth treasures, sneered coldly at such unabashed confidence. Yet deep down, they begrudgingly admitted that no one in all heavens matched such prowess. "Hey, does that mean you're destined to surpass the Supreme Saint?" The saint in the black high hat snorted lightly with concealed irritation. "If that's what you choose to believe, I won't contradict you," Li Hao said indifferently. His remark instantly ignited tension. "Be cautious. This person is the Star Saint. He's closely tied to the Void Ancestor, likely here at his behest to trouble you," Feng Boping transmitted discreetly. "The Void Ancestor, secluded for years, was slain by you, along with the erasure of Void Holy Land. Your temperament isn't far removed from the ferocity of the demon race." The black high hat saint's face darkened. After all these years, should he not reflect on his actions? Did he perhaps fail to put in enough effort? Li Hao responded with eerie calm, "Among the saints of all heavens, there are many present here. Why didn't I kill the others but chose him in particular?" The Star Saint fell silent, evidently upset yet unwilling to display weakness, forcing himself into silence. The Star Saint has cultivated for countless eras, just shy of stepping across the threshold to Supreme Saint. Isn't it inappropriate for a junior like you to speak so rudely? Another saint garbed entirely in black robes spoke coldly, his magnetic voice imbued with resolute firmness. Li Hao glanced at him but replied neutrally, "Since when did saints start ranking by seniority?" "Esteemed guests." The Source Ancestor interjected with a smile, breaking off the discord as he raised his wine cup. "Today is a gathering for demon slaying, a day of festivity. Let's refrain from discussing other matters. The demon race has also arrived. Does anyone wish to take their leader's head to liven up the occasion?" While he spoke, at the distant edge of the void chasm millions of miles away, a mighty procession surged into view. Li Hao narrowed his gaze toward the spectacle, witnessing a legion donning resplendent divine armor, standing tall at the void sky abyss's brink. Compared to their vast numbers, the attendees here numbered less than 10,000. However, this side consisted solely of saints, their majestic presence rivaling the divine legion in pressure. At the forefront of the divine army, a towering figure stood upon the dragon god's head, clad in fiery and imposing divine armor. A massive broadsword rested in his grasp. A blood-red cloak billowed behind him, exuding an awe-striking aura powerful enough to suppress galaxies. This must undoubtedly be the divine king. Beside him, Li Hao noticed Ying Xiaoxiao's familiar figure. Her radiant, form-fitting divine armor complemented her flowing hair beneath her helmet. Her cold and piercing eyes locked with Li Hao's the moment she noticed him, her expression faltering briefly. "Is that the famous Haoshan Venerate you mentioned? Hey, was I wrong? He's already become one of Source Ancestor's prized guests?" The Divine King's gaze sharpened as he glanced briefly at the Source Ancestor before sweeping over the scene effortlessly. He seemed to recognize Li Hao at once, having likely seen his imagery through other channels. Hearing the Ancestor's words, Ying Xiaoxiao lightly bit her lip, gazing at Li Hao. A multitude of thoughts surged through her mind until she finally shook her head slowly and said, "Perhaps he came here just by passing through." The Divine King fell silent. These words struck him like a resounding slap across the face, leaving him with a sense of self-mockery and coldness. To think that he possessed such ignorant bloodlines, it was truly laughable. Even in the face of undeniable evidence, the other party continued to harbor such foolish favoritism. As an ancestor, it seemed he had no authority at all. If that's the case, should he dare set foot on the battlefield, I want you to personally kill him. The Divine King spoke word by word, devoid of emotion. Ying Xiaoxiao's complexion changed, turning pale for a moment. Yet after exchanging a glance with the distant Li Hao, she took a deep breath, her eyes growing resolute. "I will do my utmost to fight for the Divine Clan." Upon hearing this, the Divine King no longer wished to waste words with her. Facing the void sky abyss, he spoke aloud to the Source Ancestor.
Once again, the same old drama. All these years, not a single shred of novelty, still trying to borrow all heaven's hand, aren't you? His voice reverberated through the void, transcending the speed of sound, a form of law power. It rippled through the tens of millions of elite troops of the Divine Clan, resonating in the minds of the many saints present at the Demon Slaughter Conference.
The saints at the gathering all changed expression. The Divine King's voice, imbued with law power, pierced through their protective Tao barriers and reverberated at the crown of their heads, a form of intimidation. From millions of miles away, his law power exerted such an influence. In direct battle, it was likely to result in devastating attacks instantly. Demon Ancestor, back then I pitied your arduous cultivation and spared your life. Yet you felt no gratitude. Today you tread the same path again. This time, bring your clan's cursed blood and rest eternally in this void sky abyss. The Source Ancestor spoke with indifference. His voice was gentle like a spring breeze, dispersing the oppressive, domineering intimidation of the Divine King. Then, it roared toward the Divine Clan's army, transforming from a spring breeze into a torrential downpour, a storm pregnant with thunder. Under his helmet, the Divine King's eyes shot out a chilling light like lightning, tearing apart the Source Ancestor's force in an apparent test of their confrontation. "No need for anger, Source Ancestor. Though I cannot rival the Demon Ancestor, should any of the demon race cross the boundary, I will surely be the first to strike them down." The black-robed saint who had spoken earlier interjected, his tone steady. Li Hao had also caught his name, a veteran saint known as the Netherworld Saint. The man had 1 foot already stepped into the realm of Supreme Saint, and he had long earned the title, Invincible below Supreme Saint. Like the Star Saint before him, both had enjoyed centuries of glory as unmatched powers in their day, reigning supreme in the absence of a Supreme Saint. Eventually, they retired to contemplate the path to Supreme Saint. That path, however, had eluded him across countless ages, yet his overall power had only grown more fearsome by any measure compared to his peak. "Indeed, I wouldn't mind meeting that wretched dragon." Nearby, the Star Saint voiced his interest as well. "If we're dealing with that wretched dragon, I might lend a hand." At that moment, the short and stout man who had been silent all along also grinned while speaking. His complexion looked radiant as he continued summoning dishes to the table, which had more empty plates piled in front of him than anyone else. Li Hao gazed silently at the Divine Clan's army. The source ancestor glanced at Li Hao, then smiled serenely. Should the demon ancestor lay hands on any of you, I will ensure he pays the price. The rest of the saints understood that if the demon ancestor revealed the slightest opening while attacking others, he would undoubtedly suffer a thunderous strike from the source ancestor. Why hasn't Haoshan Venerate spoken yet? Netherworld Saint and Star Saint were both invincible below Supreme Saint. He's managed to offend both at once. That's quite bold for one so young. True, if we're talking raw talent, he does have the qualifications for arrogance, but in terms of actual combat power right now, his foundation is still somewhat thin. The saints exchanged meaningful glances, and those familiar with each other spoke through transmitted thoughts. At this moment, in the void sky abyss, the Divine King stood immovable like a mountain, while figures soared within the Divine Clan's sphere. Among them were not only saints from the Divine Clan but also saints who had pledged allegiance from other holy lands. Among them was Ying Qingshuang, the former clan leader. Now that the ancestor had returned and the Divine Clan was rising again, the clan leader's position and power naturally fell to the Divine King. Ying Qingshuang reverted to her previous role as a blade of the Divine Clan, clearing obstacles for her family. Condensing array, Extreme Emperor Kang array. Ying Qingshuang's expression turned solemn as she uttered in a low voice. In an instant, the Divine Clan army began to move, transforming from a golden ocean into blossoming golden lotuses in the void, forming an intricate array. Within the array, a storm seemed to arise. Extreme Tao power surged and gathered into the array's center, where figures of semi-saints of the Divine Clan emerged, their presence amplified by the array's power. They gleamed with crimson gold brilliance, like golden crows rising within the void. The ancient Extreme Emperor Kang array certainly lives up to its reputation. Even semi-saints can wield strength comparable to saints. Netherworld Saint remarked coldly as he watched the scene unfold. Having spoken, he stepped forward, appearing instantly in the void outside the gathering. The pressure emanating from him swept across the skies, darkness surging from his body like tides, seemingly intent on swallowing the heavens. One man's figure alone appeared capable of withstanding an army of 10,000. Seeing the Netherworld Saint's majestic aura, the saints grew somber, their eyes revealing deep awe and apprehension. Such power, it's likely on par with a Supreme Saint. But he hasn't truly become a Supreme Saint yet, or he wouldn't need to hold back. I wonder, could it be possible that the Netherworld Saint isn't Supreme Saint but already capable of exchanging a few rounds with one? This suggestion left many unsettled. Not a Supreme Saint, yet capable of dueling one briefly? Such individuals were rarer than Supreme Saints themselves. Haoshan Venerate really shouldn't have been so conceited earlier, remarked someone who gazed at Li Hao, feeling smug in their heart. At this moment, at the forefront of the Divine Clan's army, Ying Qingshuang's expression was solemn. She knew the reputation of the Netherworld Saint and naturally was aware of the countless astonishing feats of the Netherworld Saint in the past. This was definitely a terrifying figure to be regarded as a Supreme Saint. "Aid me in battle, Tao Extreme God Reversal," Ying Qingshuang said sternly. 6 saints of the Divine Clan suddenly stepped forward, gathering around her. Then divine light surged from them, enveloping Ying Qingshuang. In no time, Ying Qingshuang's figure reappeared, with her armor seemingly igniting in golden flames. Her entire aura surged to a terrifying level, flying swiftly towards the Netherworld Saint. The Netherworld Saint frowned slightly. The pitch-black power stained the surrounding area for thousands of miles, and even light could not escape. He voluntarily met Ying Qingshuang, unleashing extreme realm power. Divine power, heaven and earth vein, returning ruin instantaneous movement. Somehow, a pitch-black sword appeared in the Netherworld Saint's hand. The blade was surrounded by terrifying black waves filled with the power of destruction. Li Hao squinted slightly but quickly calmed down. At first, it seemed like sword Tao, but it turned out to be the Saint path, merely manifested through the use of the sword. Boom! A burst of sound came from the void. The golden light of Ying Qingshuang was shrouded by the Netherworld Saint's black domain, but at this moment, the circular black domain was violently pulsating with the sound of the explosion. In an instant, as the explosion sound vanished, the black domain seemed to be torn apart. A mass of golden flame flew out like a proud, noble firebird, soaring into the sky and suddenly plunging ahead. Along the way, the void shattered, revealing burning golden cracks. The Netherworld Saint was slightly stunned, as if he hadn't expected the opponent to survive. Looking at the imposing aura on Ying Qingshuang, his eyes became grave, his pupils turning pitch black. In addition to the extreme realm, a faint giant black star appeared above his head. Even within his black domain, the black star stood out, representing the ultimate laws of darkness. With the appearance of the dark star, a terrifying aura surged forth. The netherworld saint suddenly raised his hand, and the weapon in his palm began to resonate. Waves of tribulation power spread like smoke. This was a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Li Hao's expression seemed dazed, but when he snapped back to reality, his eyes lit up. The black star, he could see it, it was clearly a method akin to the all-heaven star vein, which was also a vein. However, rather than a vein, it was more like the opponent had pre-stored and sealed some forces, extending them as a vein. The thinking was right, but the choice was wrong. However, this wrong choice instead provided Li Hao with a bit of a thought process. That tribulation power, it's even deeper than fame. Li Hao glanced at the sword, at least a 3 tribulations emperor weapon, quite formidable. As the power from the black star above his head continuously flowed in, the netherworld saint erupted with a terrifying aura, like an emperor in the darkness. Boom! An instant clash, the great Tao ravaged, and the entire area around the void sky abyss trembled. The golden light suddenly split in two, shattering apart. Grandmother, Ying Xiaoxiao saw this scene, her pupils contracted, and she rushed forward urgently. At the same time, the dragon god beneath the divine king revealed a fierce, cruel killing intent, letting out a low growl. The divine king soared into the sky, his cloak fluttering in the wind, and the dragon god rose from behind him. He did not stand on his mount's back, which meant he had allowed it to join the battle. That wicked dragon has come out, let me see how the dragon saint's sibling fares. The star saint smiled lightly, as the dragon saint and dragon god shared the same bloodline, both becoming supreme saints. During the last battle to kill the divine king, the dragon god was severely wounded. According to the information he obtained, it hadn't recovered, making it the perfect opponent for practice right now. Beside him, the short and stout man stood up with a smile, his eyes glinting. I wonder what the taste of Supreme Saint Dragonflesh is like. Li Hao glanced at him upon hearing this. The man noticed Li Hao's gaze and smiled back, looking amiable. The Star Saint cast a slight cold smile at Li Hao. He knew Li Hao was strong but lacked profoundness. Not daring to fight, he was considered clear-headed. As the Dragon God rushed into the battlefield, both the Star Saint and the Food Saint quickly followed. The Dragon God saw Ying Xiaoxiao going to rescue Ying Qingshuang, and he himself howled towards the Netherworld Saint, defending with offense. Outnumbering the few, that's truly the conduct of the demon race. The Star Saint spoke indifferently, yet he was the first to head towards Ying Qingshuang, aiming to eliminate this general of the divine clan to reduce their numbers. The Food Saint, on the other hand, directly turned to charge at the Dragon God, assisting the Netherworld Saint. Little girl, let me warm up my body with your head first. The Star Saint looked at the approaching Ying Xiaoxiao, his expression indifferent, taking it lightly. He raised his hand, intending to annihilate her, as the gap between them was too large. However, as he acted, his attention was on the Divine King. Seeing his towering figure unmoving, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Just then, a sudden inexplicable chill locked onto him. It was as if a chilling blade was pressed against his neck, ready to sever it at any moment. The Star Saint was slightly stunned, his face suddenly changed, looking towards the Divine King, only to see that his aura remained calm, the feeling coming from behind. You, the Star Saint abruptly turned around, only to see Li Hao had already left his seat and stepped into this void battlefield, heading toward him. At the same time, Ying Xiaoxiao, rushing toward the Star Saint, also saw Li Hao's figure. Upon seeing him step onto the battlefield, his presence gradually emanating might, her anxious expression took on a hint of paleness. Tears streamed down her cheeks, she bit her lip slightly, showing killing intent, charging faster toward the Star Saint. But the Star Saint suddenly dodged, turning around, and stared coldly at Li Hao. Are you planning to fight me here? The Star Saint's eyes were icy. If Li Hao nodded, he would instead laugh heartily, as it would mean the Source Ancestor would definitely not spare Li Hao, unless the Divine Clan won this battle. Except her, the rest is up to you. Li Hao could not be bothered to say more to him. With Ying Xiaoxiao taking such risks, he had no choice but to save her. Upon hearing this, not only was the Star Saint stunned, but the rushing Ying Xiaoxiao, who was about to first rescue her grandmother, also froze, then turned back and looked at Li Hao. Seeing Li Hao's continuously rising momentum, the Star Saint knew Li Hao was serious, and Ying Xiaoxiao was the same. She was dumbfounded, then wiped her tears with a smile, quickly heading toward her grandmother. Grandmother. Seeing her grandmother soaked in blood among the shattered golden light, Ying Xiaoxiao's recently stopped sadness surged out once again. Take my place, protect the clan. Ying Qingshuang tightly grasped Ying Xiaoxiao's hand. Before she could finish her words, her body was engulfed and consumed by a terrifying destructive force from within. Her body quickly disintegrated, and the destructive power spread toward Ying Xiaoxiao like flames. Ying Xiaoxiao stood still, watching blankly. She had forgotten about her parents at a young age, and her grandmother had raised her single-handedly. Now, she had turned to ashes before her eyes. Swoosh! A sword whistle-like sharp sound echoed, and the destructive power was severed by sword chi, seemingly isolating the void, dividing it into two realms. Snap out of it! A calm and gentle voice echoed in her ears. The lost Ying Xiaoxiao came back to her senses, recognizing it as Li Hao's voice. She turned her head, only to see Li Hao still standing on the other side of the battlefield, confronting the Star Saint. Her heart tightened involuntarily, immediately coming to her senses. At this moment, with Li Hao taking action for her, how could they deal with the Source Ancestor afterward? Not to mention the future, just the Star Saint before her was an extremely terrifying ancient saint, only second to the Supreme Saint. Run quickly! Ying Xiaoxiao anxiously transmitted her voice, while turning her head to look at the Divine King, transmitting to the Ancestor, Ancestor, save him, he hasn't joined the Source Ancestor. The Divine King's expression was indifferent. Li Hao's action merely made him raise an eyebrow slightly, but it didn't surprise him too much. Upon hearing Ying Xiaoxiao's transmission, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Perhaps the Source Ancestor instructed him to approach me this way. Now he only has one way, which is to speak to me personally and hand over a token of allegiance. The Divine King coldly replied via transmission. Ying Xiaoxiao slightly opened her mouth, somewhat stunned, then her face turned pale. Naturally, she did not believe Li Hao was deliberately approaching, but from the Ancestor's attitude, it was clear that Li Hao's situation was extremely dangerous now. Why is Haoshan Venerate assisting the demon race? Has he gone mad? This is betrayal of the Source Ancestor? If the Star Saint wishes to kill him, no one will lend him aid now.
At the Demon Slaughter Conference, many saints saw Li Hao's actions and felt his behavior verged on madness. To stand in the way of the Star Saint and prevent him from slaying demons right in front of the Source Ancestor regardless of whether Li Hao held the key to entering the ancient hall, such a move would surely lead to a grim outcome.
Haoshan. Among the saints, Xiao Tianyu's expression darkened slightly as his gaze shifted to the white-haired, white-browed saint seated beside their master, the Source Ancestor. That was his senior brother. He was also the second disciple of the Source Ancestor, endowed with unparalleled talent, as monstrous as he was extraordinary. Nobody knew that he, too, was a supreme saint. Only Xiao Tianyu understood the true terror of their master's strength far beyond the imaginations of the outside world. Li Hao's move, he thought, would lead to disaster. Many eyes turned to gaze at the Source Ancestor, eager to see his reaction, but the Source Ancestor remained calm, his expression unchanged. Next to him, however, the white-haired, white-browed saint's eyes flickered faintly, a subtle glint of frost appearing within. On the void battlefield, the Star Saint saw Li Hao truly intervening for the Divine Clan and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Do you think that just because the ancient hall requires you to unlock it, no one will dare lay hands on you? Even if the Source Ancestor shields you for now, when the ancient hall opens, it will be your death sentence. He transmitted his voice. Li Hao couldn't be bothered to respond. The Star Saint was overthinking. He simply didn't wish to see Ying Xiaoxiao die before his own Isa, nothing more, nothing less. As for whether this amounted to betrayal of the Source Ancestor, that was nonsensical. He had never sworn loyalty to the Source Ancestor, so how could betrayal even be discussed? Living as a saint, yet without the means to protect someone, now that would be truly pitiful. Seeing Li Hao remain silent, the Star Saint snorted coldly, radiating beams of starlight from his entire body. In an instant, the surrounding void transformed into a star domain. Within the star domain, clusters of radiant globes, each the size of a fist, began to materialize, more and more of them, dozens, hundreds, thousands, transforming into a vast, magnificent starry sky. Let me witness the power you used to slay the Void Ancestor. The Star Saint's cold eyes sharpened as he suddenly attacked. The bursts of starlight shot forth in beams, illuminating the void with brilliance, their condensed forms piercing through the air to arrive in front of Li Hao in an instant. The light was unavoidable, far too swift, yet just as the starlight closed in on Li Hao, the Tao domain around him revealed itself. The starlight appeared to freeze within the eternal Tao domain a countless beams like meteor trails, forming a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Bang! In the next moment, the frozen starlight abruptly shattered like smoke dissipating. The Star Saint raised an eyebrow. The eternal Tao domain, it was as formidable as legend foretold. Earth yellow star suppress. He raised his hand, and within the star domain, a particular star began to shine brilliantly. At the same time, beyond the vault of the sky, a mysterious yellow radiance emerged, spanning millions of miles and descending to envelop all. The Earth yellow star has been illuminated. It's said that the Star Saint can harness the power of all heaven's stars. Each star signifies an entire grand world. Many saints stared intently, sensing the boundless power within that mysterious yellow glow. It was as if the majesty of a supreme saint were moving heaven and earth. Bathed in the radiance of the Earth yellow star, the Star Saint resembled an emperor, raising a finger to press down on Li Hao. As his finger descended, an overwhelming force came crashing down. The faint outline of the Earth yellow star unexpectedly manifested hundreds of meters above Li Hao's head, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, extinguishing all light. The emergence of such a massive form, coupled with its surging might, sent hearts racing in fear. Li Hao glanced up, his expression unchanged. The Star Saint's method of harnessing the power of the all heaven's stars felt oddly familiar to him. He, too, raised a finger, using the void as his canvas and heaven and earth power as his ink. Effortlessly stroking a single brush, a star appeared instantly. Beneath him, an Earth yellow star likewise ascended, roaring as it hurtled forward in collision. The deafening sound of impact echoed throughout the void sky abyss. Both stars, carrying fragments of the original Earth yellow star's might, shattered spectacularly upon collision, unleashing shockwaves that spread across millions of miles. Apart from the saints witnessing this display, the countless divine clan armies, numbering in the tens of millions, were also shaken by the reverberating sound. Such grandeur left the divine clan armies pale in comparison. After the explosive impact subsided, Li Hao's figure remained firmly unmoving, while the Star Saint stood similarly resolute. Yet, his expression had shifted slightly. What kind of technique was this? Li Hao could replicate his attack, and it seemed even more powerful. It's a pity the Earth yellow star I painted is merely a painted Earth yellow star. Li Hao frowned slightly upon seeing his conjured Earth yellow star shatter, feeling a pang of regret. The myriad stars he wielded were, after all, painted into existence. If they were genuine stars, drawn upon by their starlight essence, their power would be far deadlier. I did not expect you to comprehend the star path at such a young age, truly extraordinary. The Star Saint now spoke in a low voice. Li Hao's display had indeed earned his respect, but that also meant he would exert his full strength to suppress him. Bang! He raised his hand again, and another star shone in the heavens above, the surrounding temperature climbing rapidly as space seemed to warp. This was the law of burning. Sky Sun Star. The Star Saint borrowed the power of the Sky Sun Star, nicknamed the Little Sun, above the void sky abyss. The sky suddenly blazed blindingly bright, its scorching heat spreading across the battlefield. A towering star, ablaze like a flaming sun, descended. It was massive enough to overshadow the entire divine clan army, its sheer scale reducing the countless soldiers to insignificance. Such was the power of a top-tier 3 calamities saint. Li Hao glanced up at it and raised his hand again, this time with utmost focus. He painted carefully, his fingers stirring the void as though splashing ink upon a canvas. In an instant, the entire void sky abyss seemed to boil over. The ferocious heat skyrocketed tenfold and beyond, merging with the power of the law origin itself. Even the saints began to sweat, their foreheads dripping under the intense pressure.